All right, well, it's Friday. It's Friday night in Japan. It's a reason to celebrate. It's Game 6 of the World Series, but also it's our final show of the season. They told me an hour show where we have no plan and just talk about Major League Baseball would not work, and we proved them wrong. So props to us, but more importantly, props to all you guys in the chat who really showed up for 6 months to talk Major League Baseball. It blew away our expectations for the show. And I already can't wait to do the show next year, with you guys. And then, of course, the college basketball iteration, which starts Monday at 10 a.m., which I hope is as can live up to this, because I feel like we've set the bar fairly high with this show. But welcome in. It's Friday night in Japan, so TB has got the fireball going. And
I do.
We're ready for Game 6. How are you guys feeling this morning or night?
Doing well. And you were talking about the people who are in the chat. I want to thank everybody who makes comments on the YouTube replays. We had 90 comments yesterday. Go back. I don't want to denigrate any of the other shows, but since we don't have a producer and they don't promote us, I will say we had 90 comments in the chat. Go back. They probably didn't have 90 comments in all the other shows combined. They're worried about people viewing. If it's a Twitter thing, when you're going like this, it means nothing. People are communicating with us. We're learning from them. They're learning from us. That's exactly what we wanted when we started. Thank all of you. Thank everybody out there that watches this show and comments. It's great for all of us. Makes us all better bettors.
Yeah, I've said it 100 times. We have the smartest audience out there. They know the game of baseball better than any of the football show audience knows football. So we got a very intelligent audience. We're the only show that doesn't get produced and doesn't get any graphics and doesn't get any promotions. We do everything ourselves. So I want to thank Adam for doing a lot of work behind the scenes. He does basically the ticker you see down there and any kind of graphics or anything that we have. And thanks for Brian for waking up every morning. Actually, when we first
thank God for letting me wake up every morning.
Yeah, well, when I was in the US in August, I think it was, I had to get up the same time as Brian because I was in Arizona, and that I could not do that all season. It's much easier to do the show at 10 at night and drink some Fireball than it is waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning to do it. But anyway, it's a good show. That we originally, it was going to be Adam and me. We're going to talk about KBO, Japanese baseball, and MLB. But we thought, you know what? Brian is very popular. He's got the best record in lifetime baseball record. Let's bring him in and make it a trio. And I think it was the right move. So because Brian's here, we don't talk KBO, but actually when we mention KBO, everyone in the comments say talk American baseball. So
yeah,
it was the right move.
Yeah, we did adapt on the fly, TB. That's a great memory. I forgot about that. That's actually the reason that where I came up with the name Total Bases originally was a play on words, because obviously total bases is a statistic in Major League Baseball, or a measurement of success, if you will. And I figured total bases was the fact that we would talk all the different baseball leagues. But very quickly it became more of a Major League Baseball show, which is totally fine, because again, I think for me personally, that's what I really want to be talking about. I think I'm always going to have a little bit bigger of an edge in AAA and in KBO baseball, because that's just, and Tokyo Brandon can attest to this too. You probably should have a bigger edge in leagues like that than you do on the most widely bet pro league. And I'm actually, as the year went on, I'm glad we're not talking about those games as much, because the lines move really quickly. You got to kind of get down quick, and it's not everyone can get those types of plays. So I think it works well where, my clients are getting those plays. They've benefited from that. And most, I would imagine most have, managed to find ways to bet them and stuff like that. But the conversation has certainly helped me, because I really feel like we need the hour to break that, to find different ways into what is a very difficult market to beat. I don't care what anyone says. If you can go 6 months and come even a little bit close to beating the MLB market, it's really tough. It's tough to do that year over year. anyone can have a good couple months, anyone can have a good year, but to do that year over year and not get crushed, you're doing something. So I think that this show has certainly helped me do that, and I'm hoping that it helped all the viewers in the chat as well. And
I'm
go ahead.
hijacking the comments and putting the comments up, but just want to let you guys know that I was doing a Saturday show earlier in the season. I was like 3 hours just rambling on, showing you how I do I'm going to do that show again next season. And I might actually do it at a time where the games are being played and just kind of go over a game or something like that. I don't know, but I will do a Saturday show where I just chat and ramble. People seem to like it. I was getting about 500 people watching, not quite as many that watched this show, but anyways, looking forward to next season. This is our last show of the year.
It's our last show of the year because we don't do a Saturday show. The World Series is either going to end tonight or tomorrow. But before I get in it, I am curious, and this you can do on the replay if you're watching the replay as well. Hop in the chat. Let us know how you did this season. Win or lose. Did you do better than expected, worse than expected? I'm just curious. Do you feel like this was helpful to your process, but maybe even more so than wins and losses? Like, did we help your betting process? I'm more concerned about that because I think, wins and losses are going to be what they are. But I think if you can consistently improve your process, that's the important part. And I know for me, again, I think I definitely tweaked my process in a positive way, talking ball with you guys 5 days a week, every single morning, or in Tokyo Brandon's case, every single night out there in Japan.
Well, doing this show made me smarter for sure. When I hear your guys' thoughts, not just you guys, but our comments too, because like I said, our audience is really smart. So it actually changed the way I cap. So I appreciate everyone out there and these two amigos here. So it was a good year. We got possibly 2 games left though. So yeah. I have a 5% play on tonight's game. So
possibly 2 games left. That would require the Dodgers to win game 6. Of course, we are headed back to Toronto. The Blue Jays have the 3-2 lead in the series. Brian Leonard, somewhat surprising after the way game 3 played out. I thought the Blue Jays might be good to at least get us back to Toronto. I didn't think they'd be coming back to Toronto with a lead. Now they have a lead in the series. How do you kind of see game 6 playing out, and what are you looking at, I guess, for the even for the rest of the way?
Well, tonight we got Yamamoto on the mound against Gausman. The Dodgers are about a 140 favorite, total 7.5. First thing I look at that is everybody's expecting the Dodgers to come back because they got Yamamoto on the mound. And, if you're looking at the total series price right now, Toronto is about a 220 favorite, and you can get about a 195 back with the Dodgers. So the lines maker thinks Toronto's going to be able to win one of these 2 games. The line where it is tells you that maybe they're expecting them to win the next game, which I believe will be tomorrow if they do play another one. And I'm not so sure the Dodgers are going to win this one. I still think there's value on Toronto, and especially on the over here, because you're getting a 7.5 in Toronto. Other than the last time Yamamoto played the Dodgers, played Toronto, he pitched great. But other than that, who has shut down this Toronto team? So I'm looking at somewhat maybe an over in the game, maybe a Toronto team total. But let's get into the stats here. We got Yamamoto. He's been great all season. His regular season record, 2.49 ERA, 0.99 WHIP. In the playoffs, yes, everybody remembers last time they played 9-inning complete game, gave up 1 earned run. The game before that against Milwaukee, 9-inning complete game, gave up 1 earned run. So we've got a guy here, and he's pitched 173 innings on the season. Last year, because of injury, he only pitched 90. We've already found out from Brandon and also Trig that in Japan you have a six-man rotation, and they don't pitch as often. Well, granted, there was 11 days in between the last two starts, but now there's only this has been 6 days since he went out there again. So he's gone 18 innings, his last two starts, and he's been great, no doubt about it. But right before that, people forget, he played the Philadelphia Phillies. He only went 4 innings, gave up 3 earned runs. So he's been great. Give him hats off. He's been terrific, but he is not perfect. And you can tell that by looking at, the way he's pitched this year. He's got 8 losses in the regular season, despite being on the most talented team in Major League Baseball and having a 2.49 ERA. Just because you've got the better pitcher does not mean you win. We've seen that all series long. We've seen that all the way through the playoffs. So I do think Yamamoto's a little bit overrated here. Kevin Gausman, speaking of regular season records, he had a losing record. He was 10-11, 3.59 ERA, 1.06 WHIP. So far, when you take a look at him in the playoffs, last time he played the Dodgers, gave up 3 earned runs in 6 2/3 innings, 0.93 WHIP. That's not a bad outing. That's not a bad outing at all. And that was in the same building. So I would expect him to bounce back a little bit from that, because in the starts before that, he gave up 1 earned run against Seattle, 2 earned runs against Seattle in the other one, and 1 earned run against the Yankees. So the pitching matchup is not as wide as what we see in this line. And from a hitting standpoint, Toronto's clearly the better hitting team right now. I think there's value on Toronto here. I think it may end tonight. There's no way I could lay this kind of number the way the Dodgers are hitting. It could break out at any time. It's obviously, but this bottom of the Dodgers lineup has not done what it's supposed to. They've learned how to pitch to Ohtani, which is a lot of times not pitch or try to get him to go out of the strike zone. And some of the other Dodgers hitters have struggled. We've talked about it in the past that they've had some struggles out of Muncy. Smith catching those 18 innings the other day. I knew it was going to come back and hurt him, and it has. Freeman hasn't hit well. Teoscar Hernandez, he had a home run every once in a while, but overall struggling. I think there's value here on somehow getting to the underdog Jays here, and it would not surprise me if this is the final game of the season.
You are correct. I agree with you that pitching is not everything. And I also agree that Yamamoto is not perfect, but I don't think Gausman is perfect either. Gausman actually, like you said, has a losing record, but he also has a worse ERA at home than he does on the road, just slightly worse. It's not really alarming. And Yamamoto is actually better on the road than he is at home, which is kind of strange. Yamamoto, have him ranked the number 4 pitcher in all of Major League Baseball. Gausman is a good talent. He used to be very dominant, but he's more like a Castillo kind of pitcher now. In my opinion, he's more like a very extremely solid innings eater that you can rely on. Not dominant, doesn't strike fear into the lineup that he's facing, but he's very good. Look, these two lineups, this is probably the best and the second best lineup in all of Major League Baseball. Maybe the Phillies would be up there, but 2 great lineups. And remember, at the beginning of the season, this park, man, was a launching pad. The totals at this park were like 9.5s and 10s at the beginning of the season, and now we got a 7.5. These 2 bullpens are trash. I mean, maybe okay, that might be a little bit of an overstatement. These 2 bullpens are not the best. They're probably not top 10 bullpens. At least they're not playing like it. So I kind of agree with Brian that 7.5 seems a little low to me. That's my first thought. I have a few more thoughts that we can get to as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Mark. I've got a play up for sale in this game tonight too. So I'm gonna talk more about props here for that reason, and also because I look at the comments every day, and every day people are like talking about more props. So I said, okay, well, I've got my there's a play in the game that I have up for sale, and I'm just going to talk about props today. But then I've got Mark says props talk, Yamamoto and Gossman case. So I'll start there. I have more an opinion. So I have more an opinion on the outs than the strikeouts, but I think you could probably you could probably apply this to either. So I like both starting pitchers under their outs prop. And give you a couple of reasons. So I'll start with Yamamoto. I mean, one thing I've learned from this series is that Dave Roberts is not going to try to manage anything, right? He does not want to be the reason that this team does not win. I think Dave Roberts is looking at his team and saying, okay, I've got the better team. I have the best players. I'm going to let the players just decide whether they win or lose the World Series. Meaning he's not going to go out there and do something crazy and pull Yamamoto early, right? Like, he's just not. He's going to let Yamamoto do his thing. And the one thing I've listened to Major League pitchers that have pitched for the Dodgers talk about the Dodgers organization. The bullpen guys in this organization love it because everything is very clearly scripted out before the game. Now, 18 innings were not scripted out before the game, but that is a total, like, no one plans for an 18-inning game. What I'm saying is, and now there's a couple of different relievers that have gone on record saying when you pitch for the Dodgers and you're a bullpen guy, you know exactly when they kind of want you to come in the game, and you know exactly who they're targeting for you to face. More so than just about any other organization. The one guy that comes to mind is Trevor May. He's pitched for a handful of organizations, and he said the Dodgers, like, bar none, do that better than any other team in the league. And that's like that's like a known thing among players, among pitchers that have pitched for multiple organizations. The reason I say that is I think Yamamoto is going to just be able to go as long as he can go. However, the stars really need to align for complete games these days. And just he's been great, but like, I still think a lot needs to happen to even pitch into like the 7th or the 8th inning. And you talk about Yamamoto, he's now pitched into the 9th. He's now pitched. He's thrown back-to-back complete games. The likelihood of him. So two things here: the likelihood of him being able to A, have good enough stuff to throw a complete game, and B, be economical enough to go that long. I mean, is so incredibly slim. I'm not saying he can't do it. Actually, if there's one guy that can do it, he's probably on a very short list of guys that could come out and just throw another 8-inning gem. But you're talking about 19 and a half outs. So Tokyo Brandon, help me with my math. 19 and a half means he would have to go 6 2/3. 6 2/3.
18 is 6 innings. So he needs to get 2 outs. He needs 2 outs in the 7th.
So he needs to go 6 2/3 to hit his outs over. I would say, just from a probability standpoint, it is more likely that he goes under than over here. And the reason I say that is, and this has nothing to do with even like how good he's pitching. I'm not even like, I'm saying that he's going to have to be economical enough to get to that point where A, he's not already at like 100 pitches, or B, he's not getting there to the point where now it's like, okay, there's a matchup that dictates going to what is a very fresh bullpen. And that's the other thing. You got 2 games left. The Dodgers only have 1 game left if they lose here. So you really do have like an all hands on deck scenario. It'd be surprising to me if he just cruises for another 8-inning start. And then it's like, okay, if you lose the bet because he goes 7, that kind of sucks a little bit. But I feel like you're going to probably get 6 from him. And that's probably where it ends, maybe. Like, I could almost see him giving it his all for 6 innings and then someone coming out to start the 7th inning clean. If I had to bet that one, it would be the under. Now, I think the better bet of the two is the Gossman under. And the reason I say that is, if you go back to game 2, that's really where the Dodgers started to get to Gossman, was like the 3rd time through the order. Now, you're the Blue Jays with a 3-2 lead in this series, and you're essentially sitting on 2 starting pitchers, Shane Bieber and Max Scherzer. You've also got Chris Bassett, who can provide some length out of the bullpen. You had a day off yesterday, and you have every arm available. Why would you give the Dodgers the chance to see Gossman a third time here. Okay. Even if he's, and this is where John Schneider, I think Schneider's a little bit more willing to I want to manage. I'm going to do what I think I need to do to get a win type guy. He's not AJ Hinch, but he's definitely shown willingness to be no, I'm going to I think this is going to go a certain way. So I'm going to make a move. Why would you give the Dodgers a third crack at Gossman, given the fact that that's when they started to get to him last time? When you have Shane Bieber, Max Scherzer, Chris Bassett, and all of the bullpen guys available, it's 15 and a half outs. That means Gossman would need to record an out in the 6th inning. Even if he pitches well, I don't think he's going to get the chance to do that. And then, of course, if he's not pitching well, he's probably not going to get the chance to do that either. So I think to go back to Mark's original question, from a pitching perspective, I have less of a gauge on the strikeouts here. I think I'm pretty confident that Gossman doesn't pitch into the 6th inning in this game. I just think the Blue Jays have too many resources to deploy where it wouldn't make sense to give the Dodgers a third chance at hitting Kevin Gossman. So that's the one I'll sort of settle on here is Gossman outs under. Okay. I'll go back to Brian. Is there
here regarding?
Yeah, go ahead, TB.
Sorry to jump in, but regarding managing now, Schneider is in a very peculiar spot here, because do you throw the kitchen sink at it to get the win here and wrap it up, or are you going to be cautious because you might lose this game and you want to save some people for Game 7? Now, my theory has always been you play for today. You don't even think about tomorrow because you have to win this game. That's my thought. But Toronto technically doesn't have to win this game. So the manager is in a bit of a peculiar spot here. Now, Dave Roberts, on the other hand, he can throw everything at this game because it's do or die here. And I don't expect the Dodger bats to be as cold as they have been the last 2 games. So I expect this to be a pretty tight game. Now, Dave Roberts is easy. I mean, if his pitcher's struggling, you take him out. And you throw your best guys in there, you have to win this game. Now, if either team gets a 5-run lead, then the managerial decisions come into play. So what do you think, Brian?
Based on the way Roberts has managed for the Dodgers overall, I'm not so sure he pulls Yamamoto out. He has been very slow to pull out these starters, and he's been so good. He wants his best.
Game 1 he has, yeah.
He wants. And who do you trust? I mean, granted, both bullpens they had yesterday off, so if you use a guy today, he can still come back tomorrow. So I'm not too worried about that, unless you're pulling where the guy comes out and throws 40 pitches out of the bullpen, which I doubt will happen. I just don't trust him. He keeps people in too long, and I don't think he has a lot of trust out of his bullpen. And when he does go to the bullpen, he brings in guys that nobody else would bring in. Blake Trinan continues to get. I know he brought him in last game, and it was like 6-1 when he brought him in. But it was once again 8-1 or something when he left. Trinan has not had a good outing in the last month, and I said before he needs to take out Pages, and he finally did last game. Didn't help him much, but the Dodgers need to get more out of that. They've got Pages was great during the regular season, but it's clear if you watch him, he hasn't performed well. And the problem with the Dodgers bench guys is he doesn't play them all. So they're all rusty. None of them will play. He plays the same lineup each and every day for the most part, other than Call that he put in for Pages the other day. I don't like the way he's managed this, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, Ohtani could come in if he needs to. We saw the other day what with the starter was in for a long time, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these managers, who we criticized the entire time, can they bail themselves out in a key winner-go-home game?
I have an interesting. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Adam.
Well,
I have a comment on Ohtani though. When you're done,
I think I know exactly how this is going to play out from like a usage standpoint. So I'll start with the Blue Jays. I think what Schneider's going to do here is he's going to unload the bullpen and try to win game 6, because he knows that at absolute worst, he could probably go Bieber Scherzer game 7 and just have him split the game.
True.
So I think you'll see Gausman, and then he'll have his bullpen sort of like who he wants to face and where, and he'll just unload the bullpen guys, because
Bassett maybe.
Oh yeah, like that's the thing. Like, and even if like I don't even really count Bassett as a quote unquote like bullpen guy, but like he kind of is now for like this series. But like the fact that he could even go, I have to like double check I'm assuming he'll have Bieber start game 7. I think but you never know. I guess Scherzer would be like on more regular rest. Point is, Schneider can unload the bullpen here, because even if they lose, and when I say unload the bullpen, he's only going to do that if they're in a lead, right? If they're trailing, like let's say the Blue Jays are down 5-0, well then he's not maybe you'll see your boy Little out there mopping up a little bit. Like you're going to keep everyone for game 7, everyone that could potentially contribute. What I'm saying is tied or in the lead, I think Schneider unloads the pen, tries to win this game. If he doesn't, I think he's like, you know what? Okay, we didn't win, but I'm sitting on 2 really good pros, potential Hall of Famers, like, Shane Bieber obviously not the guy he used to be, but still, he's still been very good, and he's someone. I think both of those guys are in a spot like this is someone that you could probably count on. So I think Schneider looks at it and says, hey, we're going to give it our all in game 6. That's how it's going to go. Gausman, we're going to put our leverage guys behind Gausman. That's why I think Gausman could be out a little earlier here. I don't think they have to push him that third time through. And then if all else fails, we lose this game, we've got Bieber and Scherzer game 7. I will be shocked if you see anyone of American descent on the mound for the Dodgers tonight. I think it's going to be Yamamoto, Sasaki. That's it. Everyone else get ready for game 7. I truly believe Dave Roberts is going to, if he's smart. Now I can't speak to his intelligence here, but if he's smart, it's going to be Yamamoto until he's got to come out of game. I'm not saying he wouldn't go to like a Kershaw to get a lefty or something like that. There's situational things where I think he'd ask to get one out. I think you're going to see him go Yamamoto, even if it's only 6 innings, Sasaki the last 3, and get us to the game 7, and then we'll have our starter, and then we'll follow him up. Then you could talk. I'll let you make your point about Ohtani in a second. Then we'll worry about it tomorrow. But if I'm the Dodgers, I don't let a single other person toe that rubber unless it's Clayton Kershaw to get a left-handed batter. What were you going to say, TV?
He has not pulled. Yamamoto has pitched minimum 105 pitches in 5 of his last 6 starts. Or 5 of his last 7 starts. So I agree with you there. We're not going to see Ohtani today, and I'll tell you why. Dave Roberts is talking about possibly using Ohtani in game 7. And there's an interesting rule here. If Ohtani enters as a reliever, if he's DHing, he must be removed from the DH role if he enters as a reliever. He has to, if they want to keep his bat in the lineup, they have to give him a position. So that might put him at outfield. So they're talking about that in game 7. After he leaves the game as a reliever, he cannot be a DH. That's kind of a quirky rule, kind of strange, but there's never been anyone like Ohtani before. I don't think we're going to see him today. Like you said, he went 90 something pitches, which is kind of unusual for him this season. Are you itching to say
there's
something?
Zero chance they use him as a reliever. Like literally none.
If
they were going to use him in game 7, if they were going to use him, they'd have him open the game for an inning and go to someone else, because
that's like the next point.
There'd be zero chance he'd come in as a reliever. That is like, you can send Roberts to Mars if he tries to do that. Just get him out of the next point
that I'm going to make. Yeah, that's the next point I'm going to make. If they use him as an opener, for even just for 1 inning, he can be removed anytime and stay as a DH. So to your point, if they use him, they'll probably use him as an opener in game 7. So they are talking about how to use him. We won't see him as a pitcher in this game.
I got to be honest. I'll go to Brian on this. What's the point at this point? Like, they just got to him in game 4. I mean, even if you get to a game 7, are you like even messing around with Ohtani trying to get him on the mound? Or are you just like, hey, go focus on going 5 for 5 and scoring some runs for us? What's your thoughts on that?
From his standpoint, he's a creature of habit. The other day when I went the 18 innings, that's the first thing he talked about was, I got to get to bed. And he did not get his, I guess he sleeps a lot. That's the one thing I got him. I'm equal to Shohei Ohtani.
Is that a Japanese thing? Kikuchi sleeps like 14 hours a day, he said.
It's not a Japanese thing, but Japanese people tend to be very creatures of habit. And Ohtani is very particular about his sleep.
Yeah.
And that 18-inning game, he didn't get a good night's sleep that night. And he said it. And his wife said it too. He didn't sleep well. The dog didn't say anything. But his wife and he both said he didn't get a good night's sleep. And that
Can I ask a quick question, TB? I noticed in Korea, they talk to the players' wives during the game all the time, especially the American players. Is that because you're like, his wife said it, and I'm like, how the hell do you know that? And then I'm like, do they talk to her in Korean or in Japanese media or something? Because I noticed all the playoffs, they had the wives, they're giving them a microphone. Ryan Weiss's wife had a mic during the game. I've seen it 4 times in the KBO playoffs now.
Not during the game, no, but his wife is actually a celebrity. She was a professional basketball player, and she's famous, and she has her own cards and stuff like that. So she's a celebrity. So they interview her after the games, off and on.
Interesting.
They interview her even if it's not about Ohtani because she's famous here.
So Ohtani's the Charles Kelsey of Major League Baseball.
Well, she's not famous like Taylor Swift, not at all. He's 150 times more famous than she is. But I knew her name before she married him. Let's put it that way. But I'm into sports, Japanese sports. So, but anyway, I kind of agree with Adam here. Unless Yamamoto completely barfs, which he hasn't really barfed. I mean, he gave up 3 runs against the Phillies, but that's not really barfing. You can still call it a quality start, giving up 3 innings. Or 3 runs in 6 innings is a quality start, right? Or even 5 innings. So I don't think they'll pull Yamamoto. But look, the Dodgers are backs against the wall here. They will do anything to win this game. Anything. The question is, a Yamamoto who doesn't have his best stuff and is getting hit a little bit is. Vessi is out. Is Banda better than that? So it's always, when people say fire the manager, fire the coach, the football coach, who's the alternative, right? To your point, they probably don't have anyone who's better than a struggling Yamamoto. Trying certainly not.
TB, maybe you can help me out with this. So I'm looking on DraftKings. There's a prop, and it's. And every book's going to be a little bit different. So I just happened to pull. They seem to have sometimes the most extensive prop menu on some of these. So I just kind of default to looking.
I love DraftKings for that.
I think that the market I'd be most interested in is total strikeouts by Dodgers pitching. And I feel like I can't tell if this DraftKings one is combined or they listed a couple of different ways. So certainly look at your books because it's read the fine print, if you will, on some of these. But because I think it's going to be Yamamoto followed by Sasaki, I'm going to pull up that game 4 of the NLDS, I believe it was Dodgers Phillies was the game. It was Glass now as the starter, but that was when Sasaki came in and threw 3 innings. And I feel like, again, because the Dodgers have to win 2 games, I really, truly believe that it's going to be I think they're just going to say, Yamamoto, do your thing. We're going to follow you up with Sasaki. You bring him in a little bit earlier. That way, you kill a couple birds with one stone. You don't have to bring him in right in the 9th inning to just be in the biggest leverage spot of his life. and you pretty much solve the what are we going to do with the bullpen question. Because here's a couple of the other thing. I'd rather burn him here for 3 innings and get like what I believe is the best pitching setup for the Dodgers, Yamamoto Sasaki, than sort of like save him to potentially close out a game 7. That just doesn't sound like a spot that I really would want to put him in. And so then what you do if you're the and of course you have to win here if you're the Dodgers or there is no game 7. So I feel like you use them. You use them similar to the way they used them in game 4 of the NLDS, where it's just, I think Sheehan pitched an inning in there as well, but he was in like a 3-inning role. And then you've got everyone else for tomorrow. You've got Sheehan for tomorrow. You've got who your starter's going to be. What, refresh my memory. Who was the game 3 starter for the Dodgers, Brian? Who follows Yamamoto?
Glasnow.
Why? Yeah, probably Glasnow.
Yeah.
Yeah. All of that is good for tomorrow. So that brings me back to Mark's original question. He asked about the strikeouts. If you could get a scenario where you're just like backing strikeouts for Dodgers pitching, and you knew it was probably going to be Yamamoto to Sasaki, I feel like a strikeouts over there is a decent bet. And the reason I think it's a decent bet is the Blue Jays do get some offensive credit. So it's not like the line is going to be like so outrageous. Like, some teams that strike out a lot, you would have like a worse line in that regard. But I actually think the 2 pitchers could rack up. If it's those 2, I think you could see the Blue Jays strike out a little bit here. So, and then also Springer's probably back in the lineup, which I think will be a more free swinging sort of guy than the alternative, who was Davis Schneider or someone that's a little bit more trying to slap the ball somewhere. So I would take a strikeouts over for Dodgers pitchers if it was available. Go ahead, Brian.
This doesn't happen very often, but I think I disagree with you a little bit regarding the situation. I'm not going to bring your closer in to pitch 3 innings here. You bring him in.
Is he their closer, though? Are we just going to say, is he their closer now?
They'd say he's the closer. You've got Jesse Roblowski, and you've got Emma Sheehan, who neither one of them pitched the last 3 days. I would expect to see one of them go in this game here. They're far better than the other options that the Dodgers have, even though they're guys who are starting in their past. They've been starters, so they can go in there and they can pitch 1 or 2 innings. I don't think you pitch him 3 and then they eliminate him for tomorrow. I think they want to keep your best starter or your best relievers out there, and I wouldn't put him in for 3. I'd put him in for 1, maybe 1 1/4 or 1 1/3 or something. But Roblowski and Sheehan have both had success, and I trust them both, and I believe they're American.
Yeah. Sheehan's been great in this series, and he was a starter in the regular season when everyone was injured, right? He was going 5 innings.
Yeah,
he's solid, but I don't think they're going to think about tomorrow. In my opinion, it's do or die. I mean, game 7 is weird because in game 7, you might even see Snell come back and pitch in it. I mean, you could see anything.
Oh, he's not coming back. Snell's
not coming back. Just using that as an example, but if he had success in this series, he would have.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But game 7s are weird. I mean, you can pitch a starter on 3 days rest for 1 inning in game 7, which you never see in the regular season. So game 7 of the World Series, there's no tomorrow. I mean, everyone, it's all hands on deck.
Yeah.
I mean, even Snell is possible. So, game 7s are weird, but game 6, if you're a smart manager, you're not thinking about tomorrow, you're winning this game and then worry about tomorrow when it comes, in my opinion. That's just my opinion.
We haven't seen a game 7 in a World Series since 2019. Nats Astros was the last game 7.
The garbage can.
Anyway, yeah, Nats Astros, that Baby Shark song is still just ingrained in my head from that series. I think that was Gerardo Parra who made that a big deal.
Katy Perry and the Dancing Sharks. No, I'm just kidding. That was a super good story.
But yeah, listen, game could go a number of different ways. I think Brian, I'll come around to that point. It could be Sheehan that they do that with instead of Sasaki, where it's like, I guess the point was and again, I'm not Dave Roberts. Dave Roberts doesn't watch Total Bases. He probably should, but he doesn't. I just like the idea of like not, getting Sasaki or getting a guy out there earlier than just, hey, it's the 9th inning, because they really don't. That's the thing. The Dodgers really don't have a closer right now, like a traditional closer, unless you want. I mean, they have Blake Trinan, but I don't know that they want to put him out for the 9th inning. So, again, for me, I see this done in Korea every once in a while. It's actually what Hanwha should have done in Game 4 with Dongju Moon. They cost themselves the series by not just like following their starter with their best pitcher and letting him finish the game. I almost think the Dodgers should be more looking at doing that here than like, okay, we need an 8th inning guy. We need a 9th inning guy. I think you get a guy out there. If he's throwing the ball good, you leave him and you let him finish the game. And then all those guys are still out there for tomorrow. Go ahead, Brian.
What do we think about Springer coming back into the lineup? I'm totally wrong, I guess, because I thought he'd be out for the playoffs. They said last game he had his helmet on to come in and pitch a run, and they said he was available if they needed him to hit. Now they're going to start him. Somewhat worried about that.
Brian, I'm glad you brought that up because that was on my list of props to talk about. I would play under Springer props here. I saw people on Twitter yesterday saying that they would play Springer props if he was in. And I'm just in my head, I'm like, the dude is basically got drilled in the knee. He's had he's banged up. He's clearly coming out of the game late, right? Like you're not going to leave if he gets on base in like the 7th inning or something, or if he you probably wouldn't leave him in the game late if there was a situation that dictated getting like someone else in the game. I would play every Springer prop under here, every single one, but across the board, total bases under, hits under. I just other than the fact that he's George Springer, he's probably earned the right to be out there. Why would you have him out over, like, they've got other guys that are playing good ball. Like, why would you have him out clearly banged up and hurt over like a Schneider or someone that's actually contributed lately? That's crazy to me.
Yeah. And there's also the chance he swings too hard and pulls himself out of the game because he hurts himself again. I think Springer is out there for leadership. He's one of the team leaders. Yep. And if you have hurt yourself like he has, do you really want to go out there and swing full?
Ryan, you got to face Yamamoto. That's the other thing. It's not like, you're not facing Tanner Gordon and Coors Field getting a couple of at-bats.
Is he swinging hard enough to get a home run? I mean, what are the home run props not to get a home run? I mean,
right.
He may only get 2 or 3 at-bats. You're laying some chalk.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think injuries are part of the equation anymore because you have the whole off season to recover unless you're a pitcher throwing out your elbow or something.
You saw as soon as that happened, he pulled himself out of the game, and he's not a guy that would do that.
Mm.
We'll see. I've been proven wrong. He's back in the lineup, but I don't see a good day out of Springer.
They're talking about using him as a pinch runner. That would be just
the last game.
Yeah,
that would be insane to do. Why would you do that? Is he that fast?
Much faster than Kirk.
True.
TK in the chat makes a good point, and I think it makes Brian's point as well. You're doing it because he's your leader, and you're almost like having him out there. Obviously, like if he wasn't at all fit to play, he's not going to play. But if he's in there saying that, okay, like I feel all right, I can go give it a go. You have to at least this is a guy that's, you might want around for a little while. Like you want, you got to be, it's almost like, you don't want to upset him because you probably want him to be part of the franchise, right? Like he's a guy that I don't know how much time he's got left, but I think he's there for at least another year or two. But the point is, it's like when it's one of your leaders on your team, it's almost like Schneider getting waved off by Max Scherzer a couple games ago. John Schneider in his head was probably like, God damn it. I really wanted to take him out of the game right here. But there's a couple leaders on this team there. And I don't think it's the guys who you think, but I'm pretty sure it's Bassett, Scherzer, Springer are more like the clubhouse leaders. I know for a fact Bassett is because he was the reason they got Scherzer. And then, of course, Springer's probably another one of your guys. I think that's the reason that you would have him out there over maybe, let's say, a Davis Schneider who came in, led off the game with a home run, is playing good as well. I think if this was any other time, you're like, all right, George, take a couple days. We'll get you back in, but it's the World Series. This is what these guys give their whole career to be in this moment. And for someone that's done what Springer's done in his career, you're not gonna deny him going out there in Game 6 and playing in this game. But it doesn't mean we can't bet against it because he's probably still feeling it a little bit. And like Brian said, one swing that's a little too hard or tweaked something, he's coming out. And your under bets are hitting. And then at these Mickey Mouse books, your over bets are going to get refunded, but your under bets are probably going to hit. So, that's a good point. Deserves. Yes, it's George Springer at full strength. Of course he's worthy. But what we're saying is the dude is basically nursing 2 injuries right now. And he might give it all he can to go out there, have one at bat, and then have to raise his hand and say, maybe shouldn't have done that, but I wanted to do it because it's the World Series. That's, I think, what we're saying when we're looking at some Springer unders. And then there's just the possibility that you're still up against Yamamoto, and even George Springer at absolute full strength wouldn't get a hit off Yamamoto because he's one of the best pitchers in the league. That's the point I was trying to make.
So you guys were talking about strike props. So this is why I would not take Yamamoto's over, although he has been over 6.5. He's been regularly striking out 7 guys, but I have the Jays, according to my numbers, one of the lowest strikeout teams in the regular season. Now I don't have a separate database for postseason, but I do know that Yamamoto struck him out 9 times his last outing, but they were only striking out 5.5 times a game, which is one of the lowest strikeout rates in MLB. So I would be hesitant to take Yamamoto's strikeout prop today. I think yes, Yamamoto is a strikeout master. I have him at 11 Ks per 9. It's pretty amazing numbers. But yeah, I wouldn't take his prop. I would agree with the other 2 gentlemen here that Gausman's strikeout prop would probably be a better buy here. He's striking out 8.7 per 9, and the Dodgers are striking out right around 8. So if Gausman can go 5 innings, he should be able to hit his strikeout prop today. Just my 2 cents on the strikeout.
I think you could take the Yamamoto strikeout prop under if you wanted to, even though he's had 7 strikeouts and 8 strikeouts his last 2 games. He's at less than a strikeout per inning because he went 9 innings in both those games. So it took him 9 innings to get 8 strikeouts in Game 2 against the Blue Jays. It took him 9 innings to get 7 strikeouts against the Brewers. That's where it's when you look quick, you're like, oh, 8 strikeouts, 7 strikeouts. He's getting his strikeouts, but he had 9 innings to get both of those. That's less than a strikeout per inning. I guarantee you, and I haven't looked at it, but I guarantee you his strikeout prop is based on more than a strikeout per inning for tonight's game. So that's an interesting way to look at it. Brian, go ahead.
I would agree. And since Toronto's in the American League, I don't have the schedule in front of me, but the chances of them seeing Yamamoto since he was injured last year and only through 80 innings, and then this year, that was the first time they'd faced him. Now they faced him a week ago. So they know a little bit more about him than they did before. So he was great against him before. I think Toronto would have a little better success against him today.
Yeah. Another thing, strikeout props are very reliant on outs. Like how many innings does that pitcher go? Like Adam was saying, it took Yamamoto 9 innings to get 7 and 8 strikeouts. So, but we're also saying Yamamoto's probably going to go deep tonight, and we'll probably only see Japanese pitchers today. So,
Adam says he's only going to go 6, and I would agree it would be lesser because he's gone 18 innings his last 2 starts.
If he goes 6 innings, I would imagine he'll get 6 or less strikeouts, in my opinion, if that's the case. But like I said, strikeout props are very dependent on how many outs you pitch.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make something clear. What Adam thinks they should do and what will happen are 2 different things. Like I was just, I was just saying what I think should happen. I think it should be Yamamoto, and I think they should have their guy, whether it be Sheehan, whether it be Sasaki, whoever their guy is, that they're like, you are our best option. I think the mindset should be pre-planned. Yamamoto until this point, maybe a guy to get maybe a Kershaw to get a lefty or something. And then this is our guy the rest of the game. We're riding with him. Let's go to game 7 and not do the thing where it's like, now I got to bring Trine in. Now I got to put someone in a spot to fail. That's all I was saying. Whether it's Sheehan, Sasaki, that's it. And again, Dave Roberts doesn't watch this show, to my knowledge, so he's probably just going to do whatever the hell he wants, and maybe he doesn't do anything near that resembles that. But I do know that the Dodgers like to script out their thing. The other thing I wanted to say, and then we'll go back to TB because I want to get his opinion on this. I had one more prop I wanted to bring up on the show. I'm trolling the chat now because I go from talking no props, and then people say more props in the chat, and now I'm just going to give you every prop opinion I possibly could for Game 6. Ohtani over walks is plus money. John Schneider came out and essentially said earlier, yes, I'm sorry, Ohtani
as
over
a hitter.
walks as a hitter.
Oh, as a hitter.
Ohtani
Okay.
over walks as a hitter. Over 1.5 is something like plus like 130 something. Now, he went 0 for 4 last game, didn't register a walk. But Schneider earlier in the series essentially said, like, bro, we're not pitching to you. Sorry. Just not going to happen. I kind of like and then of course, like, you know, I think it was important to let Savage go after him because you didn't want him to start an inning sort of, you know, behind. And then of course, Savage had his A+ stuff and he had all the confidence in the world. So even if you had a plan at some point to pitch around Ohtani, once you saw Savage just doing his thing, that plan went out the window. I could see Schneider being a little bit more cautious in this game with Ohtani. Over 1.5 walks for Ohtani is plus money. I think that's a good bet. What do you think, TV?
Okay. 15 at-bats against Gaussman, and he hasn't walked once. That's tough. And take a look at Gaussman's walks on the season. He only walked 1.2 guys per start. So I don't know about that. But
so I got another follow-up question to you.
If intentional walks come into play, then yes. But 2 walks for one batter, that's dicey. But for plus money, it's worth a shot, perhaps.
So if you think Gaussman's not going to pitch around him, then I would also sprinkle, because this is on DraftKings, I just saw it, Ohtani's first at bat being a home run. I feel like you could, because think about it. If you're saying, well, he's not going to walk him, he doesn't want, then just sprinkle something on Ohtani leading the game off with a home run. Because if he gets, think about that. If he's not getting anything to hit and he draws a walk, you have all the rest of the game to draw another walk. If he does get a pitch to hit, a lot of times Ohtani gets a pitch to hit, it ends up well in the stands. So I would
take that at plus 1,400 maybe.
Yeah, and I'm more or less saying just like sprinkle something to offset because there's a way you hit both, right? Like there's still a long game. I'm saying sprinkle something to offset the walks bet. Like I said, I think it's 1.5 plus money. I'm going crazy here because they wanted the props.
It's very unlike you, Adam.
Money. Hey, it's our last show. We gotta take. It's our last show too. I don't have tomorrow. I got to go to the bullpen. We're gonna empty out all the relievers right here as well.
Adam doesn't have the White Sox plus 1.5 today. So
yeah, listen. You can have Ohtani plus 1.5 walks for like plus 135. I think is what it was. I left that screen. What will Ohtani's first plate appearance result in? 7-1 for a home run. Sprinkle a little bit on that. It's a little sprinkle. I'm just saying. The likelihood, it's either you're basically betting on Walker home run in the first. Like if he hits the homer, you should have structured it where you've at least made a little bit, and then you're free rolling to the walks prop. If he doesn't hit a home run, I feel like that means he probably didn't get much to hit. They're not intentionally walking him in the first at bat of the game, but they might, if Gaussman falls behind, he might be less inclined to throw one, right down the middle, 3-1. Maybe you get your walk and you're chilling right there. So I put my money where my mouth is, David. I'll bet this. I've done stupider things with money than that. But I'm not going to. I don't. Dude,
my question is, I'm not a prop guy. What is Ohtani's normal to hit a home run in a game? What does that pay?
Usually about plus 170, between plus 170 and plus 200.
Well, normally he gets 5 at bats in a game. With the
He
Dodgers,
probably will.
maybe
They're the visitors here. He's going to get at least 5 tonight, I think.
Well,
Probably.
you're not getting value at 7-1 is what I'm trying to say.
I said plus
and
1,400. Plus 1,400 would be the lowest that I would do it.
And I'm just saying that is, and I want to make something clear. What I really like here is him to walk twice in this game. I think that there's some value on. He didn't walk at all last game. Schneider's come out and said he's not really trying to mess with him. So that's what I think the good bet is. I'm just saying, I was just offering a counterpoint to your counterpoint that Gossman's never really walked him. Okay, so if you're like, well, Gossman's never really walked him, well, then I'm saying, well, why don't you sprinkle a little bit on his first at bat being a homer? Because he's probably, if you're telling me he's going to get something to hit, the likelihood that he just ambushes something and it's 1-0 Dodgers is not that unlikely. So I'm just saying that's a hedge to the.
I agree with the thought process. I do, but I just don't think you're getting the value on it. He's such a popular player. He's leading off, and we'll see.
Brian, do you think you're getting the value on over 1.5 walks at plus 135? I think that's decent value. What John Schneider has said, he doesn't want to pitch Ohtani
I understand
on multiple
that.
occasions.
So as long as intentional walks count, I would agree.
They do
agree that's not a bad play at plus money.
All right. If we're going to talk about props, I'll give you a couple that I think are worth putting some money on.
Let's try to make it quick because we're up to an hour here. And I don't.
Well, yeah,
I'll make it very quick.
In 2 minutes or less. In 2 minutes or less.
No, 30 seconds or less.
30 seconds or less.
Dodgers to win the World Series right now is plus what was it? Plus
2-1. Plus 200 at DraftKings.
Yeah, I think that's a good bet for a small one. And also, if you're dying for a hitter prop, Max Muncy has destroyed Kevin Gausman in his career. Well, I mean, he's got a 1,400 OPS in 21 at bats. So I think Max Muncy hits, runs, RBIs over 1.5, or to get a hit in this game would be a good prop. That's just my 2 cents.
I would agree with those.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Muncy. I feel like we haven't heard his name called much. It definitely sounds like he's.
And I have a 5% play today. It's not Max Muncy to get a hit though, but I might add that.
I also have a 5% play. It's going to be in college football. It's my first 5% of the season. It's an early game. It's up there right now. I will have a play on the World Series. I passed the last one. Just gave an opinion in that one, so I'm going to have a play on today's game as well.
Yep.
Let me give you some advice real quick before Adam. Someone just said bet his total bases. Do not bet total bases because if you walk, a walk doesn't count for total bases. Bet hits, runs, RBIs because if you walk, you can still score.
You also just said that Gausman doesn't walk anybody.
Yeah. I mean, if you, I don't think you'll have, but I don't think you'll get the value on an Ohtani total base prop. I was saying I felt
I'm like Muncy.
Oh, Muncy, yeah. That makes I don't hate that. That makes sense. All right. I got to play up as well.
Hits, runs, RBIs instead of total bases, though.
I've got to play up as well. If you want it, it's on my page. You know where to get it. Right at the WagerTalk site, is the same with all of us. I will be back on Monday. So for you guys that are like, there's going to be no show, that's not true. You're just going to have to rock with me during college basketball for 5 months until baseball comes back. But I've got Brian Power, Rob Vino, and we're going to bring it. I've given them more homework than they've probably ever had going into college basketball season because I said, listen, like the way I do this show, they could ask about Bethune-Cookman. Someone's got to know something about Bethune-Cookman. So, so we've split up the country. Delaware State.
What's the time of this game, by the way? This show.
Say that again?
What time is your show?
10 a.m. So we're going 10 a.m. Eastern. We moved it back an hour, more so because the between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., there's a lot that goes on in the college basketball market for the most part. So we're going to bump it back to 10. a.m. We also don't have Rob Vino lives in the Philly area, and Brian Powell, we're all on the East Coast. So we don't have anyone out in Tokyo. We moved it back to 10 a.m. We're all on Eastern time. And yeah, we're going deep. So bring your questions. Doesn't matter if it's Indiana State, Richmond, could be, UTEP, whatever you got, we will have an answer for it. We're going to do it 5 days a week. Same format. We're just going to rattle off chat questions for an hour, see what comes up, hopefully a couple of betting angles, and then we'll move on to the next day. So that's what we plan to do here. And then the three of us will be back in March, next right? Year. Yeah. It'll be here before you know it, though. It'll be here.
We gotta start on opening day, because opening day is like a religion for baseball fans. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And opening day is, I believe, a Thursday now. So we'll definitely start on opening day. I think
opening day will be our first Total Bases show, the morning of opening day. Let's do it. Promise.
All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the year, guys.
Jump in the replay comments on this one for two reasons. One, we want to leave our bosses seeing a bunch of comments on our last show. And two, yes, I really truly want to know if this show was like how the show benefited you this season and what you would like to see more of for next year or less of. Maybe I know someone's going to be like, how about more props? Well, I'm going to, you know what? I'll if that's what you guys want to hear about, I'll make it more of a point to bring some prop insight each day. It's just not how I've ever bet, but maybe that's how I should be betting Major League Baseball. There's probably a bigger edge on props. So we'll see. But we appreciate the feedback. And thank you guys for tuning in all year. It's been fun doing the show. Enjoy World Series Game 6 and maybe Game 7 tomorrow night, and we'll see you guys soon.
NFL Week 9, 5 picks coming your way right now. And yes, the dude abides. Halloween edition of Let's Make Millions. Adam Rosenberg joining me. That's right, Dan Alexander, a.k.a. Jeff Bridges here. And I have my dinosaur-like partner with me. You knew Let's Make Millions was going to come proper. And yeah, exactly. We're gonna bite through the books this week. A lot of bad puns coming your way. Yes, and we're going to start where we always do, recapping. Berg and I had our first losing week in
a month and a half.
5 weeks. Yeah, since week 2 of NFL. So we're coming off at 2-3. We avoided getting completely buried. We're still 4 games over 500, but we need a 4-1 week. We need a 5-0 week. And honestly, the dude loves this board about as much as I did the week when we went 4-1 in week 3. So to recap, we lost with San Francisco. Bad bet. They got absolutely destroyed in time of possession. We'll talk about that on the show today. Funny enough, the one game that covered in the 1 p.m. slate was Baltimore, who we were in the comments saying, oh my God, Lamar isn't playing. We would buy off of this game.
Oh yeah, we're freaking out.
By the way, the game we said we would buy off for was taking 7.5 with the Miami Dolphins, who win outright against Atlanta. Yeah. We'll also talk about that game. Easy cover for us with Tampa Bay with all those turnovers, switching the quarterback for the Saints. We lost on Dallas, lost on Pittsburgh. 2 square dogs, they died. Berg, the story is the fact that NFL favorites are just on a screaming rate. I think it's 18-4, something like that, probably even better over these last 2 weeks. So the question is, does that continue? Well, as we get into some of our plays this week, we'll say a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. The thought of favorites continuing to cover at this rate. Maybe some of them will, maybe some of them won't. But you see the week 9 contest spreads. In case it's your first time ever joining us, no, we don't usually dress this ridiculously. No, I usually don't sport a goatee, but the Halloween edition we have coming your way here. We pick 5 games against the spread. These are the picks that we enter in for our Circa Million entry, and we share them here for you with breakdowns and props all along the way. So nothing to it, Bergie, but to do it. So let's get into it and talk the 49ers taking on the New York Football Giants. Disgusting last week, the injury to Cam Scatterbo. Gross. Luckily, it seems like he had the surgery. Big Dom got him some pizza, got him some cheesesteaks, so we sent him on his way. Cam Scatterbo
went in there to finish the job.
Yeah, exactly. So all jokes aside, you never want to see that happen. But here's the thing is you didn't just lose a running back for the New York Giants, in my opinion. You lost a guy who was really like a heartbeat of the team. And that's why I think heading into week 2, we're laying it here with San Francisco on the road. We're going back to the well with the team that we backed a lot this year. We picked our spots. We lose with them last week. But I think New York is going to be primed to lose the same game twice this week. And what do I mean by that? Just the heartbreaker that they had against the Philadelphia Eagles, and it was bigger than it even seemed simply because you get Scatterbo hurt, and it was a team who maybe internally they felt, wow, we might even be on the same kind of plane as a Super Bowl champion after we rolled them on a Thursday night football game. They come crashing down to earth. And the rough 10-point loss for San Francisco, losing the position or the time of possession, 41 minutes to 18 minutes. The fact, in my opinion, that they only lost by 10 with that stark of a margin is actually bet on for me. This is a team you've had a great read on. You've won me over on picking your spots with the 49ers, and I think this is a great one. We're getting under a field goal, laying it with the 49ers. What say you?
I think this Giants team, they don't have a lot to be excited about right now. Maybe on the defensive side of the ball, but they're the worst rushing defense in the league. They give up the most explosive yardage. That doesn't really bode well for a game plan for the Niners off a loss. I also think that there is absolutely no denial that Kyle Shanahan is a better coach than Brian Daboll. And I look, I'm going to see, I think we're going to see a lot of CMC, a lot of Kittle. Jennings actually had a great game last game. If you look within some of the deep metrics, but this is to me, this Niners team is not really, they haven't had problems when they fly East other than against the Eagles in that infamous NFC Championship game. They've been fine when they go East. It's just going to be very hard for me to see this Giants team. That was a tough loss to get up from. Also, that team's 2-6, guys. I don't know why everyone keeps talking about them like they were 10-3 or some sort of weird different. Like, it's still a 2-6 team. Still a 2-6 team. So respect for your defense.
Just to add in on what you're saying about them being a 2-6 team rather than saving this towards the end, congrats to getting those 2 wins, but they are the same Daboll Giants who the last 2 seasons 5-20 straight up, even with your 2 wins this year, 9-15 against the number last season. So let's not get caught up in the excitement of beating the Eagles on Thursday Night Football and the other game that they won earlier in the year. Let's not become prisoners of the moment because they're still a team who's 5-20 straight up the last 2 years, 9-15 against the spread. Sorry to jump in there, but it just bolstered your point that this is still a Daboll Giants team.
Yeah, I think that this is a Daboll Giants team. I don't think that they're very good. I'm just also looking at myself as this dinosaur. And I'm looking at some of the DVOA.
Just don't look at the screen. You can't look at the screen of our
teams are on opposite sides of DVOA. I mean, San Francisco's 11th. The Giants are 21st. This is a Niners. I get it. You're supposed to take 2.5, not lay 2.5. Give me the Niners.
Yeah, and coming off the loss where Daboll and the Giants said, I had a rough night and I hate the effing Eagles, man. I hate the effing Eagles, man. There's another Duke quote for you. Yeah, no, for me, man, this is just a case of a team that has a lot to play for. That's the better team, the better coach, the better defense. And yes, we're laying points, but it's a spot where this is just an absolute letdown off of a beatdown. So I think Kyle Shanahan and the squad off one of their worst losses of the years will say, this aggression will not stand, man. We're laying it with the 49ers. That's 3 already, Berg. I'm doing well here. 7 minutes in and 3 Deuterino references for you. All that to be said, we're laying 2.5 with the San Francisco 49ers. Moving us to play number 2 and file this, Berg, under the only the die-hard fans of this show will understand play coming up here. Because we are taking a look at this New England and Patriots game, Atlanta on the road after looking just absolutely, there is no way to sugarcoat this, man. They looked like white steaming dog crap. is really how
I think they
looked
actually
last
had
week.
they had already gotten to New England. They actually didn't show up to that game.
Yeah, they didn't even play last week. Bijan Robinson, an absolute no factor in the game. But there's this axiom that Berg and I have worked on, betting in our own personal lives, that we've transferred over to our Circa picks. And if there is a case to be made for the team who looked the absolute worst the week prior, if there is a way to make a case for that team to bet on them the following week, it's a no-brainer thing that Berg and I bet every week. And this week, we like it enough to make it to our card. That's right. Hold your nose, Atlanta, plus the 5.5 against the New England Patriots. And yes, we're recording this on a Thursday. Penix should be back. And dear God, we hope so. But let's be real. We're 1-0 with reading the quarterback news wrong and thinking Lamar Jackson was going to be back, having it be Snoop Huntley, and we still cover. So does it matter? I will say Kirk Cousins at this point in his career might not be Snoop Huntley, and that resoundingly showed. But Berg, I think Penix will be back. May looks great. There's no way around it. But I'm of the firm belief that the Patriots are doing what they should do and what Vrabel has really done his entire career, and that is beat up on bad teams. They have one of the easiest schedules in the league, and they're taking care of business. But when they've played teams, the best team with DVOA this year that they've played was the Pittsburgh Steelers. They lost to them. Other than that, they've been playing teams in the bottom 5, scraping the barrel. For what it's worth, I think the Bills check in at like 18 in adjusted DVOA overall, too. So I know I don't worship at the altar of that stuff, but all of that is to say Drake May is amazing. He looks great. This team can hurt you downfield. This is the best defense they're going to play. And they have a team who, if they want to keep their head coach around in Raheem Morris, this is a wake-up, rally the troops, kitchen sink-esque game, in my opinion. Berg, do you agree with taking these 5.5 points against the New England Patriots?
There's a couple kitchen sink games on this slate.
There really is.
They're defensive DVOA for me on these teams, complete opposite sides of the spectrum. I would like you said, like you had just mentioned, they haven't really played a team like this, and when they did, it didn't go well. This, to me, right away, this was a Falcons read. I bet them on openers. I took a bad number on openers. Yeah. Whatever. I think that they're going to win outright.
Me too.
So that's fine. Everyone is on New England right now. And we kind of have, like you said, we have a system team that looks the worst the week before. We have 2 of them on our slate. We are taking them, and we've been doing very well about picking out those spots. So let's go. Dirty Birds fly.
Well, and here's for me is, if New England is so good, if this whole run is really true, if they really are, May MVP candidate, this is a team who's going to make a deep run in the playoffs. If all of that is true, and all of what we think is horrible about the Atlanta Falcons is true, why is this line under a touchdown? And I ask this question because it's going to tie into a pick we made later. Why is this line under a touchdown if all of what we know about these two teams is true? The simple fact is it's not true. No team is ever as good as they look. No team is ever as bad as they look. Really great spot. Plus 5.5 with the Falcons. And yet they got beat up on last week. Sure, it happens, man. Sometimes you eat the bar, sometimes the bar eats you, just like the dude always said. And last week, they got eaten by the bar. But this week, they're taking on a New England team who's running home games versus NFC opponents. Sure, they like playing AFC opponents, but when the NFC teams travel to New England, 5-1 against the spread. Yes, I know it's a new coach, so pump the brakes there. Falcons are going to be up to this game. Raheem Morris's seat could be getting a little bit hot. I think they respond for their head coach, plus the 5.5 with Atlanta, and Sprinklebergy on that money line, because we think they got a chance to win outright. Now we move and stay here in the 1 p.m. slate, 10 a.m. for those of you on the West Coast, much like myself. This is a team who, yes, I'm going to sprinkle the money line, Berg, but I'm not sure if I would be sweating a survivor pick on the Lions the same that I would be I would be sweating a survivor pick on the Patriots. Let's just get that out there. But Minnesota plus the 8.5. This is the hold your nose again, oh my God special. And Berg, to tie back into what we talked about in this last game, this is the we talked about at the top, the 18-4 run, whatever the hell it is for favorites. Favorites are covering at an insane rate right now, right? And this Detroit team is coming off of a bye, right? All of these things, they matter, right? Detroit is a team that likes beating up on bad teams. They run the score up, especially at home, right? Yes, all of that is true. Yet, not only is this thing not 9.5 anymore, Berg, because the market's bought in on the Vikings, this thing didn't even open at 10. Why is it that a team coming off a bye who's a Super Bowl favorite against a Minnesota team who doesn't know who their quarterback's going to be? It's going to be J.J. McCarthy, who doesn't have any.
They said it looks like J.J.
Okay, so that's confirmed. KOC said it's going to be J.J. McCarthy, which, again, when this first opened up, Berg, let's peel back the curtain. I texted you, and I said, how the hell are the Lions under 10? And I go, This has to be a play for us, right? We have to bet Detroit. And you were like, yeah, you're right. That is really weird. It wasn't even 5-6 hours later that you go, dude, I think we want Minnesota.
I said, this line is really, I said to everybody who I respect, which is you, Ryan,
very short list of people.
Ryan, Nostradamus, Kramer,
yes.
Sean.
Don't do pleasers with other people.
Don't do pleasers with other people is what he told me, which I did, and it won. Look, I said it to everybody. I was like, this line feels really short. And it's really weird to say that. Look, we just do this. We bet these and look at these lines every week. And Detroit's been very good to us as a long favorite. I guess I am so used to us and so familiar with how we are handling Detroit as a double-digit favorite at home, sometimes a 2-touchdown favorite at home. This felt short out of the gate. And I get it. There's a lot of McCarthy things. I heard that Van Ginkel might be back. I know he started practicing, which would be huge for that defense. I also kind of got the feeling in that last game, they are off a mini bye. I got the feeling in that last game that they sort of punted that game to get to this one. Literally, like let Carson Wentz die. Rip. Literally let him die. He died on the field. His soul was extracted by the Chargers. It's a divisional game. It's another kitchen sink game. They put all their chips in on McCarthy. This is one of those things, like you said, hey, don't you burn your survivor entry on this. Don't burn your survivor entry on this, but plus 4.5, which is sort of the next band down from a long spread. So, look, we're not saying we don't give you stuff that we think someone can backdoor. I think that's a lazy cap because you're basically waiting all game for somebody to do something in the fourth quarter garbage time. That doesn't sound great. We actually think Minnesota is going to be competitive for this. Plus 4.5 is almost 2-1. It's plus 190. That's the bet that I think that you want to have on this one. We basically agree that this game is probably closer to near or around a field goal than it is more than a touchdown. Give us these Vikings, man. Vikings at plus 8.5.
And again, the market has moved with this, if you want to call it the sharp play or whatever, but it kind of makes sense. And like I said, when the line first opened, me and my public mindset text Berg and I say, oh my God, we want Detroit. And Berg says, the dude is not in. No, we're taking Minnesota. And then as I started diving into to this breakdown, everybody talking about Detroit off the bye, Berg alluded to it, Minnesota off the mini bye. They've been damn good off the mini bye historically. 8-2 against the spread coming off Thursday night football games is this Minnesota Vikings team. And the Vikings also are in a bounce back against a team who has really beat up on them. I believe they've lost 5 straight or something like that against Detroit. So not only revenge, double revenge, triple revenge, quadruple revenge. How about quintuple revenge? And they're coming off a bad outing. Here's something for you with the Vikings. 17-6-1 straight up, 18-5-1 against the spread. The game after they allow 36 points. The game after they get beat up on. And here's something. You throw a little subset in there. If they're a dog that following game of 3 or more points, 7-0 against the Vikings. Undefeated Mark Lawrence spot. So comment below and you can say, Newbie and Berg, I love you, but sooner or later you're going to have to face
That's a Betasaurus Rex. That's great.
Yeah. That's a Trendosaurus Rex. But yeah, so comment below and let us know how crazy that is. And then I will comment back, shut the F up, Donnie. Might not be a dude quote, but it's a meaningful quote. You're way out of your element, Donnie. All right, here we go, Bergie. We're way out of our element with these last 2 dogs that we took. So let's go back to playing favorites, right? Favorites have been cashing so great. Well, don't get too excited because the favorite that we're playing is the Houston Texans. That's right. The Houston Texans playing one of the hottest teams in the NFL. We just lost on fading Denver last week because we thought the Cowboys offense would show up. They certainly did not show up. And Denver looked really good last week. But man, Houston is weird, Berg. I mean, this is, again, with many of our picks this week, let the line lead the way special. We thought it was weird that Houston was a 1.5-point favorite against the 49ers. And what did they do? They outgained them. They outstatted them. They outpossessed them. This Houston team at home, there is something to it, man. I mean, in Houston, D'Amico Ryans and his defense, when you come in there, they make your day suck. 3 of the opponents that they've faced at home have had their season low in yardage. And this is also a Denver offense that goes how Bo Nix goes. And he is up and down. I mean, this dude is a roller coaster. Sometimes he looks like an MVP. Sometimes he looks like Donnie throwing the ball out there. Under Ryans, here's something for you before we get your thoughts on this one, Berg. We're laying the 1.5 with Houston. Under D'Amico Ryans, 4-1 against the spread in the second of back-to-back home games. So when they're staying home, they get to stay focused. You already saw the focus in game 1 with what they did to the 49ers. I think they're just as prepared to shut down this Denver team who is due for a letdown. I hate to use the due theory. We're using it almost twice with fade New England and fading this Denver team. But it makes a hell of a lot of sense, especially with the Denver team, when there is favorites outside of their own division, just 6-1 against the spread as a non-divisional favorite. And, that's obviously not the case that you're seeing here since you're getting them as 1.5-point dogs, but essentially it's a pick 'em price that we're talking about right here, right, Berg?
Yep. And I mean, you alluded to the home splits on this Houston team. Look, this Houston team's got a great defense. And I think that defense kind of found a little bit of something else over the last couple of weeks. So I think that they're going to put, Bo Nix, frankly, in hell. I do think I'm a little concerned about the pass rush stuff. Sure. But the thing that jumps out to me about the home stuff, 8-4 in the last 12 covering this 1.5 at home.
Yep.
That's bonkers. All right, in their last 12. This is, and I like alts on this. This is going to be a pleaser leg for me.
Wow.
This is gonna,
you like them to win by margin, like what they did?
I like them to win by
Niners,
6.5. I think I'm going to do it by 6.5. You actually, you can, if you look at what the 6.5 is costing. Let's see, 6.5 is just for 6.5 is only 2-1. Which, you know what that means? It means that's called cost control, because that should be longer. Is what I'm saying. The line's telling you everything you need to know about this. Like you said, you have a team that just beat another team by 20 points and now goes somewhere and is getting 1.5 on the road. The line tells you everything you need to know. This Texas team's going to grind in and get it done.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think you're getting this is a sneaky letdown spot for a Denver team who's been looking for a letdown spot. Like, they've been asking their opponents, hey, can you finally find a spot where we can be faded? And it's a sneaky bet on team, especially at home. Houston, again, we talk about all the time, never as good as you look, never as bad as you look. Houston firmly fits into that category. So, this is not Vietnam. This is bowling, and there are rules, Berg. And the rule for us, we're taking the Houston Texans whenever they're at home, if the line makes sense. So that is how we are going here, laying the 1.5 against Denver. I can hear the comments now. I love it. Keep them coming, folks. And while you're down there, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. The dude and my dinosaur counterpart would appreciate it. All right, buddy.
That's what I am.
Yes. This is the Velociburger play of the week. Well, it wouldn't be us, Berg. We talked about a lot of road dogs. We need a home dog on this card. This is the Newbie and Berg show. This is Let's Make Millions. What home dog makes sense? Well, hold your nose, folks, because no, not the Commanders at home getting 3. It's not the Bills at home getting 2.5. No, you look on that board, you know how we go in sequential order. 1 p.m. Pacific time, 4 o'clock on the East Coast. Get your tongues out, because we're betting on the Raiders. The Las Vegas Raiders. The question for me, Berg, and then I'll give some thoughts on this one. Who the hell are the Jacksonville Jaguars to be road chalk against anyone? I don't care if it's the Raiders. Both teams are coming off of a bye. So you can't sell me on, well, rest first, rust, blah, blah, blah. Jacksonville coming off an embarrassing loss in their home stadium of London. Then they got to travel home. Think about how we just got the shit kicked out of us by the Rams. Las Vegas, they're off a shutoff loss. The worst loss in the young Pete Carroll era against a Kansas City team who just looks absolutely on fire. You and I are a little bit head-to-head on that Kansas City and Buffalo game, which is why we don't have a play in it. I have some thoughts of why we bet Las Vegas, but the question is, why would we bet Las Vegas? I'll give some thoughts, but I want to get your thoughts, Velociburger. This is a disgusting burger. This is that nasty burger.
Sweaty under that, so I had to take my.
I know. I'm getting a little sweaty too. If you saw the pits underneath this thing, and I had the pants on and everything. The whole outfit is completed.
This is it.
I mean, Jacksonville and Las Vegas.
You have to find. You got to screen grab the things for us. Anyway, look, both teams are off a bye, but you kind of alluded to it. So Jags got beaten as dogs in what I would argue is another home game for them in London. So yes, they shouldn't be road chalk here. But put that aside, whatever. Raiders haven't been great. You say that. You could say that back to me. I think if you wanted to say that there was a team that desperately needed a bye, it was this Raiders team. Because Pete Carroll coming back to coaching, things just haven't looked right. They're also getting super healthy. Jacoby Myers is going to be back. Brock Bowers is going to be back. Brock Bowers being back is huge. They said he's full go in practice. That moves their entire offense. This Jags defense, it gives up the most explosive passing plays in the league. I do believe that Devin Lloyd is not practicing. He was limited yesterday. If he doesn't go, that's a key cog to their entire defense on the Jags side. A big boost for the Raiders. But again, another one of those like lines are telling me something. If you want to hit like a little cool, cutesy little stuff here, some fun thing, they got to look ahead till Thursday, where they are playing the Denver Broncos. Look aheads to Thursday are 10-6 ATS this season. Okay, they're 8-8 straight up, but they are 10-6. So look, we've seen this Raiders team lose a game by a point. So I don't think that's going to happen. I think that this is a great spot for them. I think they're going to win out. There's a lot of holes I see in this Jags team. So give me the Raiders. The Raiders, Chris Berman style. The Raiders.
Yeah. No, and I'm right there with you, man. Like, even off of a bye, this is also just an awful spot for Jacksonville. You know, you talk about the little quasi look ahead. Let's also start with the fact that they're 1-9 against the spread when they're playing a team who's coming off of a bye. So this is a team who doesn't matter if they have rest or the other team has rest. When they're facing a team who has had extra time to prepare, and I get it, it's a new era, and this Cohen era hasn't really been awful for the Jacksonville Jaguars. We found spots to bet on them and play on them. Usually that's at home. 1-9 playing teams off the bye. The Raiders in that situation, 4-1 against the spread, playing teams coming off of a bye. Divisional look ahead. You mentioned that playing Houston next week. The game before playing Houston, Jacksonville, 2-8 against the number. That is a look-ahead spot that year over year has cashed. And then this is the piece de resistance, if you will. This is where it is a very complicated case, Maud. And that is where teams that got shut out before a bye week, so that is the Las Vegas Raiders, 9-5 straight up and against the spread, a perfect 3-0 if the team they're playing allowed 30 or more points in the last game, as the Jaguars did. Raiders spot, they win at home, give us the 2.5, but they're winning outright. So yeah, we'll take the points, no brainer. But that does it, Berg. 26 strong minutes. Wow, well done, my good sir. We need to wear costumes more often because we sweat through them. We're like, holy shit, we need to end this show. But let's do the recap for the folks. San Francisco laying 2.5 against the New York Football Giants. We're taking 5.5 with Atlanta against the New England Patriots. Taking the 8.5 with Minnesota. That's why I wore my dude purple today. Against Detroit. Houston at home laying the 1.5 against Denver. And Las Vegas Raiders plus the 2.5 against Jacksonville Jaguars. Berg, I love this card. I love the cards that are absolutely disgusting. Comment below. What do we do? Is this the 5-0 week? Is it 4-0? We're looking for our first winning week since last week. We got to start a new streak here, Berg, and we're also moving into a new quarter, hopefully making a nice quarterly prize. But, buddy, thanks for dressing up with me, man. Enjoy your Halloween. Always a good time. Yes, I will get the screen grab that we can show people how ridiculous we look. I actually don't look awful with the goatee. I'm not going to
No,
keep
you look
it,
great.
but I look like I could.
It's funny. It's got like it's given dude meets Jackie Treehorn vibes. Like, you know,
Yeah,
it's got
yeah,
all of it is in there. It's
that's
great.
right. That's what
I love that you got the sweater. The cardigan.
That's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to curate. No, so I sent a picture of me wearing this to my family, and they didn't realize it was a costume. I think that says more about my outfit choices and what I actually wear in my everyday life than it does about their ability to decipher who the dude is. But the dude abides. Comment below and let us know what you think of the picks this week. Best of luck to everyone. He is Adam Rosenberg. Follow him at Hey Rosenberg. Follow me at Newbie Talks. Dude abides. I'm the dude, so that's what you call me. Or you can call me is Dudeness, Duder, El Duderino if you're not into the whole brevity thing. But make sure while you're down there in the comments, you hit that like button and subscribe. For Bergie, I'm Newbie, and we'll see you next week. Let's make Millio!
College football week 9 is upon us. We've got some top 25 games, some barking dogs. We got the Steam report with VR. Is the Deli back open? An astonishing 61.7% on the season. And of course, we've got those best bets coming up next on Bet On It. All right, starting off with these top 25 games, and I'm going to go first. 12 p.m. Eastern, number 9, Vanderbilt, plus 2.5 at number 20, Texas, 45.5. I did a show this morning with some of my good friends over there on Bet Sweats, and they said, Kelly, is Vanderbilt going to be a square dog this week? And I thought, man, they might be. This Vanderbilt team, 15-6 against the spread since the beginning of last season. 5-1 against the number with an average cover margin of 13.1 points per game on the road in the SEC. I like this Vanderbilt team. Diego Pavia won another game. They said that they could not win. Last year, Texas went to Nashville, 17-point road favorites, and Vanderbilt gave them a scare. And it's scary. Arch Manning got knocked out last week versus Mississippi State. Texas needed overtime to just give me one of those, another double-digit lead blown by my underdogs and my 3-team moneyline parlay. If Arch isn't a go, Matthew Caldwell seems serviceable, but this guy's got to bounce around from school to school. He's had 5 starts in his college career, 8 interceptions in those games. I know that Vanderbilt might seem square, but I am not in the business of laying points with this Texas Longhorns team, and I'm probably not going to get involved in this game. I have Texas not to make the playoff. I have Texas under season wins, so I'm just going to sit back and hope the Doors can get the job done for me. VR, you're up next, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Number 18, Oklahoma, is a 3.5-point underdog at number 14, Tennessee. 56.5 is the current total.
Yeah, and just a disclaimer, I haven't bet this game like as a premium play for subscribers. 8-1 right now on the TV game for Bet On It. 20-7 overall in college football for the show. But I do like the Oklahoma side. I think this is a big test for Tennessee. We know how loaded they are on offense. I can't disagree. This is the number 1 offense in all of college football. They're the number 1 most efficient offense. They're like number 1 in scoring. They're number 1 in yard, like all the stats that actually matter as far as offense. They're the best, but they're going up against a really good defense in Oklahoma. It's a top 10 defense, so they're really going to get tested. So far, Tennessee has had a tough schedule. In fact, the 11th toughest schedule in all of college football. And to have the number 1 offense against that is very impressive. That's what's held me back from actually firing a premium play yet on the Sooners. I think this is a coin flip game. You're looking at 2 6-2 teams with almost the exact same point differential. You have Oklahoma with a plus 127 point differential. You have Tennessee with a plus 118 point differential. And both have top 20 toughest schedules. Like this really is a coin flip game. Like when we talk about fights sometimes, and it's whoever goes off as the dog, that's the side I like because I think it's that close of a fight, that type of coin flip. And if you're getting plus money in a coin flip, you got to take it. I think this is a coin flip because I don't think there's much home field advantage for either side. We saw Tennessee go into Oklahoma last year. They beat Oklahoma in Oklahoma. They were favorites to get it done. They got the job done. But more importantly, if you look at this year, they played just as well on the road as they've done at home. And for home field advantage, I'm looking for a team that plays a lot better at home or a lot worse at home than they do on the road. Show me you're 1-3 on the road and 4-0 at home, and that's a strong home field advantage. But if you're 4-0 on the road, 4-0 at home, doesn't really matter where you're playing. So I think this line, it has factored in that home field advantage, where in this matchup isn't going to be all that important. I'm telling you now. Again, it's going to be a hype crowd. It's Tennessee, Oklahoma. I get it. But once the game starts, I don't think that's going to be a problem. So I like Oklahoma here. I like the getting 3.5. Whoever took the 3.5, I think they got a great bet. It probably may get back there by Saturday, because I am seeing more Tennessee money, like 7 out of 10 bets so far in Tennessee, and the money on Tennessee, even though we saw the line drop a little bit. So put me on Oklahoma for the TV game. I think they go into Tennessee and win outright and surprise a lot, especially coming off that loss like they did against Mississippi last week as almost a touchdown favorite. I think they bounce back here.
All right, a late night special out in Utah, Marco, 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Number 17, Cincinnati is an 8.5 point underdog at number 24, Utah. 55.5 is the total.
Yeah, Kelly, just say what you said again. Say it again. You got number 17, Cincinnati, at number 24, Utah, and it's over a touchdown. That tells you that, Cincinnati, with the people that actually do this for a living, the bookmakers, aren't as high as the rankings are on them. And, and I agree with them. Utah I was high on this team coming into this year. If you remember, we have a big play for our clients. We got a 5% play on Utah season wins over. So you know where I'm rooting. But I look at this game, and Utah, they've held 6 of their 8 opponents to 14 or fewer points. Texas Tech is the only team this year that scored more than 24 points on this defense. They put up 34. Well, 34, that's a decent number, but that's below what Texas Tech had been doing to everybody else. And in those 34 points, they were aided by 4 Utah turnovers in that game. The Utah offense didn't miss a beat last week. Devin Dampier was out of the lineup, and they still put up 53 points on Colorado. Granted, that was Colorado. And if you remember last week, the injury reports upgraded Dampier to questionable, in that game. And there was speculation that he was going to play. They decided game day not to play him. And I think it was because they were playing Colorado and they had this game on deck, which on paper should be a much tougher game. When he's in the lineup, this team's almost unstoppable. They're what I call a 200 club member. They rush for 267. They throw for 210. Cincinnati, a couple times this year, teams that could throw the football, well, they did some damage against the Cincinnati team. They gave up 445 yards passing and 34 points to Kansas, and they gave up 314 yards passing and 30 points to Iowa State. Utah's better than both of those teams. Utah's played a much tougher schedule thus far, and there's a reason they're laying over a touchdown. You'll find out Saturday why. Utah wins 35-20.
Hell, if I may intervene real quickly, Marco, Cincinnati is the 34th best team in the country right now. Utah, the 11th best team in the country. I agree with you 110%.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, I think Marco may have talked me off using Cincinnati as one of my underdogs. We'll see. We'll see. He's talked me off a couple. I've went against him on a couple. We'll see how this one ends up faring. VR, talk about some more of those power ratings. Yeah. Talk to me about some more of those power ratings. What you've got early on for the Steam report here in College Football Week 10.
All right. And like I talked about last week, I'm narrowing down the strongest sides that got hit that I don't see resistance, or I'll let you know where there's been resistance. And more importantly, where I don't believe there's going to be a middle attempt, or it's one of those picking off a weak number. Let me get into all weekday games, start all weekend games, forgive me, all Saturday games, start off 323 East Carolina -4.5, 332 Florida State -8, -9, went as high as 10 in some shops. That's where you saw the Wake Forest come in. So Wake Forest +10 is a buy. So if the books get a lot more risk on the Florida State side as it's starting to pile up, rest assured, all they have to do is move it to 10. There will be sharps ready to take it. They just got to hope the game doesn't land 8 or 9. Move on to NC State, 338, plus the 6.5, plus the 6. We'll talk about them a little bit later. 359, UCF, +5, +4.5. 364, the Utah side, Marco just touched on. Laid the 7.5, threw that key number, 8, 8.5. That's why you're looking at close to a double-digit spread there. Miami, 379. Miami bounced back off their dream-crushing loss. That was impressive last week. The only reason I didn't bet them was that trend. But they laid the 10, 10.5, and 11. 381, West Virginia, plus the 15, plus the 14.5, all the way down to +14. That's why you can't get 2 touchdowns no more. And finally, South Carolina, 395 plus 13.5 plus 13. Again, those are the strongest moves that I haven't seen resistance except the Wake Forest side. And as you know, totals get hit Thursdays. So pay attention to that odds logic screen. You'll see everything you need to throughout the day. So best of luck. That's this week's theme report in college football.
Yeah, you'll also see VR this weekend, college football on Saturday, NFL on Sunday on WagerTalk's Last Call, 11 a.m. Eastern. VR, talk to me real quick about the Steam Room on Sundays before the NFL kickoff.
Yep. An hour leading in the kickoff. Had a good time this last week. We were able to go through every single game. I share signed total player props that I have for that game. I share any information if we haven't bet it or I don't have any sharp moves from anyone else that shared. Let you know what I'm seeing in the back end of all the books. There to answer all your questions and finally put those plus EV teasers together towards those last 15 minutes. Last week, we actually had one teaser, only one, and then going into the last 15 minutes, the line moved and we just didn't have any teasers. So we stick to those rules and go over year-to-date results, risk management. And like I said, I'm there to answer all your questions and be accountable to my subscribers. So I really love doing it every week. And join us Sunday leading in the kickoff.
Yeah, here on the show, I've been asking the guys to jump in the comments and kind of talk to our audience, ask them what they're looking for and so forth. And Marco, one of the guys reminded me that during the segment, I used to call you Marco Barco. So Marco Barco, you are up first. Tell me which underdog this week in college football you think has the best chance to win outright.
Yeah, Marco Barco comments are every week in there, Kelly. So you haven't been in there enough to see them, but they're there.
I said, guys, I have been guilty. I have not been in there. I'm trying to get in there every single week. You guys got something to say? I'm here to listen. Marco Barco, take the floor.
All right, we're going to go with one here. In the knee-jerk reaction, Baylor returns home, and people are going to look for this team to bounce back. But I just don't trust this Baylor team. I haven't all year. The Baylor offense can score, but I can't lay points with a team that's allowed 117 points over their last 3 games. Guys, even the pathetic Oklahoma State team scored 27 points on this Baylor defense. UCF, they can control the clock with their power running game. This running game has averaged 212 yards per game over the last 4 games. It's that running game that sets up the passing game, which is throwing for 237 per game. And you know what I always say, I love these 200 club members. When you can do over 200 yards, both rushing and passing, it is so tough to defend these type of teams. Baylor, they've been an overvalued commodity all year. Why? Because if you remember when we did a lot of the August preview shows, they were one of the darlings coming in because of the way they ended last season. Everybody thought that there was going to be a natural continuation this year. It hasn't lived up, and the books just keep mispricing them. They're 1-7 against the spread this season. I'm not jumping on a favorite like that. I'll take the team UCF. They've held 5 of 7 opponents to 20 points or less this year. And I always say, give me the better defense getting points. I'm going to sign up every time. That's my barking dog. It's not as big as last week's barking dog. Come on, Kelly. You didn't give me any credit for that 10.5-point dog last week with
That's
Rice.
because it was Rice. Do you think I watched that game for one entire second, Marco? Do you think I knew that they won the game outright? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good job, Marco. Thank you for the double-digit outright winner. I actually was laughing because I remembered it was Rice because I was like, no one cares about this football game. But you know what we do care about? Cashing those tickets. So good job, Marco Barco. VR, you're going with a team here that kind of screwed Marco last week, and I was on them as well. And I'm like, why are we going back to them this week?
Yeah, and it's a 3% play because I couldn't get a touchdown on it. We did get +6, so it's a 3% play. I don't have any 4% this week on bet on it for the show because I only narrowed down one really strong play and put that up yesterday as the $2 play. That'll be in Saturday's package, and I really like Saturday's card, but I'm not going to have a lot of volume, so got to save those for the subscribers. With that said, as far as the comments go, I wasn't able to go in last week and really do much, but I have been going in week by week. Keep those comments coming. I'll jump in there this week for sure. And please, you could disagree. Just make sure if you're going to bash, do it before the game starts, not after the game, because we all know the final after the game. With all that said, I've gotten a lot of pushback with my power ratings, and I can promise you, bro, I have no dog in the fight. I don't care. Like, don't tell me about I'm still mad over this team beating this team in 2018. I don't remember what happened 3 weeks ago. I don't have this hatred for your team if I'm fading them. Like, that's not the reason. Like, oh, VR just hates this team or he just hates this team. I don't hate any team. I could care less. I'm just going to follow what my numbers tell me. And what my numbers tell me is this Georgia Tech, as phony as a $3 bill, they played the 63rd toughest schedule in all of college football. 63rd toughest schedule. That's why they're 8-0. They have the 63rd toughest schedule, and they still have the 40th most efficient defense against that schedule, and still the 32nd most efficient offense against that schedule. So they're a top 10 ranked team that's not even in the top 30 in any meaningful offense or defensive category, and they have a schedule that's not even in the top 50 as far as toughest. And you're telling me this is a top 10 team in college football. You're nuts. I actually moved them up. I'm forced each week to move them up, and they're all the way up to 16 right now. So I'm giving them their respect, but top 10, you've lost your mind. Now, NC State, they're nothing to write home about. They're nothing to brag about. They're barely a top 60 team power rating wise. But with all that said, they've had a much tougher strength of schedule. They're only 500, but they have a positive point differential. They're playing at home and catching almost a touchdown. I think this game's a lot closer than that. Again, it's more a fade of Georgia Tech that's been outperforming the betting market. They're coming in undefeated, but more importantly, they've covered 3 straight games. The market's very efficient. An efficient market corrects itself. You're starting to look at a huge correction for Georgia Tech. And again, this is a strong home field advantage. Why? Because NC State's won 3 or 4 games there. They've lost 3 or 4 games on the road. That's the kind of team I want to back at home, especially catching points. Give me the 6 points, 5.5, whatever it is, with NC State. Live dog on the money line.
All right, more live dogs, and I got to give you guys a good one here because I'm giving you a little tiny chihuahua in the NFL. So I said, all right, I'm going to give you guys this one, and you guys are expecting this one. Like, who am I kidding? 8.5 was the highest line I saw on the odds logic screen at this opener. Circa opened, I think, 6. 7 is pretty much across the board here for the Texas Tech Red Raiders. If you like that side, I, however, do not. And I know last week I gave you guys K-State as a best bet. I said I made the game 5. Oh, guess what? I made this game 4. I don't understand where all of this insanity is coming from. I know this team inside and out, and I'm going to tell you why you need to take the touchdown with the Kansas State Wildcats, a team who has now covered 4 straight games, including that ass whooping last week in Lawrence that I didn't predict necessarily, but I did predict the win. Yes, the Cats gifted that Jayhawks team a touchdown right there off the fumble, and a lot of people groaned. I think you guys could hear my pain and sorrow, and I had to order a margarita early on with my friends and said, oh boy, here we go. But then the Cats do what they do best as an underdog. They go and they win the football game. Guess what they did last time they were the underdog versus TCU? They went and won the football game. And guess what they did at Baylor? They should have won the football game, but there was a weird face mask that may or may not have happened allegedly, and they got the cover. This is a spot where K-State is going to get the cover. Yes, Texas Tech has Morton back under center. Yes, he is the better quarterback. But the real reality is this Texas Tech team is vulnerable. We saw it at Arizona State, and you're going to see it in Manhattan at 2:30 Central Time there this week. I do not know if K-State can win this football game. I think that they are gritty. I think that there was, we'll call it some curses of the Aer Lingus Classic, the same one that got Florida State last year. But I think they have gotten over that hump. And yes, Marco might argue that this is a letdown spot after beating their in-state rival and how important that is. But I think this is a springboard. You beat your in-state rival by such an amount that next week carries over the momentum. You're back at home. Your fan base is bought in. Your coaching staff has things more well-rounded. Some of the distractions are no longer there. So I'm going to get off my pulpit. I'm going to tell you guys that I think K-State +7 is the play. And hopefully they don't break my heart in gut-wrenching fashion. But if they do, we still have Texas Tech 12-1 to win the Big 12, which would secure their spot at least in the mix. We'll leave it at that. Marco, the Deli has been crushing. I mentioned 61.7% on the season. That is in both. Talk to me about how it's been doing in college football and why you think the team that has ripped my guts out the last 2 weeks in a row is now a bet against.
No problem, Kelly. And let me update that record. I updated it on the NFL sheet, but unfortunately, I forgot to update it on the college sheet. It's 23-16 on the Deli. And what Kelly's referring to is the bonus edition. Every week I do a second video. It comes out on Thursdays. You can view that on our YouTube channel or watch the mega show because it is included with all of the shows surrounding Bet on It. We do that. And what I do is I come and give you guys 5 more plays. Generally, it's been 4 college, 1 NFL. Games that just missed being on Bet on It in my angles that I like to use, the sandwich shops, the trap games, all of those type of things. I break them down in detail like I do here, and you can view that on Thursday. Comes out late afternoon on Thursdays, Vegas time, so early evening on the East Coast for you guys. This sandwich game, we're going to take a look at Arkansas and Mississippi State. And Mississippi State, let's be honest, they have been an ATM for their bettors. And 7-1 against the spread's going to get them a lot of love. But I got to ask the question, how many gut-wrenching losses can this Mississippi State team have before the air goes out of the balloon? 2 weeks ago, they lose to Florida by 2 points. Now, I understand Florida's having a bad year, but it's still the name in the program. And for Mississippi State, that was a big game, and they came up just short as a 9.5-point underdog. To their credit, they come right back the very next week, last week, against Texas, and they lose in even more gut-wrenching fashion. They had Texas on the ropes the entire game. What changed the game in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter, was a punt return for a touchdown by Texas. And then the other pivotal play was Arch Manning leaving the game with a concussion. Backup quarterback comes in, leads them to a victory in overtime. I got to ask again, how does Mississippi State pick themselves back up off the mat from that? That alone has me looking at Arkansas. Yes, Arkansas has lost 6 in a row, but they keep playing tough in those games. And if you look at their schedule, they've played one of the toughest schedules in the country. And even though they've played a tough schedule, they're still putting up big offensive numbers. 6.1 yards per play on the ground, 9.1 yards per play through the air. This is a spot where they got to take advantage of a team that I feel is deflated and then throw in the sandwich. This is the mother of all sandwiches. Mississippi State played Texas at home last week. They play Georgia at home next week. How do you get excited for that game in the middle against Arkansas that's lost 6 in a row? It's a great spot for Arkansas. Give me that sandwich. I know all those Mississippi State lovers that have been cashing all year don't want to fade them, but this is the spot to do it.
I'm the Mississippi State lover. Hi, it's me. Yeah, this is losing that game up double digits marks the 6th underdog that was in my parlay, Marco, this year that blew a double-digit lead. So it has been a really fun one, and I hope Mississippi State gets the brakes beat off of them by the Hogs after what they did to me last week. Is that mean? Is that hateful? Is that spiteful? Speaking of, let's get to those best bets. VR, you are up first. Before you give me your best bet for college football week 10, please let me know what you've got going on over at WagerTalk.com.
Yeah, I have a Thursday best bet up. Those primetime games have been on fire for us and fired one right away. Thursday night primetime, 4% best bet in college football. Number one in college football. We've won 9 of the 10 weeks. We've turned a profit in college football overall. I have my Saturday card up as well. 4% in there. Also, fired 2-3% already. Looking to confirm some really strong plays for Saturday. I like this board. Sunday, the NFL card will not go up till later in the week because we are firing a 5% in the NFL. I'm going for my 3rd straight NFL 5% winner. Only fired 4 of those this year. 3 of those have cashed. Narrowed one down for us this weekend. So big weekend. And of course, we have the UFC card as well. So, yeah, busy couple days. Good time to jump on board. Steam room on Sunday. So, just looking to keep piling on profit, NFL and college football.
All right, VR, week 10 is kind of interesting. We start to see the rubber meet the road. Teams that need 6 wins to get into the bowl games. And you've got kind of an under-the-radar team for us this week that might start to fit that criteria over the next couple weeks.
And before I share that, real quickly, and I want to see those comments in the chat. Tell me where I'm wrong, honestly, because the good thing is by the end of the year, we'll know who was right, who was wrong. The overrated teams, because I didn't give you guys a 4% best bet this week, I'll give you some good information based on my power ratings. I'm going to tell you who else is phony in those rankings. BYU, phony. All right, they just made my top 20. Texas A&M, they're the next one that's going to be exposed. They are barely a top 15 team. They would only be a true number, a 1-point favorite against a 5-2 USC team based on my power ratings. Yes, Texas A&M should only be about a 1-point favorite against 5-2 USC. But the biggest phony of them all is Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt would be an underdog to 4-4 Kansas State. They would be an underdog to 4-4 Auburn, and yet they are ranked number 9 in the country. Nobody phonier than Vanderbilt right now. As far as best bets go, out here where I'm living, UNLV, New Mexico, and we're going to fade UNLV. Now, I know when the season started, UNLV didn't go in the camp thinking they're going to win a national championship, but they were excited about this year's team, I can tell you, because I live here. Well, they had their dream crusher last week, okay? The Marco trend that's been money for us for decades, and there's no reason to fade it here. That loss cost them big time for UNLV. And even though they're a 6-1 team, they have a point differential of only 26. And the reason for that, they have a terrible defense, the 108th most efficient defense in all college football. You can't be laying points when you're the 108th best defense. The back door is going to stay open the entire game. And that's a team that's barely had a top 60 strength of schedule. You look at New Mexico, they have 2 more losses and yet a higher point differential. Another really close game that's much closer to a coin flip than almost a 2-1 favorite in the case of the money line for UNLV. Take the 3.5. That's still available. Buy it to 4 at anything less than 122. 4 is a really good number to get in this game. Open 5.5. That got picked off. The 5 got picked off. The 4.5 got picked off. It'll probably get down to that key number of 3 because multiple groups took New Mexico. I agree with them. So if you agree with me, don't wait. This line's probably not going to stay this high. So that's my bet for this week. Best bet, New Mexico, 3% sent to my subscribers.
Happy Friday, guys, and happy Halloween. Welcome to Puck Time here. McGinnis, Carmine Bianco, and the Prez ready to break down a handful of games for you and an early start game as well. Make sure you guys are on the lookout for that one. Looking forward to diving into sides, props, team totals, bankroll builders, and, of course, the 6 and 60 segment. Going to be a great day here on WagerTalk. We always call it Freaky Friday, Carm, and you've used the term landmines, getting ready for some of these teams that, you know, maybe you're going to be in some flat spots or kind of like getaway day in hockey, getting ready for Saturday. Well, it's Freaky Friday, and it's also Halloween, man. How are you?
It's good, dude. I was going to wear like a scary face for the show today, but does it get any worse than this? Like, this is horror at its best, man. It doesn't get any uglier than this, like Friday the 13th all over again. But with that said, yeah, some great games last night. A ton of scoring in some of those games. The pod play gets there, Andrew. So I was pretty happy about that. And the 6 and 60, you're wearing the right hat for the 6 and 60. If you've seen the Slack group, you know your Habs are one of the teams in there. But we're going to discuss, guys, Colorado and Vegas. It is a 4 p.m. game. It is Nevada Day in Vegas. Of course, Andrew and I are going to break down the New York Islanders in Washington, Detroit, and Anaheim. Possibly a same game parlay from Andrew. And I have another pod play as we look to push that bankroll up. And with that said, let's bring in, I'm going to call him the Weekend Warrior because he has a monster weekend planned.
I do.
Absolutely.
What's
and
up,
he's
Brad?
going to talk about Colorado and Vegas. Prez, what's going on, man?
How's everybody? Happy to be here. It's Friday. I'm excited. Go Blue Jays. Big game tonight. Rob Braley. I got such a great Rob Braley story, Carm. I can't tell it on air, though. Maybe, but one day. You know, when he staked me to play poker. Remember that time?
Yeah, so he's a
How'd
nice
it
guy.
go?
He staked you.
I know. Rob Braley's the nicest guy on the planet. So he stakes me. I call him up. I'm like, I want to play these big poker tournaments, like the big ones. Can you want to stake me? He's like, sure. So he gives me 10K. I play 3 or 4 tournaments. I lose 3,000, I think. So I'm down to 7,000. He's like, Lawrence, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm like, okay, here's your money back. The next tournament, since then, 320,000 Canadian dollars. I love you, Rob Braley. You sent me on an incredible run. You are the greatest man in the world. Rob Braley for president.
I have the best Rob Braley story, and I'll make it really quick, Andrew, because I think I've told you this one. We are in Vegas, and I think it was the same time we went to pick up that $105,000 check that's behind me. He was my silent partner in that contest, and we rented a table at the Circus Sportsbook, and we're just having a good time. We had some friends. We had some friends come up, and Braley is looking at his phone at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 2 o'clock, and he's looking at his bets that he had placed back home, and he's like, because we were watching the Tulane game, and he's like, oh shit. I go, what's wrong? You bet the wrong side? He goes, no, I added an extra 0 to the bet by accident. Oh. So instead of like 1K, he had 10K on the game.
Did he win it?
Tulane did cover.
Okay, good.
Cover. So that's all that matters.
Rob Braley, we got to get into this because nobody knows who Rob Braley is on the show. But I want to tell Rob, stakes are on me, Rob. You got it, brother. Absolutely. All right.
Okay. Prez, Colorado minus 116, Vegas minus 104 in this one. 4 p.m. start in Vegas.
Yep.
The Knights coming off their first game back off a road trip, coming off a tough road trip. Florida, Tampa, Carolina. How do you play this team?
Well, that has to be factored into the handicap, Carm. So let's go through the side really quickly. Firstly, Vegas is in a situation where, well, they were kicked out of the playoffs by this Colorado Avalanche team, and this is their first game back since. Does that matter? I don't think so. I think that ultimately this is more relevant to the fact that they're coming back from a horrible, tough road trip. Carolina, Tampa Bay, Florida, all three amazing teams. And we speak about this angle on a regular basis. You know, you got a situation here where one of the other games, I think it's Anaheim playing Detroit tonight. Let me double check. Anaheim, yeah, they're coming back from a 5-game road trip. I want to bet Anaheim. I think Anaheim's a good play, but I hate betting teams when they come back from these long road trips. So I'm passing on the Anaheim game, and I can't bet on Vegas. Colorado, I think, is the right play here, Carm. And me and my clients bet Colorado against New Jersey. They won 8-4. This was after they had lost 4 games in a row. And I said in my analysis, they're not going to lose 5 games in a row, probably not all season long. And I think they're now on an upwards trajectory. So I think we have a team here in lost 4 in a row and will go on a little bit of a run. And we have a team in Vegas that just beat Carolina and might find themselves in a bit of a soft spot tonight. As far as the total goes, really hard to not bet the over here. These teams are scoring. The problem is at 6.5, and by rule, I don't bet over 6.5. So I'm really struggling with the total in this game. And on top of that, and I say this regularly, when two top teams, when two contenders play against each other, I would look to take the under. So I can't play the total in this game. I don't love anything in any of the 3 games, but my lean on this game is Colorado. And I wish that I had something a little bit more definitive to say than that, but it is a 3-pack of plays tonight. And none of the 3 are jumping out at me as something with huge betting opportunities.
Yeah, and Prez, you talk about Colorado. They're stingy. 2.55 goals.
Yeah, it's incredible
per game. Andrew, they start a 6-game homestand now. And you can make a case that it's not the easiest homestand. There might be a couple soft spots there, but they get the Avs. Then they have the Red Wings coming in on the 4th. So a few days off there, 3 days off there. Then they got Tampa Bay coming in, Anaheim, Florida, and then they finish it with the New York Islanders, everyone's punching bag, the New York Islanders, before they hit the road for a couple games. So a 6-game homestand for the Vegas Golden Knights. Andrew, give us your best bet. 6-game homestand. What's Vegas going?
What's Vegas going? 4-2.
4-2. All right, I like that.
4-2, but there's going to be a decent size upset in there. We'll see how they end up doing units wise. How about that?
All right, that sounds good. Prez, the Weekend Warrior is back, and I know in talking to you this past week, you have absolutely loved some plays on the weekend, both in college and NFL. So tell us what you have going on, because if there's a time to pick up the Weekend Warrior for the Prez, I think this is the weekend to do it.
Well, firstly, I appreciate you saying that, Carmen. I'm really in the zone right now. I'm in great rhythm. I mean, to give you perspective, I've won 3 college football weekends in a row. My NFL, I've won 6 of 8 weeks. Up profit in the NFL. In baseball, I'm 13-5 in my last 18. I'm on a 5-1 NBA run. So I'm really seeing it all the way across. College football, I got a 5% play up for Saturday. I won my 5% play last week. And in NFL, I also have a 4-pack of college football. And in NFL, I got 4 bets as well, including an NFL ATS bet. And I know that sounds like, ooh, an NFL ATS bet. Don't you have one of those every week? Actually, I haven't had one in 3 weeks. And I've only had 8 all season, and I'm 7-1 in them. So instead of buying my Saturday package and or my Sunday package, just use the Weekend Warrior promo, $49. You play all my plays Saturday and Sunday. I've won 5 of my last 6 days of betting. I'm really in a good spot right now, guys. So this is a great time to play me. And Fortnite, as for the Leafs' chances of winning on the road tomorrow, Brother, the Leafs are a total mess right now. It's a wait and see approach for me. I have not handicapped that game yet. I'm going to do tomorrow later on. But if I was looking at a play tomorrow off the bat, I would be looking at maybe the Rangers in regulation and see if they could get a little bit rolling here. That's it, brother. Guys, thanks for having me, man. Lots of love, everyone. And Rob Braley, you are my hero.
All right, man. Best of luck this weekend, and go Blue Jays tonight, Prez. So, Andrew, obviously a huge game tonight.
Oh no, we lost Prez. He's still talking. He's still talking.
Yeah, he's still talking.
Yeah, well, I have control.
Okay.
I
have. Producer Dan, can you kick this guy out of here or what? Okay.
Later, guys.
All right. So apparently that segment was brought to you by Edibles. Get them at your local convenience store. Anyways, Andrew,
your local dealer.
Huge, huge game for the Jays tonight. It seems like everyone I talk to who's a baseball fan, not a Blue Jays fan, everyone has basically said this is going 7 games because they say there is no way at all the Jays can beat Yamamoto on the mound tonight. And all I say is they've forgotten the fact that maybe Gosman just has to have a very good game. And the longer it goes and that pitch count goes up, because Yamamoto did go a complete game through 100+ pitches. I don't think you can do that 2 games in a row. So run up that pitch count, keep the game close, get into that Dodgers bullpen, and maybe we get some Game 6 magic, some Joe Carter. Joe Carter, by the way, Andrew, ended both games in which the Blue Jays won the World Series. One was the home run, and one was the year before that was out at first base to end the game, and the Blue Jays won the World Series. So there you go. There's a little bit of trivia for you. Okay, Andrew, let's get back to hockey.
Brian coming in just to correct you here. He's pulling the Teddy covers on you. He did back-to-back complete games. Well, Brian, he's not doing it 3 games in a row. He's not doing it. He might have done it 2 games.
That's even worse. It's even worse now. He's got to be. So here's the irony. Here's the irony, Andrew. I will say before we get to this Islanders-Washington game, I joked around yesterday about heading downtown to the Dodgers hotel and firing off fireworks all night long to keep Yamamoto awake. Last night, 12:30, I just finished watching the series finale of this season 3 of The Following with Kevin Bacon, and I'm trying to go to sleep, and guess what is going on outside of my house? One of the neighbors, the kids, are firing off fireworks. It is like the karma twist. It was unbelievable. I should have recorded it just as proof. But anyways, the New York Islanders, I got the better of you yesterday. I'm really happy about that with the over as my pod play with the New York Islanders.
I got to say, Carm, I should have just taken the team total under. We both could have won because there's only one team. Yeah. Like you hit the over with that, but it was pretty much one team that scored all the goals. Yeah, and had the Islanders not scored that goal to make it 4-2, I think that bet would have been dead. At 4-1, you're almost never pulling the goalie in that situation, but they did get a goal, and then Carolina got one back real quick, and I was able to switch over to and watch a different game. But I do have a pod play for you guys at the end of the show, along with the 6 and 60. So we got Washington, Andrew, 2-game losing streak, embarrassed the last time they played on home ice by Ottawa, 7-1, minus 225 on Washington. The Islanders plus 181. The total sits here at 6. And Barzal was a scratch yesterday, a healthy scratch because he showed up to practice late. Patrick Roy stuck him in the press box, but he should be in the lineup tonight. We have a couple teams looking to bounce back. What happens here? Yeah, Carmen, it really looks like Patrick Roy made a point last night by letting his team get beat up because their best player wasn't on the ice. Yeah, you were late to the team meeting, man, so I'm going to make the whole team suffer. As much as I respect the rules, it's a lot better when those rules apply to a good team, like Vegas or Colorado. But when it's New York, it doesn't really work out so well when you're already getting your ass kicked anyway. This one's interesting. Like you said, two teams looking to bounce back. You obviously have that second half of the back-to-back angle. I typically do like Washington when they have superior rest over their opponent. You know, they are an older team in the league. And then, of course, that game against the Senators that you're referencing, you know, giving up 7 goals, it was an embarrassing game for them. You know, it's just like I did not think that's how their strong streak was going to end, and the great way they were playing ended with them giving up 7 goals. They just got absolutely walked all over the ice. And then their next game, which we talked about on the pre-scout and puck time, I leaned towards the under, Dallas and Washington. You know, I've talked with Ralph Michaels about stats before, you know, totals, over-unders. When a team is coming off a game in which they give up 7+ goals, the under is a pretty great bet the next day. Well, the under hit, Carm, but guess what? They got shut out. So we've seen this team lost 7-1, and then the next game be like, yeah, guys, we're going to play much better defensively in this game, and they lose 1-0. So you go from giving up 7 goals one game to 1 the next. I mean, if you told me that they only give up 1 goal, it would have been an absolute max play on the Capitals there, and they lose 1-0. This is one of those ones here with the team off a shutout, with the team off back-to-back embarrassing losses, with the rest advantage, second half of back-to-back. I don't often do this, but I'm going to today. I've done it a handful of times. I'm going to do not 1, but 2 of the first period plays. The -0.5 in the first period, plus 114, and the over 1.5 goals at -130. Now, Carm, I think at the very least, I split this at 1-1. I do, but I think it could easily be 2-0. It could be 2-1 for the home side with the Capitals. Regardless, I think this one has a fast start. You've had this Capitals team have time to simmer, be upset, be pissed off, be motivated, have some practices. And of course, you have the Islanders that aren't happy about what they did yesterday either. But their expected goals against stats are horrible. They're giving up a lot of chances. And I feel like, one thing about Matthew Schaefer, and he's a stud. He's the next Cale Makar probably. But he's more known for his offensive abilities. He got his welcome to the NHL moment last night when Andrei Svechnikov pretty much beat him right to the net, skated right around him, and scored easily. This team seems to be a different Islanders team this year. They're losing their defensive identity. So over 1.5 first period, -0.5 goal in the first period for the Washington Capitals, plus 114. We'll see how the Capitals do, man. But one game they give up 7, Carm, and one game they give up 1, but they don't even score a goal themselves.
Yeah, it's incredible. These teams have been good when they play each other. Some exciting games. I think last year they played 3 games, 2 in New York, only 1 in Washington, and that was a 9-goal thriller, 4-4 after 60 minutes and decided in OT. So we'll see if we see some goals in this one, because I'm going to go to the well one more time. The New York Islanders have played 10 games. They're not playing well because they're near the bottom of the standings, but 9-1 to the over and 5-0 to the over on the road. So does Washington get at them today? We will see. But, Washington is going to want first game. It was only a 1-game road trip. I think they went to Tampa and they lost that game 1-0. But before that 7-1 game was such an embarrassment for them on home ice. You don't normally see that. We didn't see that all last season with Washington. So you got to figure there's going to be a little bit of a pushback here. And I would check the status, Andrew. I think we have to check the status of Barzal, because I wouldn't put it past Patrick Waugh to make him a healthy scratch a couple games in a row. Maybe stir something in that dressing room and get the players going, because the Islanders are scoring some goals. They're allowing more goals, and that's why they're mired near the bottom of the standings thus far this season. So we'll see what happens there. Over 6 for me in this one. All right. So with that said, let's move on to Detroit and Anaheim. Anaheim, a little bit of money coming in on the Ducks. I was watching the lines, Andrew, Last night while the games were going on, Prez sends me a message. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna lose this stupid Kings Red Wings over 5.5." I said, I just in-game bet it because I think the goals are coming in this game. There was just so many chances, and eventually it finishes 4-3 in OT. But the 6.5, which I initially liked the over, and I still do, but I don't want to take it in this spot. It was minus 137 to the under. That was the VIG on it. It is now minus 116 to the under. So some over money is coming in. We might actually see some like a minus 110 split both ways. What are your thoughts on this one? I'm leaning to the not the Ducks. I'm leaning to the Wings to bounce back off that game yesterday. I just like the way they're playing. I get it. LA needed a win, got a win, but full marks to the Red Wings. They played well in that one.
Yeah, expected goals against right now, last 10 games. Anaheim, 5th worst in the league, and Detroit, 8th worst in the league. So both these teams are giving up goals. Both teams, I think, are kind of struggling defensively, but they've been making up for it a little bit off their offensive ability. But the only advantage here we can really talk about is maybe the rest is sort of a factor we could look at here. But I like the dog here as well, Carm. I think it's a good spot. I feel like there's value here with them. And I feel like we might see this Anaheim team come back down to earth a little bit. But it's not even just that. It's just that I don't think their defense is going to be able to sustain some of the numbers they have based on the analytics. Like, their offense has been good. No denying it. And sure, Detroit sitting at the top of the Atlantic Division up there with Montreal, maybe they can't sustain what they're doing. But I trust their offense to continue it and their defense to do what they're doing a lot more than I trust Anaheim's defense. And I look forward to be proven wrong about this Anaheim team, but I feel like they've been everyone's darling this year, and they're going to start losing people money, and it might start tonight. So there could be value on Detroit. Maybe I'll look towards a Detroit team total. It could be a Detroit first period. You know, a lot of times we talk about the less rested team. You know, they might be a little more sloppy, but the motivation factor is going to be here tonight for Detroit. They'll want to have a good game here, second half of back-to-back. I lean towards the dog, but I might be looking towards a team total or first period, whatever it might be here, Carm. This Anaheim Ducks team, we do have to give them credit for some games that they've played and some performances that they've had, but we have seen them over the last, let's call it 4 to 5 games. Could we say, Carm, they are taking advantage of good positions like the Predators, you know, beating them, and the Bruins, like some of those wins we don't want to take as seriously as some of the other wins maybe that other teams are getting because they are beating lesser foes.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Andrew, you can only beat the teams they put in front of you, and the scheduling spots, sometimes they work out in your favor early in the season, but you have a lot of tough spots later on in the season. I want to correct myself here because I didn't even know this about last night. I went to sleep when the game went to OT, the LA game, because it had gone over the total, and then I saw it flash on my screen on my phone, 4-3 final for the LA Kings. Apparently, that goal was called back, and the Detroit Red Wings won it in a shootout. So I've been saying the Kings won last night, Detroit lost. It's actually the Detroit Red Wings that won in a shootout. I didn't even bother looking at last night's scores to see that correction, but I just went back and looked at it now, and someone actually put in there that the goal was called back in OT. So the Wings looking to make it back-to-back wins in La La Land. Yeah. So we'll see if that happens.
I love this comment here, and I did like a big rant about this on a different show, but I completely agree with this. Like, I'm getting really sick and tired of watching a tied NHL game with 6 minutes left to play and already knowing that game was going to be decided by street hockey or a skills competition. I could not agree any more with this statement. And you and I, Carm, we talk about it in March and April together when the playoffs are approaching. Hey, you need a point for your division. You need a point for your division. We're tied with 5 minutes to go. Let's just ice the puck a couple times and take it easy and we'll both get a point for overtime. It's awful to watch. It's awful to watch. And in overtime now, the overtime isn't what it used to be either. It's all about keeping possession, wait until your opponent makes a bad change, and then you go off and you get a 2-on-1 and you score. And I'm sorry, like, as an NHL bettor, I don't like it. As a hockey fan, it's fun to watch. But NHL betting wise, if you have a game going to overtime, it is a coin flip. Like you guys, we always say it, but it's not the same. We're not handicapping a 3-on-3 game. We're handicapping a 5-on-5 game. So I completely agree with this comment, and it's been annoying. So it is interesting to see, Carm, some of these teams that do go to overtime more than others. It's something worth looking at.
Yeah, it is. Give me the rule that they wanted to do, Andrew. You win a game in regulation, it's worth 3 points.
Yeah.
Game goes to OT. The winning team in OT gets a point. The losing team gets nothing. So that'll stop a team from trying to get to OT to get a point and possibly two towards the end of the season. And even like mid-season, some of these teams are just trying to, Fortnite's right. It kind of ruins a game in which you see one team is doing nothing to try and win the game. Like I remember a game, this goes years and years ago. I think you guys might remember this, and it had to do with the old guys will remember this, with the New Jersey Devils and them playing the neutral zone trap. I think the Philadelphia Flyers in one game literally had the puck in their own zone, and the defenseman just stood there with the puck for like 60 seconds and nobody moved on the ice. You would have thought your TV froze or it was buffering, or you're using AOL, one of those 3-month free AOL discs to download the internet on dial-up. It is the worst. So make hockey exciting. It is so tough to get a market share from this league with the NBA, with NFL football and what have you. Don't make the game boring. Change it up. So anyways, that's my old man yelling at the clouds rant, Andrew. We got to move on. So we've talked about the Islanders. We've talked about Detroit and Anaheim. Do you have a same game parlay for us, Andrew?
I do, and you're gonna laugh because it's mostly like about defensemen that I have the same game parlay. It's not really the most goal scorers and filled with a ton of exciting players, but it's a pretty good one. We involved 2 games here. Let me just pull it up. Here we go. All right. So Carm, I always on these type of slates want to get 2 different teams involved, 2 different games involved here. Brent Burns has gone over 1.5 shots on goal in 7 straight games. 7 straight games. I bet you Carolina Hurricane fans wish they were getting that out of Brent Burns. I bet you that the Colorado Avalanche probably didn't think they were getting that out of Brent Burns when they signed him. And keep in mind, guys, he's not even getting huge minutes. But with those minutes he's getting, he's finding a way to get at least 2 shots on goal. Arturi Lehkonen, he's just been that unsung hero for the Avalanche for the last couple seasons. When you think about the Avalanche these days, you think about McKinnon, you think about Makar, you think about Niches. You don't really think about Lehkonen, but he's one of the biggest volume shooters on the team. So we'll take him over 1.5 shots on goal. As far as the Islanders and Capitals game is concerned, John Carlson has been a huge shooter. He's gone over this in a handful of games this season, but especially his recency over in 3 of the last 4 games. And against the Islanders, he's done well as well. And if this Capitals team is going to bounce back at home after giving up 7 goals in their last one, Alexei Protas has to be one that helps out and contributes on the scoring. So we're going to take all these together for plus 499 for our Freaky Friday, Halloween, Friday night, same game parlay. I like this one quite a bit, Carm. As you would say, a little bit of pizza money, and we'll see where it gets us here on a Friday night.
Who does not like pizza money? Andrew, you got to love it. Pizza money. I'll be doing some pizza money on not the pod. Pod's a regular play, but I'll be doing some pizza money on the 6 and 60, which is, I'm looking at my notes. There's no way I'm doing this in 60 seconds, but at least Dan will have the clock and he'll have the stupid
Give me the
buzzer
over.
going in the background. Give you the over. Take the over. The over is guaranteed on this week. 4-2, 6 and 60 last week. But let's go to the pod play first. So the pod play wins yesterday with the New York Islanders, Carolina over. The total this week's pod play is going to be none other than tonight's game, or this afternoon's game, 4:00 Eastern time. Colorado minus 150 on the money line. They lost 4 games in a row before beating New Jersey 8-4. And I always tell you, good teams, when they snap a streak, I want to take them the next week, the next game out as well too. And this is a spot where Vegas is coming back from a tough 3-game road trip. It's Nevada Day. Up until last season, I can't remember last season's result, but maybe Brian Leonard could chime in. But Vegas was only like 3-2 on Nevada Day games, I believe. So it is not as if they roll over teams on Nevada Day, and Colorado is a tough one. So that is the play. Colorado money line minus 115. That'll be 2 to win, about 180 on that bet. So let's see if we can get a win there and then continue the pod on Monday's show.
I like that,
Yeah,
Carmen.
Andrew.
You know how we always talk about like reading the market, looking at odds logic, looking at these numbers. First of all, how often do we see Vegas as a dog at home? Not really something you see very often. But also the opener in this one was minus 118 according to odds logic for Vegas at home. We saw the overnight flip take place at Pinnacle, at Circa, at some of these main places. So it's something worth looking at. Because you don't really see Vegas as an underdog at home very often. So when you see it, you're like, okay, you know, it's for a reason. And I think this is a good spot for Colorado.
Yeah.
So I'm right there with you. And we'll see if, and it's nice to have an early game, man. I like it. A little early game here on a Friday. It's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I want to mention while I catch my breath before the 6 and 60, Andrew, is because someone touched on, we're not going to talk about Philadelphia. This was yesterday's show, and Dan Vidar, and that was actually a play of mine yesterday, so probably why I didn't talk about it on the show. But the guy has been lights out for Philadelphia at home. Philly had only lost 1 game, and that was to Winnipeg 5-2. And Vidar in goal has allowed 2 or fewer goals in every game that he's featured on home ice as well too. He's playing phenomenal, and he kept them in the game yesterday because Nashville was all over them for about 30 minutes of that game, and then Philadelphia sort of woke up and won that game. So the goalie kept them in that one. And here's another one, Andrew. We all used to say, you know, he's just a showboater or what have you, Trevor Zegras, when he was playing at Anaheim. Trevor Zegras has recorded a point in every home game for Philadelphia this season. 7 games, 7-goal point streak. And Tocchet said, the guy is a different guy. He goes out there. He works so hard. He comes back and back checks. He goes, he's the kind of guy that we need on this team. So maybe a change of scenery is all that Trevor Zegras needed.
And he kind of took a shot at Anaheim, too. In an interview I watched yesterday, he said, well, I got traded to a hockey city, so I had to start playing some hockey. Big shot at Anaheim, pretty much saying, hey, you get traded here, going to Dan's Philadelphia Flyers and making some noise now. Love to see it.
Dan's Philadelphia Flyers. Dan's just, he's okay with the Flyers, so with the Sixers and the Phillies. Dan's like, his blood is green, Eagles green. It courses through his veins.
I had to send Dan a jersey one time. I actually completely forgot about that. I had to send Dan a jersey when I lost a bet to Dan during the playoffs with the Raptors.
Yeah, when the Sixers were actually good, he was like, the Raptors are going to beat them. And I was like, they don't have Kawhi Leonard anymore. And yeah, he sent me an Embiid jersey, and it's still in the closet, Andrew. I just don't wear it much.
Hey, Dan, most people would have just deleted their Twitters, okay, and never sent you the jersey. So
I know. That's why you're my boy.
Yeah, it's Dan. Come to Buffalo. Come and watch the Bills and Eagles. Come on, man. You got to come.
Hey,
watch
if
that
Carm's
game.
buying, you know I'll be there. You said you
Carm
got
get the tickets and we
spent 20 minutes talking about how great Rob Braley is. How about we get a box going, Rob? Let's go.
Come on.
There you go, Rob. If you're, I know Rob is still watching the show. Rob, Rob has Rob has a friend. I think it's through his brother or whatever that they own a box or they have a box at the games, a transport company. So maybe he can get us some tickets for that game. And they have they have the Caesar Sportsbook lounge there as well too. One guy said, surprised I haven't mentioned the Vegas Golden Knights first period overs, 4-0 at home this season. So hopefully they can keep that going, but hopefully it's 2-0 Colorado at the end of 60 minutes. And there is Braley for you anytime, Dan. Okay, it is time for the 6 in 160. Dan, I know you got that clock going. It is way
I got the
too
clock
many
for
notes.
you, Carm. You give me
Way
the
too
3,
many
2,
notes.
1, and I'll fire up the clock for you.
I
But I'm going to do it a
gotta
little
say,
bit different. I'm going to
Is
do it a
this
little bit
segment
different.
supposed to have notes? I respect
Yes.
Carm's prep, but in 60 seconds, how can you have that many notes?
Bro, he has
It's
it
too many
looks like
notes.
a
It is
therapist's notepad. It's
Andy
ridiculous.
Reid. Is that Andy Reid
No.
on Nick Sirianni on the sideline here.
I think the only way, Andy Reid has got that's like a menu from
No, that's his
Eastside
menu that he
Mario's
stole
or
from the
something
Waffle
there.
House. That's not even his play
Something.
sheet.
yeah, that's a menu.
he's checking out his breakfast at Applebee's the next day. But
Carm, for
with that
today's
said-
6 in 60, the way I'm going to do it is I actually have a stopwatch. And we're going to have
Oh,
people
boy.
in the comments comment what you think it is. How long does Carm go?
Yeah,
Over
everybody
60 or
comment.
under 60? I'm setting the number at 69 and a half. 69 and a half is the number. Comment below over or under, and then we'll recap at the end, Carm.
I'm not even going to look at the comments on my phone coming in now because it's going to fluster me. Okay. I'm not even going to look up at the camera. I'm just going to look down at my notes and my terrible writing. Actually, I have some very nice handwriting, but that's for another show because we need to get going here. All right. This 6 in 60 is brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, when you need to last more than 60 seconds. I'm going to send them a clip of this one, see if I can get them to sponsor the 6 in 60 segment. All right, Dan. 3, 2, 1, and go. Winnipeg and Pittsburgh. We're going to take the Jets in regulation. This is the East and West top 2 teams right now, but the schedule is about to test the Penguins. This is the first of what's going to be a 5-game losing streak for the Pens. We'll talk about that later. Boston and Carolina, first period over 1.5. Bruins are now 10-3 to the first period over, including 6-2 at home. Montreal and Ottawa. Montreal first period money line. These two teams have some real hate for each other, and I'm not ignoring a Montreal strong start. First period, 6 leads, 1 time they've trailed, 4 times they've pushed. Montreal first period money line. Buffalo Sabres and Washington. Washington first period money line. Slow starting Sabres are 1-5-5 after the opening 20 minutes. Philly and Toronto over 1.5 first period. Leafs 3-0 with away overs in the first period. Seattle and the Rangers. Rangers money line. Rangers are putting it together, back-to-back wins on the West Coast. Let's get another one. That's your 6 in 60.
Woo! Okay. All right, Carm. All right.
Holy, well, what? We had some people in the chat here. What? Andrew dropped in 169. 169. I think
Wow.
I had 2 minutes going. Well, let's see. Who threw in the under here? We did have somebody say under. TJ Salvatore had your back, and he's the lone
Yes.
casher here. 54 seconds for the 6 in 60. Well done. Well done.
You know, I think it's kind of biased. I think Carm was channeling his inner Jonte Porter or Terry Rozier because he knew what his prop bet was. So he already knew what the line was being set at. Dan, it's not. Can we get an official ruling here if the fact that he knew what the line, he knew to go faster?
Yeah,
He knew to
no,
turn
this
the
was
ball
this
over.
was some serious Chauncey
Andrew.
Billups shit right here.
Yeah,
this
this was
some
it's
serious,
Carmine,
home
Chancey,
cooking.
Billups, Bianco to you, Andrew. Okay, but I'll explain
the same
just a couple of
hairstyle.
these plays. I'll explain a couple of these plays in slower for you guys since that segment is over, and we're going to get that one clipped. Pittsburgh's got a really tough schedule coming up, and you know, it wouldn't be a joke for them to lose the next 5 games at Winnipeg, and Winnipeg's a very good home team. Then they play at Toronto against the Leafs. They're home against the Washington Capitals, who will likely have put it back together again after that. Then they play at New Jersey against the Devils, and they have the LA Kings. Those are 5 tough games that are going to test this Pittsburgh team. I could see them losing all 5 games. Sorry, Los Kid. Boston and Carolina, the Bruins overs keep hitting, whether it's them or whether it's someone else. 10-3 on the season with first period overs. You're making money. 6-2 at home. Montreal and Ottawa. Andrew knows these two teams absolutely hate each other, but you can't ignore Montreal. Fantastic starts in the opening 20 minutes. Six times they've led, one time they've trailed, 4 have been pushes. If you take Montreal in the first periods, again, it's a profitable situation, or has been. Buffalo and Washington, the Sabres have only led in one game after 20 minutes. In 11 games, have only led once after 20 minutes. So I'm taking Washington there. Philly and Toronto, it's likely going to be Vidar in goal. And then they start their backup against Calgary, I think, on Sunday. You're going to want to start them against the Leafs, but Leafs overs have been pretty good on the road, 3-0. And then the Rangers. The Rangers are finally starting to put it together, man. They beat the Oilers. They beat Vancouver, so beat Seattle, and it's a nice little road trip for them before they head home. Jump on a team when a streak starts, Andrew. What do you think?
Jump on us. Yeah, exactly. And then once it cools down, a streak is only over once you lose 2 times, is what I like to say. Same with the prop bet, right? Everyone says, a streak ends, you get off. Streak only ends when you lose 2, but you want to get on that streak earlier than later. And you're right, Carm, about the Habs, which is something they were really bad at last year, was the first period. Big news in Habs land, though, is Montembeault is starting Saturday night. And you know how the media is, man. They're crazy. They love Dobesh, and now they hate Montembeault. So to say that Montembeault needs a big win here is putting it lightly, but they also need a big start out of him. So I think for your bet, it's really good because they're going to do whatever they can to help him defensively in the first period. So it's a really good bet. And it's finally nice to see my team have good starts to games. Like right now, their second period hasn't been very good, but their first period has been unbelievable. So at least that's going for them.
Dan, if we can get you in here for a second, Dan, what is it with the French in Canada, the province of Quebec, making like names so hard for the rest of the world and the rest of Canada? Patrick Roy. It's Pat Roy.
It's a different language.
Most people are going to say Roy. It's Dubej, the goalie. It's Dubes. Smoke a Dubes.
It's a different language.
Martin.
Why is Carm asking me? Why did you have to throw me under the bus?
Come on.
I was like, hey,
I know
go rip the French Canadians here for a couple seconds, Dan, so I don't have to.
The best thing about Montreal.
This is why I don't put my face on the screen. This is why I don't put my face.
The best thing about Montreal is Montreal smoked bagels. They're Montreal smoked meats. They have some.
The reason why my face isn't on the screen, Carm, is because I'm on WagerTalk today, coming up with Andy Lang, and I'll be debuting my costume. So Andy and I will be in costume. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag. You
know what? I'm the kind of person that I'm not like against doing costumes, but when I do it, I want it to be sick.
Yeah, if you do it, you do it right. This is the first time I've been in costume since probably like high school. So there's no one I would do it for except for Andy. So
there we go. Well, 2 years ago, Dan, I went to the store and just bought one. I had like a bunch of points too for like the Party City store. And I bought and I felt like I felt kind of like a fake. Like it was a cool couple costume. We were wine and cheese. And I literally was dressed up like a wine bottle and she was cheese and looked really good. But I'm like, I kind of feel like I kind of feel lame here. I just went out and bought a costume. So today I actually have a costume I'm putting some effort into.
Let's go.
We'll see if I decide to put it out or not. But
Carm could have dressed up like a pickle, and you could have dressed up like a deer, and you guys could have been dildo for the show. That would have been perfect with Prez on. You know what I mean? It would have been perfect having Prez on.
And I went onto Amazon and ordered a jacket that just says on the front and on the back ice, and I'm heading down to the Blue Jays game. And just watch people scatter. I'm kidding. All kidding aside, come on.
Carm is on one today. He's ripping Canadians, putting on his ice jacket.
I'm on Dubej.
So you got to get out of here before Carm gets himself canceled. Let's go.
All right. I don't want to get canceled. All right. No, They have the vendors, Italian ice. Have you guys never had Italian ice? Wow, you guys just think the wrong way. Italian ice.
Carm, you're getting some love. You're getting some love in the chat. Although I have to say this, Carm, I don't know if you saw the comment. I've been trying to be better about looking at the comments more and commenting back. Some guy said that you looked like somebody, and I looked it up. And you looked this guy was spot. I thought, I was like, oh, this guy's like must be making fun, making a joke or whatever. This guy found your twin, man. I can't remember the guy's name. You might have to go back or the comments. This guy said like Carm's trying to pull off this look. And it was like a movie guy, but it was like tall guy, bald, wears one earbud, WagerTalk shirts. It looked just like you. It was your twin. And I feel like I need to have someone comment who I look like, because this guy was so spot on, but I'm scared because the last person said I looked like Randall from Recess, and then Dan put it on the screen. So I'm scared to have that take place.
Dan's going to put that Randall picture up there again or whatever. That was too much, man. That's why we have the best production team.
Vin Diesel. That's a good one, Carm. Vin Diesel.
Oh, man, I wish. And bald guys all look the same. It's the way it is. You know what I mean? It's just splash a little water on in the mornings, and there you go. Andrew makes an appearance. Oh, good God Almighty, man! It is too much. This episode is brought to you by Randall or whatever, but. Anyways.
All right, Carm, I got to say, because we believe in transparency, of course, yesterday I was pissed. I lost my 5% NFL prop bet. You know that feeling when you have a prop bet and then you see on Twitter that everybody else has the same bet? You just feel like it's going to lose because you can't have a bet that every single person on the planet has. I had Mark Andrews over on yards yesterday. And before I even got home from playing pickup basketball, the guy had 21 yards. In the second quarter, guess how many yards he finished the game with? 21 yards. So that was really shitty. My run though is now 19-7 with NFL player props. I'm not going to win them all, but I was not happy about. You give me 21 yards in the first half from that guy, and then of course Isaiah Likely gets 60. So that was a bit of a disappointment. But we're not going to back off. We're not going to cool the jets by any means. Weekend Warrior is a good weekend for me. I haven't really been advertising the Weekend Warrior lately, but this weekend it works well. I don't do college football, guys. So what WagerTalk does for me, they apply it to CFL and NFL. And I've been quiet about CFL the past few weeks. The CFL playoffs start this weekend. We've got 2 games, and I like a bet on each game. Super excited about that. I'll also be sending out player props for the CFL. And of course, you can get any of my NFL plays included in the Weekend Warrior package. So it's just well worth it. Don't buy one play. Don't buy, one NFL play, one CFL play. For the same price as that, you're going to be able to get the Weekend Warrior and get every single play that we release. Other than that, Carm, I've got the pre-scout coming up tonight, going over a handful of Saturday games. But that's it for me, man. What do you have going on? And close it out.
All right. So I sent out a client play for the NHL tonight. 3 early Premier League games. It's just before the international break. They all 4% best bet plays in the Premier League. Really like the card on that one. 2 big college football plays. So a good time for the Weekend Warrior because the NFL I have 3 plays as well too. 4% plays as well too. And like as I mentioned before, in the last 3 years since the 2022 season, number 1 at WagerTalk with 4% and 5% plays. And that's what I'm releasing on Sundays in the NFL. I just give you my best games, and we're all hoping for especially our producer, Dan, hoping for a great circa run. I want to keep it going top 100 or right there on the border. So out of almost 6,000 people. So I want to keep that going. And that's pretty much it. The NHL card will be up as the lines come out this afternoon. I'll have my Saturday NHL plays as well too. There is a promo. You can get NFL and the full NFL season and the full NHL season, including the playoffs, in the deal section or on my page. Or if you want just NHL, you can get 30 30 days, $50 off with NHL 30 as your code, or the full season, $200 off with NHL 200. And those expire Sunday at midnight, I was told by the office. So that's it, guys. Let's have a great weekend. Let's hit our pod play. Let's hit this 6 and 60. And if you're watching this in the afternoon, drop a comment in the comment section. Let us know how you think I'm going to do in the 6 and 60 and who your best bets are this weekend. We appreciate you guys tuning in each and every day. Have a great weekend, everyone.
All right, Dan and I have not seen each other's Halloween costumes. Dan,
I'm ready,
here
Andy.
we go. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Wow. Oh, so you're Barf. So you are Barf from Spaceballs. So we're both 90s movies. We didn't even coordinate this.
This is
Of course,
great.
I'm
You look
the dude. I shaved
background.
the facial hair and everything. Yes.
Wow. You even got the background nailed.
The bowling alley background, Andy. Did you do the makeup or did the wife do the makeup? Because that looks amazing.
I did it. I somehow did it myself. And
well done. You look, I mean,
yeah.
And I hate to say you look like Barf because that feels like it's an insult, but you really look like Barf. Well done.
You nailed it. And you were saying you got a 90s, the band that did your wedding is performing tonight, so you get to go wear your costume.
They're doing like a whole 90s theme night. So the Big Lebowski, I'm just very much looking forward to walking up to the bar and ordering a White Russian and seeing if they have any clue what a White Russian
anybody
is.
Gets it. That's great. That's great. All right, let's get this show started.
It's Football Friday, baby.
Let's go. Welcome to WagerTalk today. It is Football Friday. Yanni is going to lead us off with the Steam Report. NFL series. We're going to talk Tennessee, Oklahoma, Chiefs, and Bills. And, of course, we got to do Sell Me. Marco is going to talk Colts and Steel. Marco and I are going head-to-head. My team versus his team. Vanderbilt, Texas. We got the sauce of the week, but we're going to do Halloween candy. And Dan and I will wrap it up with our pick 5 in the mega contest. All right, let's do it. Let's bring on Yanni. Hit the like button. If our costumes can't earn a like and subscribe, what are we doing here, folks? What are we doing here? Yanni, happy Friday. How are you?
Happy Friday. I can't believe I'm just giving out free rugby picks right now. If you go to WagerTalk,
Nice.
you're going to be getting free rugby. In fact, I'm giving out 2 bets on the exact same side, one on the money line and one on the minus the points. It's that strong of a play that we betting it 2 different ways. So those usually do very well.
Yeah, guy that does our cricket, he loves rugby. There's some really, really soft lines in certain leagues. So I am mad at you.
I couldn't tell you anything about it.
Oh yeah. He changed his entire bankroll and year with a future bet on rugby. But all right, let's Oh yeah. All right, let's get started with the Steam Report. What are you seeing here? What sport you want to start with?
You tell me.
NFL
Yeah,
it is.
It's all about football. It's all about football this week. So let's dive right into the NFL. I'll tell you what I got latest. Let me pull up the latest stuff because it's constantly evolving and constantly changing throughout the week. So let me pull up the latest NFL for you guys. All right. It's a good week of NFL, man. My package is going to go up today because I got a 5%. I've been holding off, but there's a couple in there already. So let's start off with where they go. Chicago Bears, 451. Chicago over Cincinnati. They bet the look ahead. They laid the -1.5. They bet them all the way up to -2.5, where it's now juiced, and books are holding off from going to 3 because that sets up a really, really nice middle. And they never want that to happen. Move down to 464. Houston also opened at a coin flip pick'em. Looking at as high as 1.5 juice now, 1.5 -115. Sets up as a nice teaser on the Denver side, regardless of what side you like. You get them up to 6.5, 7.5, forgive me, with a total of 40. You're sitting pretty good there. What else do I have for you? People are going to be afraid of this one. 466, Tennessee Titans plus the 10. Tennessee Titans, toughest schedule in all of the NFL. Desperate need of a win, getting double digits. So the Chargers are double-digit favorites on the road. So what would this line be if they were playing in L.A.? Forget about it. Move down to 468. Las Vegas getting 3. They took the 3 on Vegas. No surprise there. 456. New England -3, -4, 4.5, 5, 5.5. But we did see 6 get take back on Atlanta. So the take back on Atlanta at 6. Ugly team like Tennessee getting 10. Minnesota even saw any book that went to 10, and none of the screens really did, but some of the off screens did, and that got picked off. So if books want to limit some of that Detroit risk, that's all they have to do. And let me give you a total too, because I know I think I had a total in here. Under. Where was that? Under in the Rams game, under 45.5 and 45 in the Rams, and under in the Dallas, under 54 in the Dallas game as well. So a lot of NFL, man, a lot of NFL. And of course, we'll be in the steam room on Sunday, and I'll be on last call at about 8 a.m. Pacific time. What area?
Are we seeing anything in baseball of note? Anything that we got to take serious? Doesn't look like a whole lot of activity on line moves.
No, seeing Toronto money a little bit off the opener. No surprise. Home dog. I'm sure that the fans want to see a seventh game. Bettors a lot too. Most love, game sevens. The public so far split 50-50. Like the only thing I saw, like I said, when it got up to like 140 something, I saw some sharp money in the accounts. But again, that could be just because it was off number. If you're able to get a plus 135 when the rest of the market's plus 130, they're going to do it. So I think it's more a case of that than them actually hitting the board, because it's not really painted like that, what it looks like right now. Total over, of course, even though it was favored under at the opener, the markets moved it to the over. They've been betting every single one of these games over. No surprise, they're betting game 6 over as well. But like I said, the side is mixed. It's right down the middle from the betting public. So it'll be interesting if we get a game 7 or not. Historically, here's where we're at with this one. This exact breakdown where the home team wins game 1, loses game 2 and 3, wins game 4 and 5. In game 6, they're 1-3. It's only happened 4 times. They're 1-3 in game 6. In this finals round in the World Series. In all the playoff rounds, they're 5-4. So it's coin flip kind of game tonight. Not surprised they took the plus money. At least that's what history tells us. And Toronto doesn't want to push it to a game 7 because all the pressure flips right there. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how that turns out.
What are you seeing in college football? And then we'll talk UFC.
All right. Ton of college football. I'll just yell out teams. East Carolina minus 4.5. Florida State. I'm bringing up Florida State because we saw two-way action. Florida State on one side at minus 8, 8.5. Wake Forest at plus 10. Central Florida plus 5, plus 4.5. Michigan minus 21. Texas minus 1.5. Utah keep getting hit, man. 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5. And like I said yesterday, I think yesterday morning they laid 9.5 as well. Really like that Utah side. Miami minus 10, 10.5, and 11. West Virginia plus 2 touchdowns. I love West Virginia. Troy minus the 7. San Jose State minus 1.5. And Duke plus 3. Duke plus 3.
I forgot to mention we got to do a little NBA. By the way, did you see Orlando killed Charlotte?
Yeah,
it should have been. We should have known that was coming.
Funny. That was so funny.
Public all over Charlotte, a bad team.
We live for sure. We're in a simulation. You can't make that stuff up.
Anything of note here in NBA? I'm going to check the starting lineups while you look up where the bets are going.
Yeah, let me look real quick too. I'm just so excited about these next couple days, man. There's just so much action, dude. So much action. I have been making cash bets tomorrow.
We had Donovan Mitchell and Jared Allen are questionable. Mitchell Robinson's questionable. Of course, Giannis was probable the entire day. Then he ended up sitting.
And then you saw, exactly. This game's sticking out a lot. They like the Pacers. The home dog Pacers. Wow. It's getting like 80 of the tickets and 90+% of the money. So that means there's no sharp money anywhere else. It's all on Atlanta. Yeah, that's why. I mean, on Indiana. But you're seeing the Atlanta line getting juiced. My sharpest out has Atlanta 2.5 juiced. Like, they don't want to go to 3 because the public's taking Indiana. But yeah, wow, interesting. Other game of note that sticks out. Where did it go? Oh, Nuggets, Denver Nuggets later tonight. Nuggets, and that line's dropping. Pay attention there. And then we have a under Pelicans and Clippers, 100% of the money, and the tickets are on the under. And I think that the market reflects that, because it was 226.5. Now you're looking at 223. 227 it opened. Now you're looking at 223. So yeah, like I'm telling you, it's 100% of the tickets, 100% of the bets are on the under in New Orleans and the Clippers. Sharp money, real quickly, sorry, not to interrupt you. The problem with the NBA with the sharp money is you got to get down real quickly because the lines move so significantly. And what happens in the NBA, what I've seen over the last 2 years, is that the betting syndicates realize that they could make a lot of money with very little risk. The books are so afraid because of the injuries, the sitting out, and when they're getting the information, that they move the lines so quickly and so significantly that they open up such huge middles that they almost force these guys not to take positions. In fact, 2 years ago, I can tell you with certainty, the majority of the action, especially on totals, will all middles, not true positions. They made so much money doing that. They did it again last year. And I'm seeing the same stuff happening because when you're able to move the market like that, why wouldn't you do it? Like, if you're having 5 and 6 point middles every night and they're actually landing there, why wouldn't you do it? That's why I'm always cautious about giving out a steam report in the NBA, like early in the day, because you're going to come back later and it's going to have flipped on us. But, sometimes there's some of those real positions like Portland today against Denver. Like I said, there's all Denver public money, but I see sharp Portland money in the accounts. Those, I'm not concerned on a play like that it's just manipulation and or just taking advantage of the injuries in the middle that's going to open up. Like, that's a legit move there.
Well, all the money came in on the Pacers because Trae Young is going to be out tonight. Of course, I mean, Pacers are missing everybody.
And the Sixers. Wow, they're liking the Sixers too as dogs. They were favorites. They opened favorites, the Sixers, huh?
Yeah. I was talking to Teddy before the show, Yanni. The Pacers are playing out a guy. He was like, "Who's that guy? where did he play college?"
You know why the Sixers opened the favorites? They're now the underdog, but they're getting the public money.
Probably because Embiid. Honestly, because I think it's because Embiid is playing, and Embiid is so bad and banged up now. I think it actually hurts the 76. I will ask Teddy that. I'll ask Teddy when he comes on, because I actually think the Sixers are worse off with Embiid playing. I'll ask Dan about that too.
Again, you see reverse line movement, but to that degree, that's crazy.
Yeah. Let's talk a little UFC. Anything?
Listen, I never push, like, promote. I tell you what's up for sale, but I never say, I got this morning. I swear to you, my originator in UFC, on my life, I'm telling you this, came in with 7 plays and 2 of them double, like 2 X's. And I was like, wow. Yeah, it never comes in like that. Like, I've been getting like 2 from him, 3 at the most, and then my other guy gives me a couple, then I have a couple, and we put a whole card together of volume. My man came in today, and I liked 6 of the 7. Confirm, send them out. So if you're ever going to jump on my MMA card, this is a good one to do it. Do you like this UFC card?
Yeah, there's a few spots I like. I like some underdogs in this one. Little start main event.
Me too. Real quickly, let me give you my main event, and then you tell me what you like. Okay. I think Onama's live. I really do. I don't think Garcia has the advantages he's had up until this point. He's not going to have that power edge here. That's been his big difference maker. And because of that, I think we're going to get some time as well. My guy came in on the over 1.5. I agree with that. I released that to subscribers. I like the Onama side myself. That's just my side. I gave that as well. I like Onama, and I like the over in that fight.
I'm with you. I think Acosta's live. I actually like Garcia in that one, but I haven't bet it. It's not a strong position. I like Acosta. He's at live. He's so annoying. Yeah, he's so annoying to fight. He's just like one of those guys that squeaks out wins. Jeremiah Wells, I think, is live against Grimbo. I actually like Wells a lot as the underdog. I'm not a Grimbo guy. And I like Davale over Bulgarian as an underdog.
And I heard yesterday Dave Mason gave out Bulgarian and Davale. So they bet Bulgarian early and then Davale
and
late,
then Davale.
which
I like Davale.
Shows it on the line. Because once that line moves that much, because Bulgarian was like minus 160. You know what I mean? He got up to like 250. Yeah. Well, it makes sense to see that kind of move. So you got that sharp money coming in on Davale late.
Any other underdogs you like on this card?
Let me see. Phil Rowe. I think Phil Rowe's live. Coming in off a nice knockout win against Lusa. He had his back to the wall. And I like the way he responded. And nice win on the Contender Series. I remember doing research for him. And I think beating Oban Elliott, stock went up too high because Oban was undefeated. And Oban was coming off that performance bonus knockout against Hafez, remember? But he hadn't beat anyone. He beat Woodburn, who doesn't have a UFC win. He beat Preston Parsons, who's, lost 3 of his last 4. He beat Hafez, who only beat Mickey Gall. Like, he wasn't all that impressive. He just had an impressive record. And I think because of that, Ko is a little bit overpriced against a veteran like Rowe, who's just a tough out, man.
I agree. All right, Yanni, you mentioned your UFC pack is up. What else do you have up for clients?
Yep. My Saturday college football, again, 10 weeks we've had college football. 9 of those we've turned to profit. And last week was like this slim. That's why we are going to have a huge week in college football. I don't even have to release a 5%. The 4% are strong enough. I promise you that. Big day tomorrow in college football. Big day in the UFC. That package went up today. Once the originator came through, NFL will be up later today with the 5%, going for our 3rd straight 5% winner in the NFL. I've only released 4 so far in 2025. 3 of those won. Got another one on Sunday. Steam Room Sunday as well. Plus EV teasers towards the end. A lot of fun. Make sure you join us as we go through each game side total props. And like I said, I'll be on last call with Ariel on Sunday and tomorrow with Kelly for college football. Best of luck to everyone this weekend. Do some damage.
All right, Gianni The Greek, thank you so much for getting us started. A couple questions in the chat here. I'll take someone's asking about is there any NHL. The only move I've seen is a little play on the over in the Washington Islanders, and I kind of like the Grand Salami under. You got a very low total in that Islanders Washington game. It's only up to 6, so if that game could absolutely tank if you're trying to bet the Grand Salami and you're betting the over, that's the game that could hurt. So I would take the under on that one. And someone asked about playing series at minus 200 or Toronto to win. I would just play it game by game for MLB. All right, hit the like button, guys, because we got to bring in Teddy Covers for Football Friday. That's a eerily weird mask, Teddy. It kind of takes you back when you pop up on screen.
Sure, but so let me start with this. Your costume is 10 out of 10. And
thank you.
Dan's costume might be 11 out of 10. That was brilliant. That was with the bowling stuff in the background. I mean,
the dude abides, Teddy.
That's really good, dude. Well done. That's a mask that Isaac had. I'm like, all right, let me throw it on.
But Teddy's handicapping 1 billion NFL games and 1 billion college football games and 1 billion NBA games. He's like, I don't have time to dress up in a costume. Like, give me a damn mask, Isaac. I got to go on air.
Nobody got time for that. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, Teddy, Real quick, let's ask this question. Gianni was saying, why is all the money coming in? Do we get this line move where Philly opens -3 and now Boston is almost the favorite at -1? Is it because Embiid's playing and people think the 76ers are worse with Embiid playing?
So let me start with this. If you spend your life worrying about NBA line moves, it's going to make you crazy. All right? It will. And what I've done is I don't care who's playing. And the markets only care who's playing. I care what team's playing well. Here, let me take this.
I got you.
Yeah. It's time. That was good. I can come on and do it, but I can't give analysis with it. Fair enough. All right. So in terms of Boston and Philadelphia, the markets, Philly's wildly overachieved to market expectations in early season play. Boston hasn't. But last time out, Boston played really well. I would not surprised that they took a little money here. And of course, these two teams, it's a rematch already. And the first meeting between these two teams came down to one play at the end where one play on each end, on each end of the court. But Boston had 3 shots to win the game, and they missed it. Peyton Pritchard missed all 3 of them. But it was a 1-point decision. I'm not surprised that we've seen money coming for the Celtics in this one. But again, NBA trying what Gianni does and what I do in the NBA are pretty much the exact opposite. You know, Yanni's trying to get ahead of these line moves. I could care less about the line moves. I'm really not worried about who's playing and who's not. Even star players. Look at the Milwaukee last night when Giannis said, okay, they beat Golden State. Happens every day in the NBA. So the market's fixated on who's in and who's out. I fixate on what teams are playing well and what teams aren't. And that's a very different mentality. But all these NBA line moves, 90% plus are, he was talking about it. They're trying to get a middle. They're trying to get out ahead of something. They're worried about this injury. They're worried about that injury. And 100% of my plays are, this team's playing well, that team isn't. Let's bet it. You know, this team's playing poorly. Let's bet against them. This team's playing well. And I don't worry about the individual players nearly as much as the markets do.
Me and my guys were discussing. We need to track when these star players sit, because I swear the line moves and then they do what happened last night all the time. The role players play great. The other team loses a little motive, and then you're getting the best of the number. It's just like everything works in your favor. I swear we need to track that, because had I seen Giannis was out, it would have been a bet on Milwaukee. It happens every single day, like you said. So, all right, well, let's talk some other sports. We got to go over MLB. We get the World Series tonight. How do you break this one down? You got Yamamoto going. I'm going to go over a prop for him a little bit later, but I'm kind of surprised at this line. But again, chasing line moves, whatever. I'm pretty surprised we got the Dodgers here. I'm guessing it's because of pitching. Over under 7.5. What's your breakdown?
So Game 6 is where we see magic. You know, Carlton Fisk against Cincinnati, Reggie Jackson against the Dodgers. For people that are as old as me, you'll remember both of those. Bill Buckner against the Mets, Joe Carter against the Phillies, Josh Beckett with a complete game shutout against the Yankees, David Freese against the Rangers. There is a ton of MLB lore and history when it comes to Game 6 of the World Series. If you're not pumped about this game, you should be. The Dodgers have now lost 2 straight. They lost 5 straight in September. They had a 4-game losing streak in August. They had a 7-game skid in July. They had a 4-game skid in May. They had a pair of 3-game losing streaks in April. It's not like the Dodgers can't lose 3 in a row. They've done it basically every month of this year. And as we get to Game 6, there's something that's very clear. This series has been mispriced from the get-go. All right? Very clear. If you've watched the series, the Dodgers are not and do not deserve to be 2-1 favorites against the Blue Jays. And in fact, if you look at the odds for the series right now, it's Toronto who's 2-1 favorites on a no big line in order to get back one of these games in Toronto to come away with the World Series title. So in my mind, this series had been mispriced from the get-go. And when you see a situation like that, I can't play it with the favorite. I can't. So a priori, I'm looking at Toronto and or the total for this one. Yamamoto's pitched back-to-back complete games. In October, 32 batters faced each time, plus 100 pitches each time. And it's not like he's been immaculate. He got beat up by the Phillies. He got beat up by the Angels. He got beat up by the Brewers. Couldn't get out of the first inning. And we're talking about Sasaki coming in behind him. Yamamoto's going to go 8 or 7, and then Sasaki's coming behind him. Sasaki hasn't been dominant. Twice in his last 4 outings he's got hit. He gave up a run against the Brewers. He gave up 2 walks against Toronto and is only showing against them. He's only thrown once in the last 2 weeks. He's no rhythm there. And the rest of the Dodgers bullpen is dicey. I mean, it is. We saw that clearly in LA. Who's got the hotter bats? Well, Dodgers aren't getting what they need from Mookie, from Muncy, from a bunch of guys have been cold. This lineup's not hitting. Since the 4th inning of Game 3 that they won, Dodgers bats have been ice cold. Toronto's hitting. Better lineup. Better current form. I'll take my chances with the Blue Jays at the plus price. And yes, that is a client play for my clients over at WagerTalk.com.
Couldn't agree more with you. Some of the Dodgers bats have just gotten so ice cold at the worst times. Just Mookie Betts, felt bad for him when he was talking about how bad he was playing. But what are you going to do? I know what we're going to do. We're going to take the plus money. Let's talk college football. Oklahoma, Tennessee here. Oklahoma's defense is fantastic. I don't know what we can expect from the quarterback. Tennessee's 3rd-ranked passing attack. Oklahoma 10th best pass defense. How do you break this game down?
Sure. So when, again, looking at the odds logic live odds screen right now, I'm seeing a mix of Tennessee -2.5 / Tennessee -3. Total in this game sitting at 55 right now. Tennessee beat them by 10 in Norman last year. Now, OK gets a chance for road revenge. That being said, last year the Sooners had 34 carries for 36 net yards in that game. And the 25-15 final, well, Oklahoma scored a touchdown last. It was a pretty one-sided game. Tennessee was the better team significantly. This is their only home game at night. This only night home game of this season at Neyland. They're going to break out the dark mode jerseys. It's a huge game for the Vols. They have 2 losses this season. They lost to Georgia by a field goal in overtime. They lost to Alabama by 17, but don't be fooled by that final score. There was a 99-yard pick six on the last play before halftime that turned what would have been a 3-point deficit into a 17-point deficit. 2-touchdown swing on that. Legit 14-point swing. They out-yarded the Crimson Tide. They had fewer punts than Crimson Tide, but Tennessee did make the mistakes. And when you make big mistakes, you lose games. They make the big mistakes here, they'll lose this one. I had Oklahoma against Michigan early September. The Sooners got it done, but it wasn't easy. It wasn't pretty. And what stood out to me in that game was their lack of playmakers on offense. They won 24-13. The defense did the job. The offense struggled. And that hasn't changed since. They beat Temple the week after. That was September 13th. Since September 13th, Oklahoma's a grand total of 1 point spread cover. That came at South Carolina. And even that game, the offense didn't work particularly well. They lost to Texas. The offense didn't work. They lost to Ole Miss last week. The offense was decent, but the defense couldn't get stops, especially when it mattered most in the 4th quarter. John Mateer, the quarterback, the transfer from Washington State, who was expected to be a difference maker for the Sooners. He's been banged up all year. He's only 5 touchdown passes his last 6 games. Same number of interceptions during that span. He's taken 9 sacks over the last 3 starts. And perhaps most importantly, I've not been impressed with the Sooners' receiving core. This is not an elite receiving core. Tennessee's defense is certainly something of a concern. But I don't think that when it comes to these 2 teams on this field, that Oklahoma has the offensive firepower to hang around. I think the Vols find a way. They beat them last year. I think they beat them this year. Tennessee minus, and if I'm saying Tennessee, it's -2.5, not -3. Vols -2.5 is the only way I can look in this one, even though Oklahoma is that defensive-minded dog. I don't think they're the better of the 2 teams.
I spoke with Joe Ranieri yesterday, and I really like your take. I'm fascinated by this Louisiana governor stepping in and saying this athletic director is not hiring the next coach. We're not doing these buyouts anymore. The AD just got... What's your take on this? This is crazy. This is insane to me that a governor steps in, but it's a state school. What was your take on this?
Silliness. It's just silliness. So what's the governor's goal in this? Only one goal. Get votes. That's his goal. Pander to the public. So the governor doesn't know anything about what's going on in the AD. Doesn't know anything about what's going on in the college football coaching situation. All I know is that this is a really good year to be a college football coach. If you have a good year, you're getting a raise wherever you are because there's going to be suitors. But don't think for a minute that people think about the Penn State job. Oh, this is the best job. LSU job is being the best job. These are not the best jobs in the conferences. and the fan bases are rabid in both of them. Whoever gets the LSU job, whoever gets the Penn State job, I'll take the under 4 years for either one.
Who would want that LSU job? You got to deal with the fan base and the governor? Wait a minute.
And your schedule.
And your schedule.
Yeah, let's not forget that.
Who wants that job? No way. That's why I think Kurt Signetti just did the most brilliant thing. I'll saddle up here at IU.
Sure, and I don't blame him. You know, I came on and I gave a quote, you know, because he'll get fired. And the right way to have phrased that would have been, Indiana will regret that Signetti contract by the end of it. But with all of you, someone's going to regret. You know, when you sign players to 10-year deals, you get 5 years of Mookie Betts at the end of his career. You know, when you sign coaches to 10-year deals, you get at the end of it sometimes not what you want. And that's what it takes to hire a coach now. So, I mean, it's a tough gig for ADs. That's a tough gig right now.
Yeah. All right, you get the big boy game, and then we're going to do sell me. NFL, Chiefs, Bills. I'm seeing -1.5, -2, over under 52.5. All right. Break it down for us. Who you got in this one?
So there's certainly lots of history between Sean McDermott and Andy Reid to look at. These teams have played 9 times since 2020. It's like a division rival, but they're not in the same division. Kansas City, 5-4 in those games. That being said, the last 4 years in the regular season, the Bills 4-0 straight up against the Chiefs. The KC won the regular season meeting in 2020. Oh, we throw out everything in 2020. But they have gone 4-0 in January, and Buffalo's gone 4-0 in October and November and December. They trade all those regular season wins for one win in January. That being said, last time they met, 32-29 last January, KC and Arrowhead, that meeting. But before that, 30-21, 27-24, 20-17, 24-20. All competitive games and all unders. So looking at the Odds Logic live odds screen right now for at Kansas City and Buffalo, and I'm seeing KC -1.5. Let's call it 1.5. There are twos out there. 52.5. The total, a little bit of juice to the over for that one. Here's the key. I'm going to look at the total here before I look at the side. Sidewise, this is going to come down to who's got the ball last. You know, it really does, and it feels that way. But total-wise, I think there's something we can do in this ballgame. What does Buffalo want to do? They want to keep Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs' offense off the field. What does Kansas City want to do? They want to keep Josh Allen, and the Bills' offense off the field. What do we see when these two teams meet? We see low possession games. You know, NFL games, you can have 10, 11, 12, 13 possessions per team, 14 on occasion. In this type of game, we would expect 8 possessions per team, maybe 7 long, slow drives. And I think it's going to be very methodical. You know, when we look at how Kansas City's played like the best team in the league since that 0-2 start, the Chiefs have been dynamite. They've been able to rely on their defense and the offense. It's not all about big plays. You know, it's been very balanced. They can run the football effectively. They can short pass effectively. I don't see Mahomes firing away downfield. Same story with Buffalo. You know, we saw Cook run wild last week. And again, I'm not going to compare Carolina's defense with what they're going to see in Kansas City, but I would expect a run-heavy game plan for Buffalo. Now, the second half of this game could get weird. You know how it goes. You know, everyone's got a plan to get punched in the face, and both teams want low possession games until somebody falls behind. I think the way to go here is first half under 26.5, the prevailing number. I'm expecting a game in the first half. They might kick some field goals too. It's possible. I don't see we'll see much of that after halftime. It'll be let's go for it on 4th down. Let's get another touchdown. But first half under is the play that makes the most sense to this bettor. I see a low possession first half, and I'm assuming not every possession is going to end in a touchdown.
All right. Like the under in the first half. Sneaky look. I like that one, Teddy. We're going to do sell me. But first off, tell everyone what you have up. We got a big weekend.
Yeah. So right now, I just put MLB up. You've just got to play here for free, so don't buy it. That being said, if you want to get anything, get an extended service package. You know, don't worry about what's the individual play is for sale. Get on board for the weekend. Get on board for the week. Get on board for the rest of the year. Great deals right now on my homepage, wt.buzz/TC. And yeah, last weekend I was awful. God, last weekend was as bad as it gets. That being said, what do you do when you have a crappy weekend? It's really important for yourself. It's really important for the clients. All we've done is win all week. Had a great week so far, winning in baseball, winning in NBA, and I expect to be winning in football this weekend. I'm not looking at last weekend as being the harbinger of things to come. Football package will be posted as the day progresses. Check out my homepage, www.buzz.com/DC. I'm playing the World Series. I'm playing the NBA already. You get those plays right now on my page. Again, www.buzz.com/DC. Or this is the website, WagerTalk.com.
All right. It's a segment everyone's been waiting for. It's Sell Me. The dude comes on.
Yes.
Randomly
Refer to me
pick.
correctly. I'm the dude, so that's what you call me, or his dudeness, or El Duder, or El Duderino if you're not into the whole brevity thing. So that's what you refer to me as, Andy. But yes, Sell Me is here. If you've never tuned in before, I give these guys a random game here, and they have to sell me on whichever side I assign them to. Now, last week, Andy and I got eliminated from Survivor. So what I usually like doing is make Andy pick against his Survivor team. He had to pick the Jets last week, and he won with the Jets, much to the chagrin of his Survivor entry, which is probably a lot better than beating Teddy in our Dumb Friday segment. But boys, really, you have to sell me on why isn't Bills and the Chiefs flexed into this Sunday night football game as opposed to the Washington Commanders and Seattle Seahawks. But for what it's worth, Seattle's definitely, I would say, exceeded some expectations in early season. It looks like Washington's going to be getting their quarterback back in Jaden Daniels. So the line that we're looking at here, guys, it's nice and even. You guys are going to have to sell me on a key number. On 3 here is what we're seeing in the total, sitting around 48. Teddy, road chalk are the Seattle Seahawks. That's your side. Andy, you're fighting with the home team getting their quarterback back. Teddy, kick us off. Why are we laying the chalk with Seattle on the road? Sell me on that NFL side.
So I have the Seahawks under 8.5 wins, and I'm going to lose that bet. One thing that happens when you're losing a season win bet is you pay a lot of attention. Whatever season win bets you have, you pay a lot of attention to those teams. And Seattle's really good. All right. There's nothing fraudulent about what the Seahawks have done so far this season. All right. The most impressive thing to me has been how strong Seattle's been in the trenches. And that was supposed to be an area of strength for Washington. It hasn't been. Washington's the oldest team in the NFL. And what happens when you have an old team and things don't break right? You know, they're 3-5. They've lost 3 in a row. This team everyone was brought in to win now, and they're not winning now. So we have a Seahawks team that's been underpriced all year, that's clicking on all cylinders, that's showing absolute signs of being every bit as good as their record would indicate. And we have a Washington team who I also have a season win bet to bet under the total. So at least we got that part of the equation is looking good. But Washington, as an ancient team, again, they're not just the oldest team, they're the oldest team in the league by far. And when the old guys who are getting checks, things don't go right, they're checking out. Don't want any part of the Commanders right now. Seattle or pass for this better.
So no Terry McLaurin alluding to those old folks who are checking out. It doesn't seem like Barf is too worried about that. All right, so you get to sell me on the home side here. Let me know, Lone Star, is he also going to Washington Commanders here?
Pretty simple. Kitchen sink game for Washington. As Teddy said, they lost 3 in a row. They're watching their playoff hopes disappear. They're going to go all out. They're bringing Jaden Daniels back. I don't even know if he's 100%, but that just shows me how important this game is. And fact is, Jaden Daniels, they beat the Chargers this year. And when you look at Washington at home, their first home game, they beat the Giants easily. They beat the Raiders easily, and then they lost to the Bears, but that was 1 point. So they have covered the spread in every single home game. And Seattle, they're due for a letdown spot. They've been playing way, way above their level. This is a primetime game on the road. It's going to be too much for them. Could they win a close one? Yeah, absolutely. But this is a team that has won 5 out of the last 6 games. They're due for a letdown spot. And all the motivation goes to Washington. Seattle's kind of playing with house money a little bit right now. Washington's in a must-win situation, getting their starting quarterback back. So I'll take the 3 points happily. Don't know if they win, but I'll grab those 3 points.
Andy's saying, yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man. is what Teddy has to say about that breakdown. All right, gentlemen, I always love it. Thanks for the breakdowns there. NFL, which side were you sold on? Seattle Seahawks, Washington Commanders. Comment below and let us know. And Teddy, throw your mask back on real quick so people can get a screenshot of our Halloween costumes all together. So thanks for tuning in. Wager Talk today, Halloween edition. There you go. Now they got their screenshot. Well done, Joe.
Teddy covers, everyone. Thank you very much. Let's continue your big week, Teddy. Let's have a big weekend. Thank you very much. An awesome mask. And tell Isaac we all said hi. Thank you for letting you use the mask. All right, guys. It occurred to me before the show, I'm supposed to get up here and tell you guys what I have up for sale on the website, and it's pretty hard for me to be taken seriously right now. So I'll just say we have our NFL Week 9 prop pack. And, if I could be serious, this has been one of the bright spots for 2025. 8-4 last week, aiming to hit 58%, and we are at 57% on NFL props. We had a big week last week. No plays last night. We laid off, and it was very smart because we would have been terrible. But we got about 9 plays that are up right now. And we also have 3 NBA and 1 NHL props that is up, and we're still running that special. $69 for 7 days worth of props. This is how you play props. You play them over the course of a week. One play is fine, but the way that we do props, we're trying to break this down into chunks of 7 days because we're going to be playing a lot of the same players. So we're going to go over some free plays here in around the world, but grab that 7 days for $69. You're going to get NBA and NHL player props. So 1-1 last night in props. We lost the plus money one, but we hit the NHL one. So NFL, NBA, and NHL, that's up. We also have 1 UFC best bet that is up right now, but I would suggest going to Gianni's page. He seems to have a lot of plays up. So you want our UFC play? Great. But Yanni has a lot more up. We only have 1. He's got a bunch. So, all right. Let's do this. Marco. Listen. It's just so well done. It's just so well done. You show up. Lift it up just a little bit more.
It's a sandwich. I'm a sandwich game.
I know it's a sandwich. I'm trying to figure out what kind of sandwich. Is it a BLT?
I don't even know.
Cheeseburger. It's great. It's so great. Marco's showing up with the sandwich. It's absolutely fantastic. I'm glad you got into the spirit of things. How are you, Marco?
Very uncomfortable right now. To be honest with you, my lettuce is sweating.
Well, that's it's the truest shit ever because when we're doing these shows, Marco, we have these super bright lights on. I'm not wearing a sweater in California. You're not wearing a costume in Las Vegas with these bright lights on. So yeah, the comfortability department for us, just to bring people some laughs. It's what we do, Marco.
It is.
I am so jealous.
Marco's Deli. Deli speaking.
I am so jealous.
Here's my question: how does the CEO? You ended up having to get dressed up like the guy who spins the sign outside of the deli, Marco.
Hey, it's Marco's Deli. You got to do everything, man.
This is great. Sir. All right. Well, I will say I'm jealous that you guys don't have wigs involved because this MFer is scratchy as hell, man. My head is itching so bad right now. Here we got to start with the game. You and I are going head to head here. We got Colts, we got Steelers. Your Steelers versus my Colts. I'm interested in how you break this game down because I think my world is props betting, and I absolutely love this game for props. I believe we have 3 props for clients that are up. You got the Colts at -3, over under 50.5. How do you break this game down?
Well, I'm going to take a bet if you're wild guess that if you're betting props in this game, Andy, and any of your props are involving Indianapolis players, you don't have any unders. I'll tell you that much.
I do not have any unders on Indianapolis Colts players in the passing game.
Here's the problem with this. You texted me last night. You left me a message in Slack. I saw it when I got back home from going around trick-or-treating with the grandkids. And the situation, I saw it and I said, how can we go head-to-head when I don't like my team in this one? It's the Steelers have problems. And Mike Tomlin, Mike Tomlin is the problem. And, the situation is the defense, he's a great coach in pregame. But once games start, there's no adjustments, okay? And this has been my biggest frustration with him over the years. The New England Patriots for years, Belichick and Brady just ripped the Steelers' defense apart. What they did every single time they played is they would go 5 wide, spread the defense out, and it left the tight end open constantly, or whoever was coming across the middle on a crossing pattern from the slot. Nothing's changed. He makes no adjustments to it, and they keep doing it. I saw a podcast earlier this week where Edelman for New England, he was talking about it after the Sunday night game. It's the same thing. He said, I used to salivate when we were playing the Steelers. I would get 8 or 9 receptions every game because they never changed anything. And that's the frustration. The Colts, this team is an offensive juggernaut. Do you realize we're through 8 weeks of the season? And I don't know if you have the stat off the top of your head. Take a guess on the number of punts this team has had through 8 games.
Oh, my God. I mean, they said an NFL record. I mean, through 8 games, what do they have, like 16, 20?
16 is where they're at. That's,
unbelievable.
They're averaging 2 punts per game. That's insane. This is a team that's averaged 29 points or scored 29 points or more in every game but one. The one game that they didn't score 29 points, it was a 27-20 loss to the Rams. Do you remember that game? Do you remember the touchdown that he fumbles the ball as he's crossing the goal line? And they had a touchdown called back because of a holding call, a 70-some-yard run. This team has just been an offensive juggernaut. And kudos to what they've got. They've got the complete team. They've got, I feel, the best offensive line in football. Daniel Jones has had a rebirth in Indianapolis. And you've got a running back in Jonathan Taylor that is an absolute beast right now. So with all of this of what I'm going at, and then I look at the Steelers defense that's been shredded in 4 of their 7 games for 31 or more points. Here's where everybody got the misconception of the Steeler defense. They played 3 games in a row where they held the opposing teams down. The problem, those 3 teams that they held down, one was New England, Drake May, early in the season. Okay, this is a guy that still hasn't completed a full season of starts yet, just closing in on that now. Carson Wentz for Minnesota, he's been a nightmare. And then the rookie Dylan Gabriel for Cleveland. Those are the only 3 offenses that the Steelers have stopped this year. Everybody else has toasted them. Where am I going in this one? It's simple. I'm taking Indianapolis team total over 26.5. That's the way I'm going to play it. As a fan, what am I rooting for? Pittsburgh 31-30. I'll be happy with that. But realistically, it's the Indianapolis Colts offense, and that's the only way I can look at this game.
Your team, I don't know if Tomlin realizes it, but you guys could throw all over this Colts secondary. We're not that good in the secondary. If they open it up and let DK Metcalf do what he does, that guy could have 8 catches for 120. We cannot stop dynamic wide receivers. It's just, can you figure it out and get it going? So it's a big weakness for the Colts. Secondary is gettable. It's very, very gettable. So let's move to college football. Let's talk Vanderbilt in Texas. Vanderbilt's coming off a win. I read this where they had 265 yards of offense. But they did get the win. Credit to them. They are 7-1. But this Texas defense continues to be great. Arch Manning looks like he's going to play. What's your take on Vanderbilt and Texas here?
Vanderbilt's been a great story, okay? What they've done, and, you always love to see these teams, the smaller teams out of the conference have a run like this. But let's be honest. First of all, they are, you hear me refer to it a lot, a 200 club member. They do run the football and pass for over 200 yards per game. That's the good news. The bad news is the Texas defense is a beast, and they're not going to run the football against Texas. Texas has given up just 81 yards per game on the ground or 2.4 yards per play. And if you don't have the running game going, the quarterback's not going to look as good for Vanderbilt. That definitely makes things go for that team. They feed off both the offense and the running and the passing. Then you look at the schedule, and let's be honest about the Vanderbilt schedule. Yeah, they had Alabama on the schedule, and that was their one really big test, and they failed. They lose by 16 on the road to Alabama. Their out-of-conference schedule was Charleston Southern, Virginia Tech, second game of the season. Remember, Virginia Tech opened the season 0-3, fired the coach. Georgia State and Utah State. That is a pretty pitiful out-of-conference schedule for an SEC team. For cupcakes there. Then you look at their SEC schedule. They played South Carolina. That's been a huge disappointment this year. LSU, can we say any more of a disappointment? They fired Brian Kelly last week. And then Missouri. And they caught both LSU and Missouri at home, and they were life and death last week with Missouri. I look at this game, and yeah, Texas has 2 losses. The first loss was Ohio State. It was a coin flip game. They lose by 7 in Columbus. No shame there. And then the other loss, which really was the bad loss, they lost to Florida. Florida, was winless at the time, but you got to put an asterisk there because I think Texas got caught looking ahead because the following week they were playing Oklahoma in the Red River rivalry the following week. Other than that, they've won. They've had a couple ugly wins, has Texas, but last week they found a way to win a game that they deserved to lose. And so often, guys, when you see a team, especially a good team that had a poor performance but found a way to win it, that can catapult them on a run the rest of the way. And at 2 losses, they can't afford a misstep. 2-loss SEC team, if they run the table, they can still get themselves into the playoff picture. I'm going to go ahead and take Texas, ride that defense. And to me, this is a classic buy low spot on Texas. This line, if these teams were doing what they should be doing, Texas would be a much, much bigger favorite here.
All right, I like that breakdown. We're gonna break down your. Are you doing sauce of the week or Halloween candy of the week?
No, Halloween candy. I got the memo.
This is great. All right, normally Marco gives us his wing sauce of the week, but it's Halloween. We got to do Halloween candy of the week. So give us that, and then we got a couple questions in the chat, Marco, about Breeders' Cup, if you have any thoughts on Breeders' Cup. Give us our Halloween candy of the week and what team or player this applies to.
Well, candy, I'm going to go classic. I'm a Reese's peanut butter guy. That's it. You give me the Reese's peanut butter cups, that's what I want. But for my childhood and my favorite candy as a kid, and I still crave it now, we got to bring Dan in because you will never heard of this candy, Andy, but I think Dan will. Pennsylvania Company, Central Pennsylvania. What candy am I going with, Dan?
Is it the one with the bunny on it? I forget the name of it. Which one is it?
No, nobody. It's Central Pennsylvania. I passed their factory on the way to Penn State. They're still in business today.
Damn it. I leave Pennsylvania for 2 years and I got my geography.
I was going to
screwed up.
I was going to say Hershey's, but that's not right, is it?
No,
it
wouldn't be Hershey. That's too big. This is like a fancy.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm pretty sure.
I can tell you this, but if you're in a area that has a Cracker Barrel, they have in their gift shop, the old school candy, and they have it. It's from Altoona, PA. Will that help you?
Does Fortune have
it?
Is it
Boyer?
Boyer is the manufacturer.
Boyer, yeah, Boyer. So what's their big candy? I mean, dude, this is
Mallow
like
cups.
years ago.
Mallow cups.
Mallow
the
cups.
Mallow
I've had
cup.
Mallow cups.
I couldn't do the Mallow cups. Mallow cups
come
weren't
on. They had, and as a kid, guys, they used to have, you'd open the wrapper up and they sat like Reese's peanut butter cups. You sit on a piece of cardboard.
They're
but the
filled with, like,
cardboard were little coins. they had different amounts.
You're
you
right.
collected the coins, and once you collected so many coins, you mailed those back to Boyer, and they would send you free candy. That's how you get a body like this.
All right. So what team or player is the Mallow Cup?
Well, since Marshmallow's soft, that'd be the Steeler defense.
I was gonna say it used to be
great.
really popular. It used to be really good, and you used to just be able to send in stuff and get free championships. I was gonna say the Steelers fit that bill.
That's great.
Like
All right.
nonstop. But yeah, the one I was thinking of doesn't Cadbury has a factory in Pennsylvania too, don't they? But it's not up north. I think it's
but
sensitive
Cadbury's
to
still, Cadbury's mainstream. The Easter time, they're
they had a
Cadbury
factory
eggs.
for it,
Yeah.
The
Now
Mallow
I gotta go.
That's a
Gotta go
throwback,
get that.
baby.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts
on?
on? Do you have any thoughts on Breeder Cup, real quick, Marco?
I think that the horse that I'm going to go with, and I know with the Scratch of Sovereignty, it changes the race, and a lot of people are going to look to Fierceness. But the thing about Fierceness is, and as an owner, it honestly pisses me off when they do this. Is a bettor, it's going to make the race more fair. But Chad Brown has two horses in this race, Sierra Leone, which is the top contender. And then the other horse, I don't have the program in front of me. It's just look at Chad Brown and you'll see. The same owner owns both horses. The other horse has zero shot in this race. No shot at all. He's in there for one reason and one reason only. Sierra Leone is a stone cold closer, and Fierceness will be on the front end. They want to have a rabbit in the race to try to soften up Fierceness and set fast fractions to try to set it up for Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone will be coming late in the race, but I think the horse you got to look at in this race is the Japanese horse Forever Young.
Oh,
That's
okay.
my choice.
All right. Great breakdown. I know you guys did bet on it. You got your Deli video. What else do you have up for clients at WagerTalk?
Deli. Yeah, we got, guys, we had another big week last week in football. We hit our 5% play. 5% play last week was in the NFL. It was a lot easier than the final score might have seemed in that game. We had Houston that absolutely dominated the 49ers last week from pillar to post, and yet it was still somehow close at one point in the third quarter. But 5% have been just absolute money in the bank. We're going to have another 5% this weekend. 34-16 on these 5% plays since February. Not since February of this year, since February of last year. We don't throw them out just to throw them out. Best way to go, Weekend Warrior for $49. If you love that Weekend Warrior package where you get Saturday and Sunday all the football, and then if we have a Monday night play, you get that thrown in. How about getting all of our football plays for $35 a week? Check out the WagerTalk rest of the college and pro package. It's $490. That comes out to just $35 per week. That gets you the college through the national championship and gets you the NFL through the Super Bowl. Either one of those two packages, you'll never miss a play. We got the football week off to a good start last night. We had the under in the Ravens game, and we had Texas San Antonio in the college game. So nice 2-0 night in football, ready for a big weekend.
All right, let's do it, Marco. Continued success on those 5% plays. Awesome costume. Now go wash that lettuce.
All right, guys. It's wilted a little bit. My wife will be disappointed.
Marco D'Angelo. Let's go all around the world, and then we're gonna close out with some NFL spread picks. Okay, I am just fascinated by this. Yamamoto on outs total is only 18.5. This guy's gone 27 outs last two games. You're not saving him for anything. This is what you brought him in to do, is pitch full games. I will gladly take Yamamoto. Like I don't think the Dodgers want anything to do with their bullpen. It's like complete last resort. So Yamamoto over his outs. I'm going back to Tyrese Maxey over 10.5 rebounds plus assists. This was our $5 Tuesday play. This guy's playing over 40 minutes per game, 3 straight games with 12 plus rebounds plus assist. And he's averaging 8.3 rebound chances and 15 potential assists. When I look at these categories, if the prop is less than half of the total of their rebound chances and potential assists, that means you're looking to play the over. So you add 8.3 to 15, you're at 23 and a half, and now we only need 10.5 to get over. So I really like the numbers on that one. And then we'll go to the Chiefs and Bills. Juju Smith-Schuster, the books are sleeping on this one. 12.5 receiving yards. He's gone over this in 6 straight games. I know they got Worthy. I know they got Rice, but we're getting a discount on this. He's got 2 catches in each of those games, and in 5 of those 6 games, he has 1 catch of 12 yards in every game. In 5 out of the 6, 1 reception of 12 plus yards. So he can get this in 1 catch. So Juju Smith-Schuster over 12.5 receiving. If you want all of our client best bets for NFL, those are up right now. 1 pack gets you all plays for all of Sunday and Monday Night Football. 8-4 last week, and we're hitting 57%. Really happy with what we've been doing. And also 7 days of props in NBA and NHL. You want to get that today, guys. We got 4 props that are up tonight. This is a very high volume day for us. We normally have 1. We got 4. We got 3 in the NBA, and we got 1 in the NHL. So jump on board, get that 7 days, and lock it in today so you can start cashing in on these props. Okay, Dan, let's go on in here and let's talk some spreads. Thank God we don't have to talk about that pesky Survivor. So pissed off at the
I mean, it's like it was so funny because on Friday we were like, man, if the Jets eliminate us, then good job, Jets. You got your 1 win. However, just the fashion in which it happened, man, this aggression will not stand, man. That was absolutely brutal.
Yes, I know. I don't know who I'm more mad at, the Bengals or the Jets. I was like, what are you winning for, Jets?
Yeah. Well, they kind of set themselves up like they could have won 1. Yeah, it was just an absolute just choke job by the Bengals. You know, Joe Flacco gets a little bit banged up, but we move on. Now we don't have to pick one game. And we don't. That's what I hate about, like, well, I'm saving this team for this week. I'm saving this team for I loved the Eagles last week, but I had to save them for Thanksgiving, and now I'm eliminated. You know what I mean? It's just like, why do you do it? Why do you do it?
Skinny John Candy and the young dude.
And you're out of your element, Donnie. That, of course, is Walter, which I'm pretty sure. Yes. What is the dude said? Walter goes, "You're not wrong, Walter. You're just an asshole."
All right. Well, let's pull up what I'm doing this week in the contest. I had my first bad week of the year. I went 1-4, but I'm still within 6 points of the leader. The theme this week, Dan, I actually found this week a little bit difficult. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just fading bad defenses. That's going to be the theme this week. This Pittsburgh Steelers defense is bad. The Colts have been explosive. I know it's on the road, but I'm with Marco that the Steelers team, I don't think they're going to have the weapons to exploit the Colts defense. And I've watched the Steelers defense give up a lot of yards and a lot of points. So I'm going to take the Colts. Chargers, I love that BetOnline gives us this below 10. If it was 10, I'd probably stay off. But again, this is the Titans. We're fading bad defenses, and the Titans' defense bad. And all of a sudden, the Chargers have the best wide receiving core in the league. This tight end with Keenan Allen and Ladd McConkey and Quentin Johnston. My God, this Chargers offense is terrifying. The Detroit Lions, -9. I'm calling such big shenanigans on this Vikings team. They put Carson Wentz out there who can barely hold his shoulder up. Now he has to have season-ending surgery. J.J. McCarthy's all of a sudden healthy and back. There's something weird going on with the Vikings. Don't be surprised if after the season a bunch of stuff comes out about this Vikings team. I don't buy them at all. There's something weird going on there. This 49ers team, I don't think they're good, but this Giants team, I think, has lost all the wind in its sails. With Scatterbo out, Jackson Dart seems to be, he seems to be pretty bummed. And I get it. It was like his best friend on the team. This Giants rush defense is one of the worst in the league. This 49ers team can control the clock with McCaffrey. So I like the 49ers to go to the Giants and get the win. And then I just not a believer of this Bills team. They cannot get their defense healthy, Dan. If they had all their players, this Bills defense would be good, but they're not healthy at all. This is a Chiefs offense that's clicking. I just don't think Bills are going to be able to make the stops when they need them. So I'm going all favorites here, but the theme is I'm fading bad defenses.
I mean, the favorites, like an 18-4 run, something like that. So, Andy, I will offer, I'm sure you have your own water or coffee just to wash down all that chalk that you're eating. on this card. But for me, so you and I are seeing a little bit similar. We're head to head on one, but we're on the same side for another. So this is our picks for our Wooder and Wawa entry. That's our Circa entry, and we're with you on San Francisco. It's a case of I think the Giants are about to lose the same game twice. Losing to the Eagles, not only do they lose, but they get blown out by a team who they blew out. So you know what I mean? Like internally, they probably felt like, wow, we're on the same plane as the Eagles. They lose Scatabo in that game. And they also, lose in rough fashion. And the 49ers coming off of a loss that they just got completely dominated in the time of possession. I think they flipped that. This is the pick that I got the most pushback on. The comments, and the show is up live right now. The Let's Make Millions. Me and Berg make our picks each and every week, and we give your reasoning for it. Andy and I like sharing them here on Friday, but you can check that out on the channel right now. This one is just a case taken Atlanta of if everything that we think about Atlanta and everything that we know about Drake May and New England and how great they look, if all of that is true, Andy, why is this line under 6.5 points? Why is New England not a touchdown or more favorite? This game reeks of the line smelling. Hopefully we get some bad officiating in this one, but I think you're looking at a field goal or an outright win for Atlanta. The one that you and I are head to head on falls in that same ilk. How is it that Detroit coming out of a bye against a Minnesota team who seems like there's all these shenanigans around them? This line should be 10, right? So it's like, well, I'm getting 1.5 points of value on Detroit. To me, that just says, and sharp money has kind of been on it too. Minnesota might be a live dog here, and I have some stats here for you, Andy. And these are those trends that just make your bet sound good because they really don't matter because they're from 90, they're going back to 1990. But I'm going back to 1998 with my outfit. You're going back to 87, so we can use these stats. Detroit's coming off the bye, but Minnesota is off the mini bye. 8-2 against the spread Thursday night football games that they're coming off of. So, that's kind of a bet on when they give up a lot of points, 36 or more points. They're actually 7-0 against the spread. If the following game that they do that, they're dogs of 3 or more points. In division, it could get a little wonky. I'll go shorter here. Houston, I've been looking to fade this Denver team. Houston's the one team who stays sneaky at home. Really good defense at home. This Denver offense goes up and down the way Bo Nix goes, laying the 1.5 with Houston. And last but not least, had to have a disgusting dog with those other two disgusting ones. Who is Jacksonville to be laying points on the road against anyone? That end of handicap. That's the end of handicap. Those are my picks, Andy. Much like you went 1-4. We went 2-3. We had our first losing week in 6 weeks last week. So we're looking to rebound, bounce back, and hopefully that board does it. It's a disgusting board.
Yeah, it's kind of gross board, and I know I took all favorites, but the favorites have just been hitting. I know we're coming off of a historic week. I think it can happen again. Houston was my my sixth one that I was looking at.
I think that one's pick. Tough to pick against Denver, but I don't know. Denver feels a little bit. I don't think they're fugazi. I think they're still a really good team, but the sneakiest team at home has been that Houston team, who 3 of the teams who have visited them at home have had their fewest yards gained on the year. Wow. So it's just a team who plays really well at home, and I think they'll be locked in. So.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it last night. I was like, oh, Dolphins, not even competitive. Out there blowing drives.
I now saw
throwing away possessions.
Daniels, who's going to be their coach, they said that they're going to retain him through the rest of the year. Thursday night football, Andy, 0-5, and I believe they've been outscored by 78 points in their 5 Thursday night.
Oh,
yeah,
oof.
Not good.
Oof.
Need some looser joggers, I think. Maybe the joggers are a little too tight for our man McDaniel.
I like that they're keeping him. What's the point of firing him? Just get him get through the season. Reset.
Exactly.
You're not going.
What, you're going to get Brian Kelly to coach the team? Yeah.
All right. Well, Dan, have fun tonight. Great costume. Thank you, Marco. Thank you. You know, it occurred to me I got to go to the store And I was like, I got to take off the wig and the
I was
ears.
thinking about that too.
But now my face is painted, and people are going to be like, what is he? So I got to wear the whole outfit so at least people know.
Well, if it tells you
what I
anything,
am.
Andy, I sent a photo of my outfit. I even have the Deuterino shorts on, or the pants on. So the whole outfit is completed. And I sent a picture of it to my family, and they were like, oh, cool, you shaved your facial hair. They didn't even realize I was wearing a costume because I dress like an asshole for free usually. So
That's great.
I think I can get away with being the dude out and about in California. You walk down the street,
You're gonna fit in
20
perfect.
dudes that
You're
look like
gonna fit in perfect. They may not even know you're in a costume. All right, guys, thank you so much. Thank you to Marco for dressing up. Thank you to Isaac for letting Teddy borrow his mask. Thank you, Gianni, for the Steam report, and thank you guys. Have a great and safe Halloween. Please hit the like button on your way out. Leave us a comment in the comment section. Tell us what your best bet is for the weekend, and we're going to be back to do it again Monday. Let's have a big weekend. Good luck on all your plays, and we'll see you on Monday. Take care.
College football week 9 is upon us. We've got some top 25 games, some barking dogs. We got the Steam report with VR. Is the Deli back open? An astonishing 61.7% on the season. And of course, we've got those best bets coming up next on Bet On It. All right, starting off with these top 25 games, and I'm going to go first. 12 p.m. Eastern, number 9, Vanderbilt, plus 2.5 at number 20, Texas, 45.5. I did a show this morning with some of my good friends over there on BetSweats, and they said, Kelly, is Vanderbilt going to be a square dog this week? And I thought, man, they might be. This Vanderbilt team, 15-6 against the spread since the beginning of last season. 5-1 against the number with an average cover margin of 13.1 points per game on the road in the SEC. I like this Vanderbilt team. Diego Pavia won another game. They said that they could not win. Last year, Texas went to Nashville, 17-point road favorites, and Vanderbilt gave them a scare. And it's scary. Arch Manning got knocked out last week versus Mississippi State. Texas needed overtime to just give me one of those, another double-digit lead blown by my underdogs and my 3-team moneyline parlay. If Arch isn't a go, Matthew Caldwell seems serviceable, but this guy's got to bounce around from school to school. He's had 5 starts in his college career, 8 interceptions in those games. I know that Vanderbilt might seem square, but I am not in the business of laying points with this Texas Longhorns team, and I'm probably not going to get involved in this game. I have Texas not to make the playoff. I have Texas under season wins, so I'm just going to sit back and hope the Doors can get the job done for me. VR, you're up next, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Number 18, Oklahoma, is a 3.5-point underdog at number 14, Tennessee. 56.5 is the current total.
Yeah, and just a disclaimer, I haven't bet this game like as a premium play for subscribers. 8-1 right now on the TV game for Bet On It. 20-7 overall in college football for the show. But I do like the Oklahoma side. I think this is a big test for Tennessee. We know how loaded they are on offense. I can't disagree. This is the number 1 offense in all of college football. They're the number 1 most efficient offense. They're like number 1 in scoring. They're number 1 in yard, like all the stats that actually matter as far as offense. They're the best, but they're going up against a really good defense in Oklahoma. It's a top 10 defense. So they're really going to get tested. So far, Tennessee has had a tough schedule. In fact, the 11th toughest schedule in all of college football. And to have the number 1 offense against that is very impressive. That's what's held me back from actually firing a premium play yet on the Sooners. I think this is a coin flip game. You're looking at 2 6-2 teams with almost the exact same point differential. You have Oklahoma with a plus 127 point differential. You have Tennessee with a plus 118 point differential. And both have top 20 toughest schedules. Like this really is a coin flip game. Like when we talk about fights sometimes, and it's Whoever goes off as the dog, that's the side I like, because I think it's that close of a fight, that type of coin flip. And if you're getting plus money in a coin flip, you got to take it. I think this is a coin flip because I don't think there's much home field advantage for either side. We saw Tennessee go into Oklahoma last year. They beat Oklahoma in Oklahoma. They were favorites to get it done. They got the job done. But more importantly, if you look at this year, they played just as well on the road as they've done at home. And for home field advantage, I'm looking for a team that plays a lot better at home or a lot worse at home than they do on the road. Show me you're 1-3 on the road and 4-0 at home, and that's a strong home field advantage. But if you're 4-0 on the road, 4-0 at home, doesn't really matter where you're playing. So I think this line, it has factored in that home field advantage, where in this matchup isn't going to be all that important. I'm telling you now. Again, it's going to be a hype crowd. It's Tennessee, Oklahoma. I get it. But once the game starts, I don't think that's going to be a problem. So I like Oklahoma here. I like the getting 3.5. Whoever took the 3.5, I think they got a great bet. They probably may get back there by Saturday, because I am seeing more Tennessee money, like 7 out of 10 bets so far in Tennessee, and the money on Tennessee, even though we saw the line drop a little bit. So put me on Oklahoma for the TV game. I think they go into Tennessee and win outright and surprise a lot, especially coming off that loss like they did against Mississippi last week as almost a touchdown favorite. I think they bounce back here.
All right, a late night special out in Utah, Marco, 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Number 17, Cincinnati is an 8.5-point underdog. At number 24, Utah, 55.5 is the total.
Yeah, Kelly, just say what you said again. Say it again. You got number 17, Cincinnati, at number 24, Utah, and it's over a touchdown. That tells you that, Cincinnati, with the people that actually do this for a living, the bookmakers, aren't as high as the rankings are on them. And, and I agree with them. Utah I was high on this team coming into this year. If you remember, we have a big play for our clients. We got a 5% play on Utah season wins over. So you know where I'm rooting. But I look at this game, and Utah, they've held 6 of their 8 opponents to 14 or fewer points. Texas Tech is the only team this year that scored more than 24 points on this defense. They put up 34. Well, 34, that's a decent number, but that's below what Texas Tech had been doing to everybody else. And in those 34 points, they were aided by 4 Utah turnovers in that game. The Utah offense didn't miss a beat last week. Devin Dampier was out of the lineup, and they still put up 53 points on Colorado. Granted, that was Colorado. And if you remember last week, the injury reports upgraded Dampier to questionable, in that game. And there was speculation that he was going to play. They decided game day not to play him. And I think it was because they were playing Colorado and they had this game on deck, which on paper should be a much tougher game. When he's in the lineup, this team's almost unstoppable. They're what I call a 200 club member. They rush for 267. They throw for 210. Cincinnati, a couple times this year, teams that could throw the football, well, they did some damage against the Cincinnati team. They gave up 445 yards passing and 34 points to Kansas, and they gave up 314 yards passing and 30 points to Iowa State. Utah's better than both of those teams. Utah's played a much tougher schedule thus far, and there's a reason they're laying over a touchdown. You'll find out Saturday why. Utah wins 35-20.
Now, if I may intervene real quickly, Marco, Cincinnati is the 34th best team in the country right now. Utah, the 11th best team in the country. I agree with you 110%.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, I think Marco may have talked me off using Cincinnati as one of my underdogs. We'll see. We'll see. He's talked me off a couple. I've went against him on a couple. We'll see how this one ends up faring. VR, talk about some more of those power ratings. Yeah. Talk to me about some more of those power ratings, what you've got early on for the Steam report here in College Football Week 10.
All right. And like I talked about last week, I'm narrowing down the strongest sides that got hit that I don't see resistance, or I'll let you know where there's been resistance. And more importantly, where I don't believe there's going to be a middle attempt or it's one of those picking off a weak number. Let me get into all weekday games, start all weekend games, all Saturday games. Start off 323 East Carolina -4.5, 332 Florida State -8, -9, went as high as 10 in some shops. That's where you saw the Wake Forest come in. So Wake Forest +10 is a buy. So if the books get a lot more risk on the Florida State side as it's starting to pile up, rest assured, all they have to do is move it to 10. There will be sharps ready to take it. They just got to hope the game doesn't land 8 or 9. Move on to NC State, 338, plus the 6.5, plus the 6. We'll talk about them a little bit later. 359, UCF, +5, +4.5. 364, the Utah side, Marco just touched on. Laid the 7.5, through that key number, 8, 8.5. That's why you're looking at close to a double-digit spread there. Miami, 379. Miami bounced back off their dream-crushing loss. That was impressive last week. The only reason I didn't bet them was that trend. But they laid the 10, 10.5, and 11. 381, West Virginia, plus the 15, plus the 14.5, all the way down to +14. That's why you can't get 2 touchdowns no more. And finally, South Carolina, 395 plus 13.5 plus 13. Again, those are the strongest moves that I haven't seen resistance except the Wake Forest side. And as you know, totals get hit Thursdays. So pay attention to that odds logic screen. You'll see everything you need to throughout the day. So best of luck. That's this week's theme report in college football.
Yeah, you'll also see VR this weekend, college football on Saturday, NFL on Sunday on WagerTalk's Last Call, 11 a.m. Eastern. VR, talk to me real quick about the Steam Room on Sundays before the NFL kickoff.
Yep. An hour leading in the kickoff. Had a good time this last week. We were able to go through every single game. I share signed total player props that I have for that game. I share any information if we haven't bet it or I don't have any sharp moves from anyone else that shared. Let you know what I'm seeing in the back end of all the books. There to answer all your questions and finally put those plus EV teasers together towards those last 15 minutes. Last week, we actually had one teaser, only one, and then going into the last 15 minutes, the line moved and we just didn't have any teaser. So we stick to those rules and go over year-to-date results, risk management. And like I said, I'm there to answer all your questions and be accountable to my subscribers. So I really love doing it every week. And join us Sunday leading in the kickoff.
Yeah, here on the show, I've been asking the guys to jump in the comments and kind of talk to our audience, ask them what they're looking for and so forth. And Marco, one of the guys reminded me that during the segment, I used to call you Marco Barco. So Marco Barco, you are up first. Tell me which underdog this week in college football you think has the best chance to win outright.
Yeah, Marco Barco comments are every week in there, Kelly. So you haven't been in there enough to see them, but there they are.
I said, guys, I have been guilty. I have not been in there. I'm trying to get in there every single week. You guys got something to say, I'm here to listen. Marco Barco, take the floor.
All right, we're going to go with one here. In the knee-jerk reaction, Baylor returns home. And people are going to look for this team to bounce back. But I just don't trust this Baylor team. I haven't all year. The Baylor offense can score, but I can't lay points with a team that's allowed 117 points over their last 3 games. Guys, even the pathetic Oklahoma State team scored 27 points on this Baylor defense. UCF, they can control the clock with their power running game. This running game has averaged 212 yards per game over the last 4 games. It's that running game that sets up the passing game, which is throwing for 237 per game. And you know what I always say, I love these 200 club members. When you can do over 200 yards, both rushing and passing, it is so tough to defend these type of teams. Baylor, they've been an overvalued commodity all year. Why? Because if you remember when we did a lot of the August preview shows, they were one of the darlings coming in because of the way they ended last season. Everybody thought that there was going to be a natural continuation this year. It hasn't lived up, and the books just keep mispricing them. They're 1-7 against the spread this season. I'm not jumping on a favorite like that. I'll take the team UCF. They've held 5 of 7 opponents to 20 points or less this year. And I always say, give me the better defense. Getting points, I'm going to sign up every time. That's my barking dog. It's not as big as last week's barking dog. Come on, Kelly. You didn't give me any credit for that 10.5-point dog last week with
That's
Rice.
because it was Rice. Do you think I watched that game for one entire second, Marco? Do you think I knew that they won the game outright? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good job, Marco. Thank you for the double-digit outright winner. I actually was laughing because I remembered it was Rice because I was like, no one cares about this football game. But you know what we do care about? Cashing those tickets. So good job, Marco Barco. VR, you're going with a team here that kind of screwed Marco last week, and I was on them as well. And I'm like, why are we going back to them this week?
Yeah, and it's a 3% play because I couldn't get a touchdown on it. We did get +6, so it's a 3% play. I don't have any 4% this week on bet on it for the show because I only narrowed down one really strong play and put that up yesterday as the $2 play. That'll be in Saturday's package, and I really like Saturday's card, but I'm not going to have a lot of volume, so got to save those for the subscribers. With that said, as far as the comments go, I wasn't able to go in last week and really do much, but I have been going in week by week. Keep those comments coming. I'll jump in there this week for sure. And please, you could disagree. Just make sure if you're going to bash, do it before the game starts, not after the game, because we all know the final after the game. With all that said, I've gotten a lot of pushback with my power ratings, and I can promise you, bro, I have no dog in the fight. I don't care. Like, don't tell me about I'm still mad over this team beating this team in 2018. I don't remember what happened 3 weeks ago. I don't have this hatred for your team if I'm fading them. Like, that's not the reason. Like, oh, VR just hates this team or he just hates this team. I don't hate any team. I could care less. I'm just going to follow what my numbers tell me. And what my numbers tell me is this Georgia Tech, as phony as a $3 bill, they played the 63rd toughest schedule in all of college football. 63rd toughest schedule. That's why they're 8-0. They have the 63rd toughest schedule, and they still have the 40th most efficient defense against that schedule, and still the 32nd most efficient offense against that schedule. So they're a top 10 ranked team that's not even in the top 30 in any meaningful offense or defensive category, and they have a schedule that's not even in the top 50 as far as toughest. And you're telling me this is a top 10 team in college football. You're nuts. I actually moved them up. I'm forced each week to move them up, and they're all the way up to 16 right now. So I'm giving them their respect, but top 10, you've lost your mind. Now, NC State, they're nothing to write home about. They're nothing to brag about. They're barely a top 60 team power rating wise. But with all that said, they've had a much tougher strength of schedule. They're only 500, but they have a positive point differential. They're playing at home and catching almost a touchdown. I think this game's a lot closer than that. Again, it's more a fade of Georgia Tech that's been outperforming the betting market. They're coming in undefeated, but more importantly, they've covered 3 straight games. The market's very efficient. An efficient market corrects itself. You're starting to look at a huge correction for Georgia Tech. And again, this is a strong home field advantage. Why? Because NC State's won 3 or 4 games there. They've lost 3 or 4 games on the road. That's the kind of team I want to back at home, especially catching points. Give me the 6 points, 5.5, whatever it is, with NC State. Live dog on the money line.
All right, more live dogs, and I got to give you guys a good one here because I'm giving you a little tiny chihuahua in the NFL. So I said, all right, I'm going to give you guys this one, and you guys are expecting this one. Like, who am I kidding? 8.5 was the highest line I saw on the odds logic screen at this opener. Circa opened, I think, 6. 7 is pretty much across the board here for the Texas Tech Red Raiders. If you like that side, I, however, do not. And I know last week I gave you guys K-State as a best bet. I said I made the game 5. Oh, guess what? I made this game 4. I don't understand where all of this insanity is coming from. I know this team inside and out, and I'm going to tell you why you need to take the touchdown with the Kansas State Wildcats, a team who has now covered 4 straight games, including that ass whooping last week in Lawrence that I didn't predict necessarily, but I did predict the win. Yes, the Cats gifted that Jayhawks team a touchdown right there off the fumble, and a lot of people groaned. I think you guys could hear my pain and sorrow, and I had to order a margarita early on with my friends and said, oh boy, here we go. But then the Cats do what they do best as an underdog. They go and they win the football game. Guess what they did last time they were the underdog versus TCU? They went and won the football game. And guess what they did at Baylor? They should have won the football game, but there was a weird face mask that may or may not have happened allegedly, and they got the cover. This is a spot where K-State is going to get the cover. Yes, Texas Tech has Morton back under center. Yes, he is the better quarterback. But the real reality is this Texas Tech team is vulnerable. We saw it at Arizona State, and you're going to see it in Manhattan at 2:30 Central Time there this week. I do not know if K-State can win this football game. I think that they are gritty. I think that there was, we'll call it some curses of the Aer Lingus Classic, the same one that got Florida State last year. But I think they have gotten over that hump. And yes, Marco might argue that this is a letdown spot after beating their in-state rival and how important that is. But I think this is a springboard. You beat your in-state rival by such an amount that next week carries over the momentum. You're back at home. Your fan base is bought in. Your coaching staff has things more well-rounded. Some of the distractions are no longer there. So I'm going to get off my pulpit. I'm going to tell you guys that I think K-State +7 is the play. And hopefully they don't break my heart in gut-wrenching fashion. But if they do, we still have Texas Tech 12-1 to win the Big 12, which would secure their spot at least in the mix. We'll leave it at that. Marco, the Deli has been crushing. I mentioned 61.7% on the season. That is in both. Talk to me about how it's been doing in college football and why you think the team that has ripped my guts out the last 2 weeks in a row is now a bet against.
No problem, Kelly. And let me update that record. I updated it on the NFL sheet, but unfortunately, I forgot to update it on the college sheet. It's 23-16 on the Deli. And what Kelly's referring to is the bonus edition. Every week I do a second video. It comes out on Thursdays. You can view that on our YouTube channel or watch the mega show because it is included with all of the shows surrounding Bet on It. We do that. And what I do is I come and give you guys 5 more plays. Generally, it's been 4 college, 1 NFL. Games that just missed being on Bet on It in my angles that I like to use, the sandwich shops, the trap games, all of those type of things. I break them down in detail like I do here, and you can view that on Thursday. Comes out late afternoon on Thursdays, Vegas time, so early evening on the East Coast for you guys. This sandwich game, we're going to take a look at Arkansas and Mississippi State. And Mississippi State, let's be honest, they have been an ATM for their bettors. And 7-1 against the spread's going to get them a lot of love. But I got to ask the question, how many gut-wrenching losses can this Mississippi State team have before the air goes out of the balloon? 2 weeks ago, they lose to Florida by 2 points. Now, I understand Florida's having a bad year, but it's still the name in the program. And for Mississippi State, that was a big game, and they came up just short as a 9.5-point underdog. To their credit, they come right back the very next week, last week, against Texas, and they lose in even more gut-wrenching fashion. They had Texas on the ropes the entire game. What changed the game in the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter, was a punt return for a touchdown by Texas. And then the other pivotal play was Arch Manning leaving the game with a concussion. Backup quarterback comes in, leads them to a victory in overtime. I got to ask again, how does Mississippi State pick themselves back up off the mat from that? That alone has me looking at Arkansas. Yes, Arkansas has lost 6 in a row, but they keep playing tough in those games. And if you look at their schedule, they've played one of the toughest schedules in the country. And even though they've played a tough schedule, they're still putting up big offensive numbers. 6.1 yards per play on the ground, 9.1 yards per play through the air. This is a spot where they got to take advantage of a team that I feel is deflated and then throw in the sandwich. This is the mother of all sandwiches. Mississippi State played Texas at home last week. They play Georgia at home next week. How do you get excited for that game in the middle against Arkansas that's lost 6 in a row? It's a great spot for Arkansas. Give me that sandwich. I know all those Mississippi State lovers that have been cashing all year don't want to fade them, but this is the spot to do it.
I'm the Mississippi State lover. Hi, it's me. Yeah, this is losing that game up double digits marks the 6th underdog that was in my parlay, Marco, this year that blew a double-digit lead. So it has been a really fun one, and I hope Mississippi State gets the brakes beat off of them by the Hogs after what they did to me last week. Is that mean? Is that hateful? Is that spiteful? Speaking of, let's get to those best bets. VR, you are up first. Before you give me your best bet for college football week 10, please let me know what you've got going on over at WagerTalk.com.
Yeah, I have a Thursday best bet up. Those primetime games have been on fire for us and fired one right away. Thursday night primetime, 4% best bet in college football. Number one in college football. We've won 9 of the 10 weeks. We've turned a profit in college football overall. I have my Saturday card up as well. 4% in there. Also, fired 2-3% already. Looking to confirm some really strong plays for Saturday. I like this board. Sunday, the NFL card will not go up till later in the week because we are firing a 5% in the NFL. I'm going for my 3rd straight NFL 5% winner. Only fired 4 of those this year. 3 of those have cashed. Narrowed one down for us this weekend. So big weekend. And of course, we have the UFC card as well. So, yeah, busy couple days. Good time to jump on board. Steam room on Sunday. So, just looking to keep piling on profit, NFL and college football.
All right, VR, week 10 is kind of interesting. We start to see the rubber meet the road. Teams that need 6 wins to get into the bowl games. And you've got kind of an under-the-radar team for us this week that might start to fit that criteria over the next couple weeks.
And before I share that, real quickly, and I want to see those comments in the chat. Tell me where I'm wrong, honestly, because the good thing is by the end of the year, we'll know who was right, who was wrong. The overrated teams, because I didn't give you guys a 4% best bet this week, I'll give you some good information based on my power ratings. I'm going to tell you who else is phony in those rankings. BYU, phony. All right, they just made my top 20. Texas A&M, they're the next one that's going to be exposed. They are barely a top 15 team. They would only be a true number, a 1-point favorite against a 5-2 USC team based on my power ratings. Yes, Texas A&M should only be about a 1-point favorite against 5-2 USC. But the biggest phony of them all is Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt would be an underdog to 4-4 Kansas State. They would be an underdog to 4-4 Auburn, and yet they are ranked number 9 in the country. Nobody phonier than Vanderbilt right now. As far as best bets go, out here where I'm living, UNLV, New Mexico, and we're going to fade UNLV. Now, I know when the season started, UNLV didn't go in the camp thinking they're going to win a national championship, but they were excited about this year's team, I can tell you, because I live here. Well, they had their dream crusher last week, okay? The Marco trend that's been money for us for decades, and there's no reason to fade it here. That loss cost them big time for UNLV. And even though they're a 6-1 team, they have a point differential of only 26. And the reason for that, they have a terrible defense, the 108th most efficient defense in all college football. You can't be laying points when you're the 108th best defense. The back door is going to stay open the entire game. And that's a team that's barely had a top 60 strength of schedule. You look at New Mexico, They have 2 more losses and yet a higher point differential. Another really close game that's much closer to a coin flip than almost a 2-1 favorite in the case of the money line for UNLV. Take the 3.5. That's still available. Buy it to 4 at anything less than 122. 4 is a really good number to get in this game. Open 5.5. That got picked off. The 5 got picked off. The 4.5 got picked off. It'll probably get down to that key number of 3 because multiple groups took New Mexico. I agree with them. So if you agree with me, don't wait. This line's probably not going to stay this high. So that's my bet for this week. Best bet, New Mexico, 3% sent to my subscribers.
All right, Marco, you've got a team that has potential to make the ACC championship game. But before you get into that, tell everybody how things have been going over at WagerTalk.com. We've got multiple sports going on. We've got college basketball right around the corner.
We've got all kinds of deals going, and obviously the Weekend Warrior has been the most popular package. $49, you get all of your favorite handicappers' plays in football Saturday and Sunday. And if your handicapper that you purchased has a Monday night play, that gets thrown in free as well. But we've kind of come back and gave you a deal. It's almost too good to pass up, Kelly. If you're paying $49 for the weekend for football, I'm going to tell you about a deal that's going to cost you $35 a week, and you're going to get every football play, including all of those weekday plays. Here is the deal. Get the rest of the college and NFL season. College through the national championship game, NFL through the Super Bowl for just $490. That takes you service in football through February 8th, I think is the Super Bowl. That comes out to $35 a week. That's less than what you're paying right now for the Weekend Warrior package. It includes all those 5% plays that sell for $35 by themselves. Take advantage of this offer. Head on over to WagerTalk.com. You can pick out as many cappers as you want. And for me, we hit our 5% play last week. It was in the NFL on Sunday with Houston Texans. That brings our record to 34-16 the last 2 years on those 5% plays. We've got another one coming this weekend. Grab the Weekend Warrior or go for the better deal and grab the rest of the season. As far as best bets go, Kelly, we are going to look at a team that is in the hunt for the ACC title, and that is Virginia. But, man, they're making their followers pull their hair out because they keep winning close games. They haven't covered the last couple of weeks, but they keep finding a way to win. And I think because of those close games the last few weeks, we're getting some line value here. They're 7-1 and ranked 15th in the country, but they've won their last 3 games by a combined 6 points. Now, Virginia had pulled off back-to-back upsets over Florida State and Louisville. Okay, that started them to get attention. And it was after those 2 wins that they were a big favorite against Washington State, a non-conference game. Well, they kind of looked past Washington State and had to rally to win that game by 2 points. They were down double digits at halftime. Clearly, they looked past them. Then the last week, they went to North Carolina and escaped with a 1-point victory, 17-16. Now, I think people are overreacting to that because everybody remembers how bad North Carolina was to start the season. But if you look the last 2 weeks, since they came off their bye week, where Belichick had an extra week to sort things out, get stuff that didn't work out of there, fix the things, tweak the things that did work, they've played back-to-back good games. They went to California and gave California all they could handle, and then they gave Virginia all they could handle last week. So I'm not going to overreact to last week's close game, but I am going to overreact to California. Although they look like a very live dog, they're coming off a gut-wrenching loss last week. And again, it was one of those Friday night primetime games. They played Virginia Tech, and they ended up losing that game in double overtime. I do not like backing teams off of an overtime loss, let alone a double overtime loss. California cannot run the football. They've been held to 80 or fewer yards in 5 of their last 6 games. My numbers say that this line should be closer to 7 than it should be to 4, as the market has overreacted, as I said. And let's face it, all these close games that Virginia's played in recent weeks, if this game is tight in the fourth quarter, doesn't that give the advantage to Virginia because they keep playing these tight games and finding ways to win? Whereas California had a tight game, go to overtime, they found a way to lose. I'm going to go ahead and take Virginia. This is one of those buy low scenarios. Give me Virginia, lay the 4. I've got them winning this one by 10, 30-20.
All right, Marco and I were head-to-head on this team last week. I had the 7.5 with Northwestern. He had the push with Nebraska. And look, did Northwestern really have a chance to win that game? Probably not. Nebraska really controlled the time of possession. They controlled the tempo, and their defense did a few things to benefit them. And that's why I like them now catching almost a touchdown here at home against a USC team we've been betting against on the road since they entered the Big Ten. They're now 1-8 straight up against the spread in games played in the Central or Eastern time zone. The Trojans have since lost in the Big Ten 6 games as a road favorite. I think this one becomes 7. I know there's a lot of rumors about Matt Rule going to Penn State, but Nebraska did not seem bothered by that in the slightest last week. Remember, this Michigan team just a few weeks ago closed at a pick'em at Nebraska. Now all of a sudden they are a touchdown home dog. Maybe I'll let VR kind of allude to the power ratings there, but I think that they're pretty close rated the same. I think this number is way too high. I like Nebraska with the better defense here at home as my best bet for college football week number 10. Let's get that recap graphic up for everybody so that you guys can have it from VR, Marco, and myself. Until next week, let's bet on it. If you guys are looking for that mega show, college football, NFL, and all of the special segments right here. And of course, the NFL edition of Bet on It.
Everybody, welcome into another episode of Profit Picks. If you are new, being transparent, and yesterday I did not have a good day. I went 2-4 I took Lamar over on his. I'm sorry. I took Henry over on his rushing yards. That cashed, and I took what was it? Keyshawn George, I think, over his assist. That cashed, and everything else went wrong. So need to do better here today. Vino, hopefully it was better for you yesterday than it was for me.
Well, the NFL, I had Baltimore team total over 28.5 left. And here's the best bet for the chat. And they got to 28 after 3 quarters and never scored again. So that one got caught by the hook. Had a college play, Coastal Carolina game against Marshall over. That made it rather easily. And then branched off into the FCS ski with Delaware, the Deshaun Jackson, Michael Vick game. Both guys head coaches now at the FCS level. Had over 55, I think it was, only got to 47. So we had a 1-2 football day. Did not play in the association, but we got a couple we like tonight.
Shout out to RC in the building. He says 1-0 in NBA props this season. I know you're proud of me. Hey, you can just stop now. You undefeated, RC. Never lost. All right. Yeah, good stuff. A lot of games today, Vino. And I am tired. Like I said before, that ever since that 18-inning game, man, I just been dragging the rest of this week. So let's get through today. See if we can find some money on this slate. Hawks and Pacers. Not much movement on the side. The total did go up from 230.5 to about 232.5. Trae Young will not play in this game. And for Indiana, you have Obi Toppin, Nembhard, McConnell, Mathurin, Cam Jones, all out. Peter and Furphy both questionable. Yeah, I need to see a little bit more from Atlanta, especially without Trae Young, before I start to lay points, especially on the road. I know Pacers are missing a lot, but just not something I can go run and do. I was considering betting either Dyson Daniels to score a little bit more, just because it's going to be more minutes and somebody has to score at the guard position. So I was considering him to maybe have a little bit of a breakout for this season performance because he hasn't been scoring well. And I was thinking about Jalen Johnson some way, shape, or form, but I haven't gotten there. So, Vino, what do you think about Hawks and Pacers?
Yeah, we could be really brief here, Ski, because I just don't have an interest in the game. The whole key with the Pacers is that we talked about it the other day. When you're missing 4 guards that can play point and you don't have a real one anymore, you have a backup in Ray J. Dennis, who actually has played fairly well. And then you lose Trae Young on the other side. It kind of defeats the purpose. If Trae Young was in, I'd probably be all in on the Hawks. But without him, Atlanta's somewhat limited as far as scoring backcourt. I think you mentioned it, with Dyson Daniels maybe being good prop play because somebody's got to score. But to me, I thought initially maybe the total's too high at 232.5. Indiana played a 107-105 with Dallas the other night. But 232 is never, 232.5 is never too high in any Atlanta game. So, pace may be there. I just don't have a good interest in that game due to the injury report.
All right, fair enough. Let's keep going. Next up is Celtics and Sixers. Open -3 for the Sixers, down to a pick'em. Total doesn't really have much movement. Still no Paul George, no McCain for the Sixers. Obviously no Tatum for the Celtics. Sixers team has been impressive, Robino, undefeated so far. And the Celtics, not so impressive. How long can the Sixers keep this going? I mean, it has to be a reason why this is moving from Sixers -3 down to a pick'em. How do you feel about this one?
Well, I think it'll get over the numbers, Ski. This one really attracted my interest, or overnight number, and then early this morning I bet it. But the way Maxey and Edgecombe are running the backcourt here, and the way Philly's playing up tempo, so at the other night against Washington, to me, Boston has become a lesser defensive team. Obviously, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to say that when you lose Drew Holiday in the backcourt, you lose a little bit of defense. When you lose Jason Tatum in the front court, you lose a lot of defense. When you lose Al Horford, you lose some rim defense. So Boston I think you laid out the quote the other day from Jaylen Brown. I feel like I'm on a track team more than a basketball team. Boston, we know what they want to do. We said it the other night that they want to shoot threes, and they made threes the other night, and they beat Cleveland. Don't see any reason why they wouldn't get a bunch of open looks against this Philly team. I've watched them the last couple. They're not really good defensively, but they do want to push pace. 233.5, the way we're seeing totals go early on here. And I think the exact percentage is 61% so far to the over in the NBA. And 233.5, just, it seems like what used to be 223.5. It seems like it's an easy number to get over when you have this style, this matchup, these guards. These teams will probably get to the line a little bit. I think Philly had Washington in the bonus in the third quarter, in the fourth quarter the other night. Foul a lot. I like Boston, Philadelphia over 233.5.
All right. I don't think I really have anything in this game. I do want to fade Embiid though, but I'm just not sure how I want to do it. Raptors and Cavs, it opened -9.5 for the Cavs, down to 6. And total went up from 236.5 to 239.5. 240. I see even at a shop. Mitchell, Allen, both questionable. No Garland, Merrill, or Strus. So you could potentially be missing 4 out of 5 starters for Cleveland here and still be laying points. I don't know, Vino. It just doesn't seem like something I would be interested in. Toronto, I say I don't like them in the favorite role or picking them to win, but when you give them some points and just need them to be feisty, I like that role a little bit more. They're healthy. I think Toronto would be my preferred side here. How do you feel about this one?
I agree, and I would stretch it even further just to say I think Toronto will get over their team total. It's been bet up from 114.5 to 116.5. Toronto has showed us, again, saying this about a lot of teams, but it's just a never-ending engine with the Toronto Raptors right now, up and down the floor constantly. Interesting that they didn't. Well, it's in Cleveland, so they can't do anything with the time in this game. But with the Jays playing tonight, if it was in Toronto, they probably would move the game time up again. They've scored almost at will, Ski, and their penchant for getting up and down the floor can't be ignored. Cleveland's lack of defense, if they're missing the amount of starters that you just listed off, makes it even easier for them to score. Cleveland does not mind pace. They'll go with you. They'll try to outscore you. So to me, the underdog side certainly has some appeal, but over 116.5 for Toronto just seems a little bit too easy. I'll probably be on the visitor going up and over their number tonight.
116.
I got 116.5.
I could understand that, especially if there's no Jared Allen. I'm going with Lonzo again, 4.5 assists. I mean, if Mitchell is out, that's a bonus. But they just need somebody to play making, ball handle, and it's a lot of extra guard minutes going around with this injury report for Cleveland. So he got it last game when nobody could make a shot. They just shoot decent. He can get 5 assists again. He's got it every game, I believe. So that's what I like in that one. Next, we'll go Knicks and Bulls. And this one opened up -3 for the Knicks. Looks like 5 or 5.5. Total opened 236.5, down to 233.5. You have Towns, Yabusele, both probable. Mitchell Robinson, questionable. Kobe White and Zach Collins are both out. This is a well-rested Knicks team. Last time they played was the 28th versus Milwaukee, and they lost in that game. So it's a chance for them to bounce back. These Bulls have been very impressive so far this season. And, Billy Donovan was talking about they need to play some defense this year. It looks like they're doing it. Top 5 defensive rated team, and team is 4-0. So nice start for these Bulls. Can they keep it up? This Knicks team has been unimpressive for what we expect for them, in my opinion. So my initial thought is just grab the points with the Bulls here. Also, I mean, both top 10 defensive rated teams, bottom 10 offensive rated teams so far this season. I know the Bulls play a little bit more up tempo, but the Knicks don't. If anything, I think both teams play solid defense. I would agree with the market pushing it down as well. So, Bulls or under for me, I guess if you put them together, that's Knicks team total under. How do you feel about this game, Vino?
Yeah, I'm glad you said it, Ski, because under doesn't come out of my mouth too often, but I do agree with the line move here. The 236.5 down to 233.5. You can still find some 234s out there. I would recommend it. What the Bulls did the other night in Sacramento, remember we talked about this Bulls-Sacramento game, little sketchy on what I thought of the Bulls, knowing the Billy Donovan quote preseason. They had won 3 straight games. Will they do it against Sacramento with DeRozan and Zach LaVine coming back home? And the first half, they didn't play very good defense, but when they had to bear down in the second half, they won the second half 64-49. Same thing that happened to the Kings the night before against Oklahoma City, right? They had a poor second half. Chicago did the same thing to them. When they had to bear down that night, they really did. And I would think that maybe they can, do the same here against New York. New York's certainly a far better defensive team than Sacramento was, so I don't think Chicago's getting to 126 in this game. And then I start doing the math in my head, and I think under 234 is a pretty good play here. These teams might reach 230, but I don't think they get beyond this number. So I kind of like the under in that game.
All right, Vino, looking at the under, there's a good point by you, Capper, in the chat. He says, pretty much look at the schedule for both of these teams. Knicks have been playing tougher competition, and that's true. They played Miami, Milwaukee, Cleveland, Boston. Chicago has played Detroit, Orlando, Atlanta, and Sacramento. So that is definitely a good point. The Knicks could look, a lot better facing the Bulls team, but are the Bulls pushovers this year? We shall see. That's still to be determined. Cup games, winners going to win by margin. That is also a good point. WagerTalk says, what time is it? I'm not sure we put that in there. Who put that in there?
I don't know. Somebody's watching.
Somebody's watching. Hit the like button time, I guess. I don't know. Appreciate you here saying he loves the show. The comment by you, Capper, does stand out. I was thinking Knicks team total under because the Bulls defense has been good. But Knicks will probably be hungry for a win. I mean, they can get over 500. Maybe just a full game under. And that's what you said you went with right now, right?
Yeah.
Vino? Yeah, I like this one. It's either going to be, let me just glance at one more thing. Bulls opponents are 4-0 to their team total under. I mean, that's something there too. I like Knicks team total under. I don't know Knicks could win and cover, and it could be a lower scoring game. If the Bulls are covering, it's because the defense is legit this year, in my opinion. So if either team wins, I could see Knicks team total staying under. I'm gonna think about it a little bit more while we do the show, just not to hold it up. But I really like that. All right. Lakers and Grizzlies opened up -5 for the Grizzlies. We've had a flip of favorites. The Lakers are now -1.5. Total's gone up from 235 to 239 here, Rob. It's got to be some injury news. So let's hit refresh here. Luka is questionable. Marcus Smart is questionable. LeBron out. The rest of the guys who've always been out are out. Same. I mean, I'm tired of repeating these guys for Memphis. They're out. So they're thinking maybe Luka's going to play tonight. I thought he was supposed to miss a couple more games. I don't see why there's a rush to bring him back. I mean, Austin Reeves playing so well. I don't know, Rob. I don't think he's going to end up playing. And I feel like a lot of people in the market are betting like he is. What do you think about this game?
Yeah, we know how they are with these line moves, right, Ski? They see a questionable or an upgrade to questionable, and here comes all the money. And then, 4 hours from now, when Luka's announced doubtful, it'll go right back to where it started. So it's a guessing game, obviously, all the time. I think if you're a proponent of Memphis, the time to jump in is now. Memphis's injuries have remained the same, as you said, Ski. They've scored pretty well. The other night, tough game against Phoenix, 114-113. Lakers, of course, that shot by Austin Reeves on the final possession to win the game against Minnesota, where LA blew a pretty sizable fourth quarter lead, come back to win it on that shot. So both teams are scoring pretty well. Neither side playing a heck of a lot of defense. Where Memphis is concerned, my first inclination is always toward the over. Will Luka slow the game down at all if he's in there? It's possible. But I think the Lakers become more efficient when he's in there. You have more scores. Luka gets to the free throw line, et cetera, et cetera. Ja's going to get to the free throw line tonight. I don't know. This game's been bet up 4.5 points, not because they love the matchup, but because Luka's been announced questionable. So it goes from 235 to 239. I think I have to wait on the injury report, but I do think I like over in that game, Ski. I just think both sides can reach 120. I don't like either defense at this point in time. So maybe that's the way I'll look when I see if Luka's a definite. But I think the move has already happened. Normally we say, or I would say, if Luka's announced in, expect this number to rise. But I think the number's already risen in both cases. You see a 6.5-point move sidewise, a 4-point move, 4.5 in some venues, in some shops, total wise. I think the extent of the move has already happened, counting Luka in the game. So I don't think you'll have to pay a bigger price by waiting on this one, just to be sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't trust the Lakers to play defense, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in line with the move towards the over, and I would probably leave the side alone. All right. Nuggets and Blazers. This is one that opened 236.5, looks like 239.5. Side did go down from 5.5 to 4.5 for Denver. Cam Johnson is probable. Murray's questionable. For Portland, Sharp is probable. Murray, Williams, both questionable. Scoot, Matisse Thybulle out. The Blazers and Thiago Splitter want to run, and they've shown that since he's taken over. The Nuggets, they don't play any defense, and they can score. It's a very simple for me. So I got in early at 237. I like this game to have a lot of points. What do you think, Rob?
It gets repetitive, Ski, but I think you said it the other day, monkey see, monkey do. Everybody wants to go, go, go in the NBA. So it's hard to have varied analysis on a lot of these games because these matchups just lead to the same conclusions all the time. Both sides want to go. Denver, the one key here would be without Murray. Jamal Murray's played really well this year. And Denver would have to find another scoring option to pick up his slack. I don't know that they have that particularly, which would lead me towards the Blazers side. Denver stopped playing defense last year, haven't resumed playing defense this year. You could also look at a Portland team total in this one, 117.5 at home. Seems a little high for my liking, but if you think Portland is going to exploit the Denver defense, I could see it. I think overall here, I might even like the Portland side plus the points. I just think you'll get a full 48 out of them. Denver at times can look lackadaisical. If they don't have Murray, it would make it even more so. But I think, haven't played it, but I would lean towards the Portland side at this point in time because I just feel like you're going to get the full 48 out of them at home tonight. Friday night home teams is something that I often use inside a handicap, and I think that speaks well of Portland tonight.
All right, let's go over to the last game on the slate. That is the Jazz and the Suns. Open up minus, or I'm sorry, not the last game on the slate. We have one more after this. Never ending, Rob, No, I'm kidding.
I thought you were just going to eliminate the Clippers. That's all.
No, we'll allow the Clippers still. This one open. Phoenix minus 4.5 is down to 3. Total open 232. Looks like 237.5. We did just see these teams play the other day. I think Markkinen had a 50 piece. Um, Pretty high scoring game there. Dylan Brooks will be out for this one as well as Jalen Green. I mean, if Phoenix is gonna put up their share of points, I would expect it to be a lot of Devin Booker, especially you're missing those other two guys. So bet on Devin Booker, maybe his threes. Other than that, I mean, I like Walker Kessler. However you want to bet him, it could be. I mean, I like his assists just because I mean, when he starts to score more, you know, they have to respect him on defense and passing lanes open. So his assists are very low. I think he can score tonight too. But I definitely do like his assists. What do you like in Utah and Phoenix?
Yeah, I feel like I don't generally like playing Utah on the road. I like them better at home. I think we've discussed that a couple of times already this season, especially for me where the total is concerned. But I love their advantage on the boards in this game, Ski. And I wonder if they, can't capitalize on that and win this game. They come off the bench right now with Nurkic, which helps them rebounding. They're already good with Kessler and Markkanen. And another team that's playing with pace, and basically because they got the two rookies with young legs, Walter Clayton and Ace Bailey off the bench. Utah pushes the basketball constantly. Phoenix had this sort of philosophy heading into preseason that they were going to get physically tougher. They were going to slow games down. Hasn't necessarily panned out. Part of that toughness is Dylan Brooks when he's absent. Even I think Devin Booker commented on it like after game 1 or game 2 and said, this is the type of toughness we've been missing on this team. You miss him tonight, and you wonder where that comes from on this squad. I really want to play Utah in this game. I just don't like to play them on the road, so I'll probably pass.
I agree that I like Utah more at home in general. So yeah, I can understand that point. All right, now the real last game, Ravino, Pelicans and Clippers, and total did drop from 226.5 to 222.5. Injuries, let me just make sure. Looney doubtful, Murray out. I mean, it's not any crazy injuries here, but these are two teams. And let me just pull it up to make sure. I think they're the bottom three. Yeah, 29th and 28th in pace. And bottom 10 offensive rated teams as well so far this season. So it makes sense why the total is dropping. No, you're not running to the window to bet over in this one. And that number is wrong on the screen. I'll fix it right now. But 222.5 down from 226.5. How do you feel about that?
I don't know that I feel either way about that. I mean, I wish the Clippers were giving a couple points less here. Again, I like that side in this game. They're off of a pretty sizable loss to Golden State, and as you referred to them, the guys with walkers with tennis balls hanging off, they've had 2 days rest, which is helpful for them against a team that just got blown out by Denver, that just got blown out by Boston. I mean, New Orleans has been non-competitive their last 2 games, 88 and 90 points, giving up 122 in each of those. And the Clippers could actually name their score here. I may get their Ski with the favorite in this one. I don't necessarily like laying this type of price with LA. But the way they play to have 2 days off and face a team that really has not been, as I mentioned, competitive in the last couple, kind of leads me that direction. Now, the other side of the coin could be New Orleans a little bit embarrassed, maybe focus, give you a little better effort than what they showed against Boston and Denver. But I just don't know that they're good enough at this point in time. So kind of in a quandary there, but I lean somewhat towards LA. I think they have a lot of advantages down low. I think they shoot the 3 a lot better. And the rest factor really kind of pushes me somewhat to that side with the Clippers.
All right, good stuff, Ravino. I think that we did a good job today. We can go ahead and wrap it up. So moving on over to best bets. And I'm gonna just kick it to you this time, Ravino. If there's anything you would like to promote, feel free. And if you have a best bet for the show, we'd love to hear it. If not, all good.
The WagerTalk Weekend Warrior is what I'll promote here. Football plays Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You can get all 3 days, $49. Mentioned more than once this week that NFL has been tremendous for me so far this season. Got caught by that hook last night, which frustrates me, but the NFL has produced around 47 units already this season. So Weekend Warrior package, you get every play Saturday, every play Sunday, every play on Monday. For best bet ski, I'm going to go back to the one I really like the best, which is Boston Philly over. The Philadelphia team just has one speed and one speed only, and Boston has one method of scoring and one method of scoring only, and that's shoot as many threes as we can. They're liable to get a lot of open ones tonight. I think they'll make them. To me, this game was priced too low, 233.5. I think it can reach 239. So for me, it's going to be Boston, Philadelphia, up and over the 233.5.
All right, good stuff. And for myself, at least so far, I do have an NFL player prop up. And so far, I'm 4-0 on player props this season in the NFL. My top plays are also 8-4. So if you want to rock with the Weekend Warrior, I am looking at a few more props. I was looking over my stuff since last season, and NBA and NFL props have been pretty good. Plus, they're usually I usually play them as small plays. So to see them plus 42, a little bit over 42 units, 59.7%, 83 and 56. 16.3% ROI, that says that I should maybe, bump up the unit percentage and play them a little bit more. So my best bet for the show today, I'm going to leave you with the player prop. That will be Lonzo Ball over 4.5 assists. And like I said, he got it last game, even when nobody could make a shot. He's got it every game so far this season, I'm pretty sure. And you're missing a lot of guards. You could also be missing, or you're missing Garland and Merrill already. You're missing Strus too. You could also be missing Donovan Mitchell tonight. So whether he plays or not, I like it. If Donovan Mitchell's out, I love it. Lonzo Ball over 4.5 assists as my best bet for the show. Vino, always appreciate you taking the time to cap these games with me. Definitely helps out my process. Appreciate everybody in the chat as well. As I've said plenty of times, I am tired, so I'm going to take a nap really quick. I'll be back with you guys next week. Best of luck, everybody, on all your action.